saying we're dogmatic and religious when you haven't done any of it?
No,
Just believing what you read?
the way the Fusili said it is dogmatic, yeah. When you say it like that.
What we're saying, we've done these things. You say you don't. You just believe what other people write down or make videos on, and you're calling us like religious?
For me, you guys are just two persons as well on the internet that I don't know. And if you're gonna ask me, am I gonna listen to you or Bev? When all other people I've talked to, and I've talked to surveyors here on Discord as well. I'm not the type of person who listens to, who needs to have a personal experience to know something or believe something.
That wasn't the point. What I was saying, I didn't say.
Sounded like
I'm not trying to. Wait a second.
Okay.
I'm not. You made a point that I'm not going to believe what you say. I don't care if you believe what I say or not. You said that what we're saying is dogmatic and religious.
Yeah.
That's irregardless of whether you believe it or not. We're saying we've done these things, but you're saying we're religious.
Done what?
Establishing a horizontal.
Yeah, that's
establishing grid reference. All those things. Don't change the subject. I was trying to point out saying that we're dogmatic and religious when you're the one that hasn't done these things.
Yeah, but all these things, all the methods you talked about earlier, does not establish whether gravitational potential is potentially curving. None of the methods. You just say it doesn't curve. Period. Like that's dogmatic when he say it like that. I'm asking you guys: is there a method to differentiate when if this gravitational potential is curving, or if it's perfectly flat, which would be
that'd be something for you to
right?
That'd be something for you to figure out and do it yourself, because you say point A to point B, you're always going to overshoot your target.
Yeah, that's how you would.
You. Well, if you're overshooting your target, then how do you know? I mean, like, how would you establish how would you have an elevation profile if you're always overshooting your target? I mean,
yeah, that means that the elevation profile must be curving, right? Because when you move to a different place, when you move to a different place,
faulty reasoning there, mate.
You're expecting the line of sight to be on the same plane, right? If the elevation is the same, right? So you've
seen a picture in the book, and you assume that all elevation profiles should actually be curving, and the horizontals change in elevation.
I told you the expectations, what you would measure. So we do measure one thing and not the other, I would say. But you say
you don't measure a change in elevation of a horizontal. You do not do that. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Making sense.
Yeah, horizontal straight line with no elevation change. But you just said, expectations in relation to measurements.
Yeah.
So where does these expectations come from?
The expectation is that the light is moving in like pretty much a straight line, and that the gravitational potential so light is moving in a straight line, pretty much.
Okay, so not straight then.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but of course there's a little bit error, but it's not the same as the error that you would have.
It's not straight then. Light is not moving in a straight line.
Light is moving pretty much straight. It's much straighter.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Not straight?
Well, I would not word it like that, but yeah.
No, you said pretty much straight, which means not straight, right?
Yes, but if it's like negligible, then I wouldn't like think about it.
How can it be negligible? There's obviously a difference between straight and not straight, right?
If the straight line is curving like let's say over a million kilometers, it's curving 1 millimeter in length in the other end, I would say it's negligible, for example. You don't have to...
AKA not straight, right?
Yeah, that's not straight, but I think it's negligible.
So not straight. Just say since light is moving not straight. Instead of saying pretty much straight, just say not straight.
Yeah, but
to make it, precise to what you want to say.
The precise thing would say how much it's curving.
Well, not straight would be precise, right? In your case?
No, not straight is just any kind of curvature. That's a lot of possibilities. It's not very precise.
Yeah, that's
can't measure a curve, though, can you?
That would be imprecise, Saragaki. If you,
it's very imprecise to say not straight. It could be like literally any type of curvature.
Correct, right? It's correct to say not straight when you're talking about a line that's not straight, right?
It's not.
Have you ever had it?
That's absolutely precise. How can it be imprecise to say that a not straight line is not
you're not telling me what it is. You're saying what it isn't, and we can go down that angle all day long, right?
However, pretty much
something
I'm not going to do this like semantic.
That's like halfway lying. It's absolutely not straight if it's pretty much straight.
I'm not going to do this semantic gymnastic again.
Hey, Guy.
If we want to get into semantics, there is an option, and that is discussing the geometric term.
No, we were just establishing because he was about to explain something where these expectations come from when he's trying to do measurements, and I just want him to be precise to say not straight.
It's unreasonable from the guy who thinks you can falsify modus tollens to say that we need to be precise and accurate all the time, right?
Hey, Guy, have you ever had a job, Guy?
I have been working for 15 years.
What's your field of expertise?
I'm working as a software developer. Is in a automation kind of company. I've been my background is in. Don't
tell me too much because people will say I'll dox you. So that's not what I'm after.
I'm just going to be general.
And whether you could maybe talk, in the future, just around what you know and you actually know, your expertise.
If you're talking about mathematical modeling or instrumentation or measurement techniques of and how to measure, for example, processes at process plants, for example, I would be good. And also,
not surveying then.
I'm not like an expert in surveying, no, but I'm like over average.
You have no practical experience, so that's you've pressed the keyboard a lot of times, but not actually done anything with the surveying tools.
No, I not use surveying tools.
Okay, that's what I wondered. You can answer the precision now for Saragaki. I just wondered what.
Yeah, I mean, I could give him an explanation of how much light is curving if you want that.
No,
but,
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about where your expectations come from when you're about to do measurements using tools that establishes horizontal planes of reference. That's what I'm asking you. Where do your expectations come from?
So I would say gravitational potential does not affect light, the path of light. So when the gravitational potential does not affect light, so you could use light as a reference. But light is affected by refraction, for example, so you have to take that into account as well. So that's what the assumptions are, or where your starting points are. So then you got something you can use that is not affected by gravitational potential. That's what you have to use if you're going to measure gravitational potential. You can't use gravitational potential to measure gravitational potential.
No, we're establishing a horizontal plane in order to measure elevation change. We're not measuring gravitational potential.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Then you don't understand me.
No, I know you changed the topic. That's why I had to point it out. Because we're using, you said, an auto level, which is, of course, a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. So the measurements we're going to be doing is a vertical change, either above or below your established horizontal plane of reference. Not gravitational potential. We're not measuring that at all. So again, where does your expectations come from in terms of the measurements you're going to actually get using the tool in question?
Yes, when you actually wait a minute.
You can consider the measuring rods as vertical, right, at the position of A and B. Yeah. So you do have two reference verticals. You also have two tools that reference horizontal.
So when you level your auto level, then that's when you're using gravitational
perpendicular,
potential, right?
Perpendicular.
But you're using it local. So you're using the auto level to connect the two measurement techniques together. So you have an auto level, and then
perpendicular, right? It's perpendicular to the measuring rod at the position where the auto level is, both at A and B in this theoretical experiment, both at an equal elevation.
No, they are not. Like, that's the point, right? You're saying at where the auto level is, right? But then you're also saying at A and B. But remember, you're taking one tool at A, and then you're taking another tool, or you're moving the same tool over to B.
No, they are both there. Like, look. At A, there is an auto level and a measuring rod. Right? The auto level is established in a horizontal plane of reference, and the measuring rod is vertical.
Yeah. And how you connect the two, like the bubble level, there is no connection between the bubble level and the bubble level on the other side of the...
You're doing reciprocal leveling, right? So you're looking at B from A and A from B.
Yeah. So that's my point, right? Try to follow me here. So your bubble level is not connected to the bubble level on the other side. We are using the
you don't know what the bubble level's there for, because you don't know what you're talking about. We've just got a tool that establishes a horizontal plane and a vertical. Right.
Everybody knows
what happens when you sight A from B. You with a horizontal, a tool that establishes a horizontal. Are you going to say the relationship at the B? What's that between the horizontal and the vertical? A perpendicular, right?
Yeah, the horizontal, but that the horizontal is local, right? At B, not at A and B.
The perpendicular at both A and B.
Individually, yes, but not together. That's what you have to find out.
What do you mean? Whether you don't have to find out whether horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
That's why you're doing it back and forth. That's why you're doing it to verify that when you're pointing this.
You're not doing it to verify that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
No, you're verifying it to establish that you're actually the vector of the the vector of the level is the same on either end.
It's horizontal.
Horizontal, yeah. We've already established that, right? Horizontal and vertical.
Vector, it's not. But that's locally, right? You're doing it at A.
At both A and B, yeah. Both of them.
Individually. How do you connect the two?
With the horizontal, right? The equal elevation.
How do you do that? With the horizontal is not telling me anything. How would you connect the two?
That's what the equal elevation. You connect them to each other by saying they have an equal elevation. And the shortest distance between those 2 points from A to B would be a straight line.
If you're just saying that, then you're doing what the other guy did. You're being dogmatic. You're just saying that.
I was just saying that. I did say it, yes.
Yes, and you haven't explained how you connect it. You're just saying they are the same. There needs to be a way to measure that, right? With a method.
Surveying.
Yeah, surveying is have many methods to measure this.
Absolutely. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Because we're talking about, in reality, this can actually be done, can actually be measured. Obviously not by you, because you've never touched a tool. You don't know a thing about it other than what you've read.
I'm appealing to other experts on this, so I already said that. We don't need to emphasize that. It's not
So you think we have to establish whether horizontal and vertical are perpendicular then?
We need to establish if the vertical line is the same on either end of it. And if it's not, then there is like some geopotential change, right, in both ends. That means the altitude has changed relative to the horizontal.
When you say the same, do you mean perpendicular to the horizontal?
That means that they are perpendicular to each other. Sorry, not perpendicular, that they're parallel to each other.
Geometrically. Right. Perpendiculars to a similar line will be parallel to each other, yeah.
Yeah, so if they are parallel to each other, right? If the vector of the bubble level on A is the same, has the same vector.
Bubble level. Why are you going to a bubble level now?
Because that's the one. That's the thing that you're using to establish where the horizontal is from.
I thought we were using reciprocal leveling, using auto levels.
Yeah, an auto level. You have to level that before you can level.
It's an auto level. Do you know how they work?
Yes, they work. So why are you confused when prism? So why are you confused when I say
calibrated?
That their level is their level?
Because you keep using bubble level.
Yeah,
and we're using established auto levels. So
there is a tiny
seems
bubble
like
level
you're changing.
It, right? There is a tiny bubble level on it, right? So yeah.
I don't know if I don't know if Buster's still around, but I'm pretty sure when he was talking one time about using these tools that they could actually cite the plumb bob as well and establish that it was indeed perpendicular. Yeah. Maybe I wasn't correct, but maybe Buster can talk to that.
I know,
establishing that they are indeed perpendicular.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he said that, right? But that's the thing. He says that, and you guys say that. But when I read on the topic and the different
he's used a tool, I wouldn't listen to. I'd listen to him first before
I know there are procedures that you can use.
You're not reading anywhere that horizontal and vertical aren't perpendicular, are you?
Yes, that's what it says. Yeah,
where?
I literally posted many, like.
Hang on.
Literally like down. 1 hour ago, and I posted many images to you, right, on this explanation how this is measured.
And how horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Are you saying you have literature that states that they're not?
Here we go. Let me copy it again and paste it.
That sounds fantastic. I want to see that statement.
Okay, so this is
Kiss Globe. Look at that.
Right? So when you are establishing a local horizontal line, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be if it's not going to be parallel.
Horizontals are parallel, though, right? You said you've read about surveying. You know about differential leveling.
Yes, differential leveling is a method that will
parallel horizontals.
That will remove this error procedurally, right?
It uses parallel horizontals in order for you to measure elevation changes, the difference between these levels.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the image I posted. If you look at it, this is what you would expect if you used reciprocal leveling, right? If there was,
no.
So
that looks like you've got a tilt in vertical and a slope in horizontal, and horizontals definitely don't slope, and verticals don't tilt either.
So this is where we are.
And it does not say that horizontal and vertical are not perpendicular, which is what
it seems like you're imagining things.
Absolutely. Oh, am I just not finding it on the page? Where does it say?
No, the rod
circle a bit where it says that horizontal and vertical aren't perpendicular.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I cannot find it.
You see the instrument
on both eyes. Can you?
You see the instrument on the top side. That is.
Yeah, there it doesn't say vertical on either of the images.
And you see the horizontal line. You see the horizontal line.
That's horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you look at the horizontal line on the bottom one at B. You see how
sloping.
those are not the same.
That's not a horizontal line because that's a slope.
Yeah, that's what you say, but this is horizontal line.
What you're
just saying
it's
not.
Slope?
No, but I can't just argue with that. Like it's pointless.
You're saying that's not a slope. That one at the bottom.
Not from a geopotential. Like they are equal altitude, so they're not a slope by definition.
What's equal altitude? It's a slope, right? The horizontal line at the bottom.
You're presupposing a flat reference for altitudes.
So what about
the reference for altitude? You know, altitude, aka elevation, is measured.
Horizontal.
So this reference, So you're saying
definitely horizontal reference to measure elevation, and altitude, of course.
Yeah, so this
of that
drawing
perpendicular relationship between horizontal and vertical. But you know, I can't see vertical and horizontal being said to be not perpendicular in this thing.
So the glow model tells you that this.
Yeah, we're not talking about your model. We're talking about reality right now.
Yeah, and this is the reality. If you're measuring this case, if you're measuring
but
this,
the horizontal line is sloping.
Right? The point of contention here is that Bev is saying you're not measuring that. I don't believe Bev when he say that. I believe all the others.
You're not measuring a horizontal changing in elevation. Yes, I'll state that again. You don't believe that because you think horizontal and vertical might not be perpendicular.
No, locally.
Fucking crazy.
Doesn't say that in the thing he posted. He must have just reasoned that for himself somehow, that they're not perpendicular. Like, that seems crazy.
It's literally
one of the crazy things. Almost
you see the horizontal line in the top
the Earth's measured flat.
And you see the horizontal line.
Makes no sense why somebody would say that.
When you see the horizontal line in the top image,
and when you see like when someone says falsify modus tollens.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You'd certainly know that you'd certainly know the difference if you got on a skateboard, wouldn't you, on those two pictures?
Yeah. So I'm going to post the image again. So the image, you see that the horizontal line.
One you're going to go downhill, and the other one you're going to be horizontal.
Well, you remember you can't have the simultaneous below with that because it looks like one's above the other.
Yeah.
That can't be right, can it? That doesn't fit the narrative, does it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys, this is the expectation. What would happen if this
your expectation
level? So are you saying this is what's wrong in this image, other than presupposing that the horizontal
lines are horizontal sloping?
Okay, so you're presupposing that it's flat, right?
No, it looks
not sloping because it's not sloping in reality, but it is sloping in your image. That has nothing to do with the word flat. You're just inserting it because your model afflicted. But in reality, horizontal does not slope. There's no change in elevation of a horizontal.
Yeah. What if I tell you, if you have a tube at point A and you have a tube at point B,
is it one and the same tube with the same body of water?
Same body of water, they're connected. It's not going to flow out of it. What are you going to say then?
Why would the water flow out of it? It's horizontal, right? You're actually using the water level properly.
Equal altitude.
I mean, you guys said it was sloping, right? I don't think you guys understood what I said.
Have you been paying attention at all?
You said it was a slope earlier.
In your picture, but in reality, that's not what it is.
I'm talking about the fucking picture. Follow me.
Yeah, well, we said that horizontals don't slope, but whereas you said they have a change in elevation and curve upwards if plotted on an elevation profile.
Yeah,
that was you.
Image,
you said that. We didn't say that. We said that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I know you guys are saying that, but that's
good.
It's vacuous point. So the top image, right? What if I tell you, if you have a tube of water at point A, and then you see at the top image there's a point X. If I tell you, if you were to connect the tube between point A and X, the water is not going to flow out of either end. What do you think then? It's wrong, or it cannot happen, or what you going to say?
Ask it again.
You have a tube at point A, and then you have a tube connected to and then the tube is stretching all the way to point X, the bottom X on the top image.
So A is there and X is
it's basically following. It's literally following the level line from A. It says here level line from A. You see where that line is pointing
to? You might be able to put a little bit of water in it, that maybe a few droplets.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying
that's no water up there.
I'm not saying that there is water. That's the tube. I'm saying you have a tube at A.
No, you're not saying that. You have a line from A is the tube.
And then
obviously, it's not.
Yeah, and then you have a tube. The other end of the tube is at X.
Yeah, that'd be a slope, so the water would be pouring out.
Okay, what if I'm telling you it's not pouring out?
So
I've
you
got a picture in the chat from Blue Marble Science.
Yeah,
give
but then
everybody
that's
an
what you're
idea.
saying. But what if I'm saying this is what's happening? This is what is observed.
But they say it's higher in the middle, though. That's what most people say. They go with a hump.
But
They
hang
don't
on,
go
are
with
you saying-
lower.
If you say
you
it
saying
has
the
to
level
flow,
line-
right, then it will flow, but it doesn't flow. That's
Are
the
you
problem.
implying that
If it doesn't flow, if the water doesn't flow, then it's horizontal, and therefore your picture does not correlate to the situation you're describing. It's that simple.
Yeah, so then you're presupposing that the geopotential is flat.
Wait,
What
are
the
you
fuck
implying
does
that a
that
level
even
line
mean?
Gravitational potential is flat. That's what you're doing when
Let
you say
Buster
that.
ask a question now. Sorry, Buster.
Just one real quick one. I'll in and out. Are you implying that the level line is shorter than the horizontal line?
Yes, it would be in this case. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, it would be.
You'd say that's measurable?
I don't think you can measure. Yes, you'd have to make many point measurement of the level across the whole line. Yeah, but then yeah.
Yep. So how would you measure the difference? To have like if the horizontal is longer than the level line, like how would you determine? How would you measure that difference in distance?
I would do that by basically going from A to, if you do reciprocal leveling, and the Earth is shaped like this, and the laws of the nature acts like it does in this image, then you would move the level, the auto level, to point B, and that point B would be at a different vector than point A, and then you will overshoot when you go back again.
Can you also, second question, can you measure the difference between that overshooting? The higher, lower bit. You can measure that?
Yeah, you see that in the image. If you do this measurement, like in the image, you're going to overshoot, and that overshooting is
drop from horizontal, right?
The difference between the level and the
drop from horizontal.
Yeah, local horizontal. But we have gone through this earlier. I don't want to discuss confusing like that the horizontal line. There's like one absolute universal horizontal line.
You can establish, horizontal planes of reference at many different elevations. You realize this, of course, right?
Yes, but I'm saying
So
like that they
would not
are
be
all
one
are parallel.
Universal horizontal.
Yeah.
There would be many separate horizontals.
Yeah, but they are parallel. All of them are parallel, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're separate, which is of course why you can call them parallel as they are.
Yeah, but if they are all parallel, that's where we are disagreeing.
Why?
Because of what I showed you in the image.
Isn't that how you tell if your instrument's accurate? You can go out a distance, differential leveling, and come back and be within.
Differential leveling, then you're using the rod on each end, and then you're doing like a back and forth between each end of each rod at either side of the out level.
Right, but you go out a distance doing differential leveling, like let's say a mile, and then come back to your original starting point, and you could tell if your instrument's accurate or not.
Yeah, but if you're doing differential leveling, then you're using the level tool in the middle, so the error will be equal on either side of it. You're not introducing. Yeah, if there is an error, it will be equal on either side.
What do you mean error? You have it in the middle. Because obviously you're actually using it to measure. So what's the error?
Yeah, but the error cancel each other out if they are the same.
Yeah, but what do you mean? Listen, you have an auto level. You have a measuring rod, say 10 meters in one direction. You measure the measuring rod with the auto level.
Yeah.
Then you turn the auto level 180.
Yeah.
You take the measuring rod with you 10 meters on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Both times the rod's going to be perpendicular to horizontal, aka vertical, and you're going to measure the rod on the other side. So in both cases, the rod is perpendicular to horizontal, both ends, both sides.
I mean, you're not measuring whether the rod is perpendicular per se.
No, you have to keep it perpendicular to avoid measurement errors. But
that's
you
that's the guy who holds the rod's job. I know you having no practical experience of any of this.
But
is probably one of your failings, right?
Yeah, but Bev, a guy winging it with his own hand is not like actually a precise, high precision.
You imagine that somebody is winging it with their own hand. That's not what's going on when you do surveying.
I'm saying they
actual
are professional, but I don't think it matters.
They know how to hold the rod perpendicular.
If it's bending 5 degrees, does it matter? If it's bending
Everybody
5
realizes
degrees,
this guy has no practical experience and just has to make shit up.
Over each other.
Yeah.
Wait for each other to finish talking.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. But like with differential leveling,
as perpendicular at both ends, right? It is perpendicular. It has to be to avoid measurement error. So you're saying there is error that cancels itself out somehow?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you explain that?
Not somehow. It's described in how differential leveling works.
Can you explain it, though?
Yeah, sure, I can explain it. So if you have when you put the auto level in between, and you're pointing it at point A, and then you have B on the other side of it, when you have established like a point where you say this is where I want to know where equal elevation is from. If you pointed at some point in A, let's say it's overshooting or undershooting or whatever, there is some error. What
does that mean, overshooting or undershooting?
It means
where are you in your process right now?
I'm pointing the auto level, the scope
at
of
the measuring rod?
On the rod, yeah.
Okay, yeah. You get a number. Let's say you get 50.
You get the reading,
to have something.
Yeah. So you read it, it says 15 on the rod. So then you point it on the rod on the other end of it. Then when you're pointing it there, if there is an error, it will be the opposite direction comparable to the other one. Considering
so what's your reading?
It could be whatever. Depends on the height of it, right? If the ground is if there is, that's the point. You can't know. Because it's canceling.
But you're saying there is error, though.
I always said if there is an error, it's going to cancel each other out.
So there's no error.
That doesn't mean that there's no error. It means that if there is an error, you can't measure it. If there is a systematic error,
you can't measure it. Aha! So it's all in your imagination. There's no measurement of what you're saying.
No, that's not follow at all. Like what you're saying is pure gibberish. Sorry,
now that is a vacuous statement, Saragaki. You just heard.
That was a perfect example of one. You should clip that, Buster.
Yeah.
Oh, if the instrument is canceling the error out on either end of it, how would you know if there is or isn't an error? You wouldn't know, right?
So I'm looking at the rod, say I'm reading 50.
I think I'm going to use a drawing. I think it explains it a lot better.
Than the actual auto level practically used in reality. So I'm reading 50 on the rod. Is that an error or is that correct?
I mean...
it's 10 meters in between the auto level and the rod.
Then you just know that from where the auto level is, there is a point where you're going to reach with or without any error, pointing to that, pointing on that rod at 15, whatever you want to point to that.
So you can decide for yourself whether or not you're going to treat it as a misreading of the rod or just take it for what you actually measure.
No, it is not a misreading because when you use the procedure...
So it is 50 then? It's actually correct? It's not error?
Yes, it is 15, yeah. But you got no reference yet. You can't use the... If you use your point or saying where I am is actually at the same altitude as point 15 on the rod.
That's wrong. That out of your ass because you have to actually measure.
That's wrong. But if you're saying point 15 on this rod and then you measure it on the other rod, that rod B, for example, and you measure it to point 20 or something, then you could say those are the same altitude because the error.
You specifically said there's a 5-unit difference in between, right? 15 and 20. It's not the same.
The altitude is the same. They are same. The elevation is the same.
That's how you actually measure elevation changes. Then now you know that point B, as you said, that where the rod is at B, is 5 units higher. Because it's 20 and not 15.
But the rod is just something you put on the ground, and then it
so
has
the
number
elevation
on
of the ground there is 5 units higher.
Yeah, obviously the elevation at the ground. I'm saying at the point. I'm saying at the point on the rod where you read it. That's the same elevation. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, of course, because it's on the same horizontal. But that's how you measure elevation changes off the land.
That error is canceling each other out.
There's no error. You just one-to-one measure it with the tool. That's what the tool does. It's a measurement.
I mean, I can show you why it will cancel each other out. I'm gonna find a good drawing on this. Say here.
Are you a flat earther?
No.
There is no error, but it's gonna cancel out an error that doesn't exist. Like, how are you not understanding that you're talking nonsense right now?
I mean, it's for the. Sorry. First of all, it's very understandable without being like an expert in surveying. Also, it also explained how it works in all the literature of differential leveling. See the drawing I drew there?
Yeah, it has a horizontal line with perpendiculars at either end being vertical and hence parallel. I don't think you want to go with this drawing. You need to find a different one where the horizontal is curving upwards, right?
You want to find one which are fitting your narrative, not.
Why have you also got a
I just googled.
line of sight and horizontal? It's literally the line of sight.
But that's the point.
If
the error is the same, if you have the tool in the middle and the error is the same on either end, it's going to cancel each other out. Aren't the point at EFS and the EBS are the same, right? Those points are equal elevation.
Maybe, but that line of sight that you've got in either end, that's going
if there is an error
direction, so that's not horizontal. Obviously, the line of sight is along that blue line.
Who cares? It doesn't matter. That's the whole point. If the line of sight, if there is an error, if the error is the same on either end, it's going to cancel each other out. As you agree with me just now, right?
You can imagine that there's error.
I don't imagine it there. It's literally if there is an error there. Why are you imagining that there is no error? Like, I don't understand.
But you're saying it
What do you
cancels
imagine there is error?
I don't. I say whether there is or isn't an error, you wouldn't know the difference. You have to use a different method to find out if there is an error.
Okay.
Why are you laughing? Like, literally, it's so fucking stupid, man. Like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's why I'm laughing.
The whole point of this
you're looking ridiculous, man.
You go out differential leveling. You keep moving the instrument, and when you come back, you close the loop.
Yeah,
that was the whole point of this topic.
Yeah, and when you use differential leveling, I said if there is an error, you wouldn't notice, you wouldn't measure it, and you guys agree. You even agree, and then you say it doesn't matter anyway. Well, how can you not agree? It's logically there. Like, how can you not understand it? Like, Jesus Christ! Like, it's not. I cannot post it any more clear than this.
You said if there's an error, there's not an error.
I didn't say that. Like, how fucking Jesus Christ? How can you be so fucking? I'm just so.
That's it. Blame him. Of course, it'll never be you that's talking shit.
I don't know what.
Always going to be somebody else, isn't it?
Yeah,
my girlfriend, like, she is not
literally
very
hours.
Physically.
You've been talking shit for hours.
But it's such a simple drawing. How can you not understand the drawing?
You're making the globe look fucking ridiculous.
The drawing is there. Look at it, Bev. Don't you understand the drawing?
Sounds like you're trying to say that horizontals must slope on the model that you think that you live on.
It's like,
and you think people can measure it?
You guys cannot open your mouth without strawmanning me. Like, I literally didn't say that about differential leveling.
Argument.
I mean, you guys are so
fucking. You when you have no argument, you're just making bullshit.
He did strawman me.
A strawman is to take your argument and rewrite it to something that's not actually your argument, and then present it as if it was your argument. That's what a strawman is. But you don't have an argument. You're just making claims.
Okay.
Ridiculous fucking claims too.
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous.
You've said that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. You've stated that horizontals slope and that the elevation profile of a horizontal line curves upwards. And and makes a circle.
I'm going to talk now.
Absolutely.
I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk without being interrupted. I talked to Buster. I talked to Buster now because Buster said they do differential leveling back and forth, and it comes exactly where it does. How does that not prove that the horizontal is level or something like that? He said it something like that, right?
No.
And I said, and then
the horizontal.
If I was wrong, can you correct?
Up or down.
Can you correct, Buster, if I said it wrong?
You said way earlier, that you always overshoot. Now you flipped it to where you're saying
with reciprocal leveling. It's different methods.
Buster, answer your question though.
Differential leveling is reciprocal. You shoot forward and backward.
No, but they're two different methods. They're not the same.
No, you misunderstood what Buster
please,
just
this
told
is
you.
like, Bev, you have to agree with me that those are two different methods.
You're talking to Buster and you're actually misunderstanding him. He said differential leveling is reciprocal, which is true.
Yes.
Because you have to reciprocate the measurement back and forth.
But when I said earlier, reciprocal is not the same as reciprocal leveling.
I didn't say they were the same thing. I said in differential leveling, you shoot forward and backward. Then you move and shoot forward and backward. You go out a distance. You come back and close your loop to show that your instrument is accurate.
And when did I say that you will overshoot? When did I say that? Well, what method did I say when you're going to overshoot?
The thing on the two hilltops, you said it would always overshoot.
And that is reciprocal leveling. That is not differential leveling, whether it's reciprocal or not. That's two different things.
You're still going a distance and shooting back.
That doesn't matter. It's two different methods. One is not compensating for error through procedure. The other one is, like I show in the drawing. Look at the fucking drawing I posted. It's so fucking clear. Two different methods. See, this is one method.
Your picture begs the question, what if the line of sight is upwards? But it's not. It's horizontal. It's that blue line that's labeled horizontal on both ends. And those rods are perpendicular to it, like in the actual procedure. That's what actually happens. But you think that just begging the question of line of sight being not along the blue line is somehow doing something for you?
I didn't say that. That's a fucking straw man. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, you can't help yourself.
We agree then that those red lines are actually just irrelevant because the line of sight is actually along the blue line then.
No, the line of sight could be actually the red line. You don't know. That's the whole fucking point.
That wouldn't be horizontal. Well, you have calibrated your auto level, I assume. You've set it up properly.
Yes, it's perfect. Two-peg test, perfect. Everything is perfect.
Then the line of sight is the
red line is still wrong. The red line is still the line of sight.
No, it's horizontal. That's what the auto level is for. It's for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, which is that blue line, not the red line.
You disagree with every single you disagree with every single fucking literature that exists on surveying. Like,
hey guy, you've never done this in your life, so why are you acting like you have?
I don't, but you guys are disagreeing with the sources. I don't understand, and it's
disagreeing with
this
the
is
idea
illogical.
That those red lines may be line of sight when it's actually the blue line. That's dead simple to disagree with. You don't have to be an expert of anything to realize
that. I am saying it could be the blue line, it could be the red line, it could be any other.
The blue line, and it could never be the red line.
Why are you presuming it's the
neither of the red lines are horizontal?
How would you know? You can't know. How would you know?
You don't think you can differentiate between horizontal and not horizontal?
Not with the two-peg test, not with differential leveling. No, you can't. I literally showed you there. Logically, it's impossible.
Yeah, there's no error.
I cannot explain it to you any clearer. Like, it's literally there, plain in sight. If you don't understand it, I cannot help you anymore. Sorry, you're on your own, man. Like,
you cannot measure the problem that you're having. It's impossible, right?
No, I mean, how can you say that? Like, I don't understand how you can think like that. Like, it's so... I'm so amazed.
The blue lines being horizontal is the actual line of sight for the tool that is used to establish that very horizontal line?
You're presuming that the horizontal line must be the line, even though it could be any other line if the error is systematic. You can't say it either way.
You may need to go and get your tool calibrated properly before you try this.
You even agreed with me. You wouldn't know the difference. You even agreed with me, and now you're going back on it.
I said Saragaki. Hey,
oh no, you're robot, Buster. Am
I coming through? Saragaki.
Now I hear you, yeah.
Sorry, was I cutting out? Do you remember when?
Robot.
Sorry, do you remember when George came around and did the RBD face?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so like I don't think he understands like the implications of what he's saying. Like, I mean, if you're on about differential leveling and you go out and you go out, close your loop, you come back, you're accurate. You know,
no, Buster,
what the tool says. But like George,
right? So Saragaki once said, right? Saragaki once said that a water level falsifies the straight line, because I asked him.
I never said that.
I asked him, does Bev's modus tollens prove that the Earth isn't a sphere, right? And he said, no, the second premise falsifies the first premise, because he thinks.
He's been waiting all morning to get in on this.
He thinks. He
sitting in the background thinking he's going to go to Saragaki.
He thinks Bev falsified his own argument.
This is hilarious.
You think
Bev? It's weird how nobody wants to talk about George's RBD face. That's weird.
Yeah, that's weird. But Saragaki, can you tell me why you think Bev falsified his own argument?
I've never said that. When do you imagine I've said that?
Let me post.
Tell everybody another lie about me. Why don't you?
Let me post in the side chat, right, so everyone can see. Don't want anyone to be confused.
You're a liar, Yui.
So in the side chat, Saragaki said, in my response to Bev's modus tollens, I said, do you agree that all of these premises are sound? And Saragaki said that the second premise falsifies the first. So it's Bev's falsifying his own argument. That's what Saragaki said.
Oh, that's we got onto that again.
Different
you got anything else, mate?
That's got nothing to do with what you're bringing up.
It's a wonderful thing, and I want Saragaki to explain it. How did Bev do that?
Just lay it back, dude. Start from the beginning. We'll get through this.
Yeah, I just want to know.
I just want to get back to the fact that both rods are perpendicular to the sight line of the tool, or are you going to talk about something else? Are we changing the topic? Is everybody up for changing the topic to something else?
I was just saying because you wanted to have a little conversation about how a guy doesn't know anything, but you think Bev.
He's the one who's admitted time and time again that he doesn't know anything. He's just Googling shit. He doesn't actually know anything.
Well, that's an appeal to authority. If a guy can bring a source, and he might not be an authority himself, but if he can bring a source with him, you should engage with the source. You shouldn't just go, well, you didn't do it yourself. That's an appeal to authority.
I agree. He's appealing to authority, and he has nothing to back it up with.
You're appealing to the authority by saying that he's not an authority, so he's wrong. That is still an appeal to authority.
That's not what I'm saying. He's claiming that horizontal slopes. That's
why don't you just engage with this? Why don't you just engage with the literature? Why is that hard?
What, did I not mention his picture and how that line of sight is not horizontal because it's sloping? Or were you
well, a guy
in Discord, did you not hear me?
Just before you wanted to lecture him about whether or not he knows what he's talking about.
He clearly doesn't.
He was sourcing his information. You just went into an appeal to authority. I know you don't know a modus.
That's a pretty good gaslighting.
Certainly, you know what an appeal to authority.
Pretty good gaslighting.
It's pretty good, yeah.
I don't think it's a gaslight. I just think that Saragaki's he's not good with his logic, right? I think Bev might have taught him some problematic logic or whatever, but he's not good.
Bev is the one who taught me logic.
You need one of the Bev-tards who know how to reason to speak to a guy, because so far it's not looking good, is it?
So now you're going to just do ad hocs.
Yeah.
He's just waited all morning for this. He's just sat around.
Oh yeah, I've been waiting for this. I've been asking Saragaki. I've been asking Saragaki about this for a week. He's ignoring it, like he's wanting to avoid that question.
That's got nothing to do. Why are you saying Bev-tard then? What's that about?
Well, because Bev says that the flat Earth.
What's that got to do with any argument you've got with anybody? What's it got to do?
Bev says the flat Earth is.
What's it got to do with any argument you've got here?
I'm trying to explain. Bev says
he
the
doesn't
flat
have an argument.
What has it got to do with this argument?
I'm explaining Bev,
yeah, don't speak for me. I'll be all right. I'm here. I can speak for myself. Talk about yourself, please.
Right, okay. So
present an argument.
Hold on. Bev says all the flat earthers in here get all their information from Nathan Oakley. He says all the globers in here get all their information from
I've never said that. You just said that. Stop lying about me.
Sarugaki gets all his information.
It's people like you that give me a bad name. This is slander.
Yeah. It's okay. Anyway, the point is, Sarugaki, I know...
Yeah, I do not get all my information from Bev. That's another ridiculous claim. Like, how many lies do you have stored up over the last few couple of weeks?
Let's answer the question point blank, shall we? Sarugaki, can you have sound premises in a modus tollens?
What's a sound premise?
A premise.
Well, first off, let's start off with what do you imagine a premise is?
Oh, a premise is a statement, a proposition in the argument. Now, out of curiosity, do you think that sound premise, true or false? I know I had to explain that to you. Can a modus tollens have a true or false premise?
And what does that have to do with what we're talking about, dude?
Well, it's everything to do with him lecturing a guy. Everything to do with it.
It's all about how you process arguments. That's what he wants to try and do.
You can't listen to people. You've got to think, right? If someone can't
called
even
gaslighting,
tell you,
dude.
No, it's not gaslighting. If someone can't tell you,
kick him out. Somebody kick him out.
If someone can't reason, why would you listen to them in the first place? That's the interesting question.
Well, we've listened to him for about 3 hours stating stupid shit. I'd say he can't reason.
Look, Bev, I don't know. You don't want to engage with the information, the literature. That's fine. Yeah, you can live in your own world. Sarugaki can't reason full stop. He doesn't know what soundness means now.
Well, ad harm again.
This guy just gonna sit here and call people names and
that's what he's
lie
here for.
about them?
Not a name.
Is that okay
it's
for
an
everyone?
Accusation that has evidence behind it.
Acceptable around these parts, I think. That's what he's here for.
It's just like, you try to pick this side where you're not flat earthers and you're not globers. And
we're not trying to pick any side. We're just talking about a conversation.
You guys can't reason. You want to talk about anything but. Sarugaki,
you guys.
Does Bev's modus tollens, are both of the premises in Bev's modus tollens sound? Yes or no?
Is the subject Bev's modus tollens here, dude?
Goodness me.
It's not. The subject apparently is me. Well, that's really weird to me.
I just want to know if you can reason before we begin.
And you?
What do you mean begin? Have we not been talking for hours? Have we not
before
actually
we begin
been
with the
involved in
guy's
the conversation here for however long?
It might be 3 hours long because you can't reason, Sarugaki. That's the problem here, right? We need to know if you can reason.
This is okay for everyone, of course, right?
If you can reason, then a guy can give you the sources, you can engage. But so far,
you've been holding this argument for 3 hours, dude?
No progress. 3 hours.
I've directly addressed the things he's posted. I mean, you don't understand it, obviously, otherwise you wouldn't be saying what you're saying. But I'm sure other people have heard me address
I've asked 4 or 5 times. I've asked 4 or 5 times if a simple question, if Bev's modus tollens has sound premises in.
Which one?
Answer. That's fine.
Yeah, which one? He has multiple modus tollens. Like, you can make different modus tollens. You can have many.
Okay, all right, okay. Does any of Bev's modus tollens
Post a modus tollens. If you absolutely want to talk about this, instead of the actual fact that both rods are perpendicular to horizontal in the picture that was posted, then post the modus tollens you want to talk about. Ask everybody if it's okay to change the topic away from the interesting conversation that was going on.
You were just
until you divert the topic to me. I'm pretty sure nobody else here is really interested in me as a person. That's not very interesting.
You were just lecturing. You were just lecturing about how stupid a guy was, and at this
point, I never called him stupid. I just said it's impossible that the sloping lines are horizontal because there's no slope to horizontal. I didn't call him stupid.
Is he irrational? He has just suggested moments ago, Sarugaki, that there are some of Bev's arguments with unsound premises in. Well, that's new.
Did a guy do that, or did you do that? I'm pretty sure you brought it up because we were involved in a completely different conversation that you diverted away from now.
Well, no, you were just lecturing a guy, to be honest. So I don't know what the whole shtick is with that. But
about
to be honest,
horizontals not sloping, that should be like obvious. Everybody should realize how simple that one is.
Final time, Sarugaki. Are Bev's modus tollens, the premises, sound? Yes or no?
Which one?
Any of them. Is there any?
Does anybody else want to talk about Bev's modus tollens?
Is
Could
there
a
any
guy actually post it
Not what
before
we're going to
talking
talk
about
about.
this?
No, we're not going to talk about. We're not going
answer.
to talk about that dumb shit. Really.
Well, okay, yeah. Look, I know you think they're on your side, Redwin, but they're going to mog you later on about you being a Nathan Oakley fan. So I'm doing you a favor here.
I don't even know who
gonna
this
do
person
that?
is. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right. So since I don't listen to any of these guys, the only time I heard Nathan was when he did the AMA here. How am I a fan of anybody?
Yui's the one saying that. We aren't saying it.
Yes, you are.
Yui is saying that, not
you
me.
all the time. Tell the flat
Yui
earthers,
is just lying up his ass. He's super triggered, as everybody can tell.
You come in all the time saying the flat earthers have got a problem because they agree with QE's modus tollens.
Yui brought up. Yui was the first one to bring up Nathan this morning. Nobody else. He's got a little axe to grind. He's trying to stir up
just
trouble.
Trying to put division in. Like, that's what people are doing. If you can't notice that,
it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Well, shut him up then. Shut him up and get rid of him.
I'll wait until the hour or day when you have it, when it runs into a problem for you, and I'll laugh. Right.
You always do. You're not to be trusted. Who trusts you? You're only here to create problems.
I'm still waiting for Saragaki to admit
that he's here to create. Yeah, you've been trying to dip in all morning.
What
try and have a go at Saragaki. That's all you've said all morning. Saragaki, have you? That's all you tried all morning.
I just want to know. No? I've been asking for a week.
Yeah, that's your problem. That's your problem.
Why don't you understand what logic is?
We don't care about you.
All right, whatever you say. I mean, I thought that Saragaki would. He's a Bev student, right? Maybe he'd learn some logic, right? But he didn't.
Yeah,
you really think that? You made a nice narrative for yourself that you're following, haven't you? Thinking I'm Bev's student. That's
yes, you are. Well, I mean, look, maybe you've come to your own retardation alone, right? Maybe Bev didn't help you there, right?
No, but there you go. Ad hom again.
Is this just okay for everyone? Like, if this was proper moderated channel, I'd pretty much assume this guy would be muted for just pulling lies out of his ass and derailing the conversation the way he's doing. But I mean, I'm not the mod here. I'm just the target of some random guys in Discord triggered anger right now.
Yeah, so who's lesbian?
Me.
Ah, congratulations, dude.
Thank you very much. It's just awful.
Just to let everybody know, I don't have a problem with flat earthers. I just have a problem with arguments and statements people make. If people make a statement as a claim, then that claim can be placed as the first premise within a modus tollens. It can be placed in the first premise within a modus ponens too. But you make a claim, then you can place that there in the first premise. And you can falsify it. If you place it in the first premise of a modus tollens, you have the ability to falsify that statement. That's what Yui's all upset about.
Mm-hmm. That's what modus tollens does. That's the form of that argument, is literally to falsify that claim that's been placed as the first premise within the modus tollens. That's why you make a modus tollens argument in the first place.
And that's what Yui's trying to do here. He's trying to make it confusing for people to make arguments. And since a modus tollens, like from antiquity, it's like the oldest form of falsifying claims, really. Somebody makes a claim, it's up for falsification. Oh, that's what we were doing here in these rooms. Falsifying claims, especially ridiculous claims, like horizontal sloping. I particularly like the one that the level was a shorter distance than the horizontal.
Yeah.
It reminded me of Bob, that. Bob and the Modus Polans. Imagine that. We've got a guy coming in here, stating some stupid shit a shorter distance than a straight line on a plane. He did that. He literally did that in this room this morning.
Yeah.
So is he saying that tools we use to find horizontal don't find horizontal?
I think so. I think that's...
Well, he's saying you wouldn't know the difference anyway. You know, it could be close to vertical. How would you know the difference? That's what he's saying.
I think they have to falsify the statement that horizontals are parallel. And you only get horizontals being parallel if you have a straight line. If horizontal is a straight line on a plane, then of course you can have a parallel to it. Why not? Like, why can't you have a parallel to a horizontal? All you've got to do is establish a horizontal. You've geometrically have something parallel to it, and which would be another horizontal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the 6 decimal place didn't line up. Whatever.
Can't a circle be parallel? No, it can't.
No.
Because one of the lines will be a different length than the other.
Call it concentric circles, but they're not parallel. Because parallel is straight lines. It's definition.
I thought parallel is something that's in the same length, width as the other line and subject. Like, no matter what the shape would be.
It's called Euclid's Elements of Geometry. It's a book that stood the test of time for over 2 millennia, and it should really be very common knowledge about people, by people in these rooms, what's actually in that book, because this is all about geometry, isn't it?
How do you spell it? The book?
Euclid, EUCLID, Euclid's Elements of Geometry. I'm sure you can spell the rest of the words.
I don't know. Alright, I'll figure it out.
It's all about first principles.
Absolutely.
And first principles are accessible to everyone. They're like a base level of understanding. But it's actually a book of logic, really.
It's axiomatic, so it's building up from self-evident truths and definitions. Put a couple of postulates in there to let you actually do something practically with it, and then bam, you can start making propositions, one on top of the other, that just follows each other from book one all the way through to the end. It's a perfect axiomatic system. Nobody's falsified it for over 2 millennia, and it's impossible to falsify something that is true. So
What's up?
New plasma.
Any flat earthers in here?
Just you.
We were just going over the geometry that's accessible to us all.
Oh, the cube of Metatron.
Oh, we got a spiral already. That was fast.
Well, I mean, it's within there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely Euclidean.
Yeah. Like a two-dimensional but you can see 3 dimensionals within it, right? Conceptual, but entirely Euclidean. That one. Because the cube, obviously, is a 3-dimensional.
Where are you guys looking at this?
Oh, we've been going over it because some guy stated earlier that he thought horizontals had a slope.
No parallels.
Do you know about Terrence Howard?
Sorry, who?
Terrence Howard. He's an actor.
No.
Okay.
Don't watch films or anything.
Okay. Are you a GE or an FE?
Just come from reality, mate.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
I don't play the false dichotomy.
So maybe both?
Do you think horizontals can slope?
I mean, if you tilt the line, I guess.
But then it wouldn't be horizontal, right?
That's a good observation.
That's how simple it is.
Mm-hmm.
What is a horizontal tilted 1 degree?
1 degree from horizontal.
Doesn't have it. Okay. Doesn't have its own, like, I don't know, like word.
Slope.
Yeah. Not horizontal would be one of the ways that you could describe it.
Okay. Thank you, old dude, by the way. I appreciate the greeting.
Do you imagine that you could measure an angle from a horizontal to a horizontal?
No.
I hope that's not a question for me.
Or for anyone.
Because if the
You say it
angle
again?
was diverted from a horizontal,
I
the
imagine.
original horizontal, then it would not match back to the horizontal.
I can measure from what?
Horizontal to a horizontal. Have you ever heard of an equipotential triangle?
I have not, no.
What you've got to do is imagine, right, a model. Doesn't matter which model you've got, right? You've got a water level, and you've got point A and point B, equal elevation. Right now, imagine a point in the middle. Is it on the straight line from A to B, the one I would call horizontal? Is that middle point on the horizontal?
Yes?
No.
No?
Somebody said no. I don't know whether you made a mistake there or not.
No,
I said yes.
It's tricky, isn't it?
Is the answer yes or no?
The thing that's in question is the actual line itself, A to B. So how can you
I say yes, but am I wrong?
it? You're not playing the game.
Well, I don't know. It's one of those thought experiments that gets a bit tricky if you know a model, because a model will try and take you away from what you instinctively want to say, which is that, yeah, it's on the same horizontal.
Could you measure the angle from one horizontal to another horizontal?
I was asking if you think it's possible.
Depends if you're talking about two separate.
I'm sorry, what was your most recent question?
Well, it was the shooting above that, the guy that thought horizontal sloped.
And it's not horizontal.
Would have Well, it would have measured the horizontal, I imagine, between A and B. They imagine there's an angle that you can measure from the horizontal to the horizontal, right? Because there's another horizontal at A and a horizontal at B. And you can measure, they think, some people, that you can measure an angle from one horizontal to the other horizontal, right? There would be an angle there to measure.
Wouldn't the slope then be horizontal? Because you would just change the cardinal orientation.
Horizontals don't slope, though. That was the point that we were making. Like you imagine that from A to B, that is horizontal, and the midpoint is also horizontal. But the guy earlier said that the horizontal would shoot above. The horizontal from A shoots above B, and the horizontal from B shoots above A, which would mean that you could measure an angle in between one and the other, which that would be an angle from a horizontal to a horizontal, which sounds ridiculous.
What are you basing the original horizontal off?
Do you mean a horizontal point?
Well, is there any such thing as a horizontal point?
Nope.
Like the ending and starting point denoting a line?
Yeah, from A to B. Could you have that line from A to B, the shortest distance? Could that be horizontal?
Nope.
See, why? I think you can. I think you can have a horizontal from A to B.
Depending on what perspective you're in, because you still don't have the fundamental reference point. We're dealing with the A to B as a horizontal, which means it has to be flat, 0 degrees, right?
It's a straight line.
Yeah, it's a straight line, but we don't know. As soon as it slopes on the outer realm, we don't know.
What if the demiurge is just tricking you to think all of this stuff is real? He's telling you this is what it is. This is what it is.
We don't have any reference point. All we've got is
you have tools that establish horizontal planes of reference. That's your reference points.
Yeah, we're dealing with the universe, like what's on the flat Earth. But when you zoom out and you go, what makes that?
Yeah, we're only dealing with what we can deal with in reality, right? That's all we're talking about. Point A and point B. Okay. Keep them within reality.
Okay.
And then you can keep your understanding of them within reality.
But it's a bit scary to know that we have no real idea whether that is truly flat.
Well, we do know about what a horizontal is, right?
But all we know is that could be because of the magnetism, which is bullshit, obviously, and then other factors that we don't know about. But ultimately, you're saying this tool can measure the flatness of everything.
Well, no, not flatness. No. Equal elevation. We call it horizontal with zero slope. Yeah.
Horizontal, I mean, yeah. So put all your trust in that, I guess. But I feel
they build buildings using horizontal and vertical, and the relationship between them perpendicular.
Yeah, like the utility-wise, it's absolutely amazing. But when it comes down to the crux of it, we wouldn't. I would imagine. I guess I've got that global Earth theory, but like as a reference point to what is up and what is down, to dictate if it's a truly horizontal line. I mean, like truly, we would never really truly know.
Well, we do. We measure it on the vertical, right?
Yeah, but we're only basing it on this planet, on this. Yeah,
just in reality. Yeah. We are measuring these things in reality, scale 1-to-1, like real scale. That's what we do.
Yeah, maybe I zoomed out a little bit too much there. Doesn't really. It's trivial, really. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I agree. You can't measure a horizontal to a horizontal, and it definitely won't be higher. It's not a horizontal anymore.
But if you go in from 2 points of equal altitude, right, in the air, 2 points, then the shortest distance between those 2 points would be a straight line. And since they have an equal altitude, therefore there would be no slope. So that straight line, the shortest distance between those 2 points at an equal altitude, will be considered as a horizontal. Surely.
If it doesn't widen between each other.
The 2 points have already been established at an equal altitude. But they can't widen. They're just the shortest distance between those 2 points would be a measured distance, a straight line distance. And that would be the scale 1-to-1 that's represented on a map. That's how we can make maps in reality.
I think it appears flat as you become, if you look at it in a micro level from a huge, humongous, hypothetically a globe. If your
a straight line.
Small, it looks like it was pretty much a straight line. If the globe is big enough, it could perhaps give you the illusion of that, whether you have the tools or not. But it's going to be flat in the circumference of the ratio of what you're looking at. With your and the whole seismicality of it all. Like you're just going to be the tiniest, minute fraction of that circle. Of course, it's going to look flat.
You could call it horizontal. All right. A straight line with zero slope.
That might be zero slope. Yeah. But it would be like 0.000001. Like yeah. Very, very basic information, but when I think about it, it's like if we can map the straight line for what we see, and it is straight, therefore how could it in any form curve? But I don't know.
Why would you want it to curve? It's a straight line.
Well, I'm just playing with the argument of NASA and every other every other mainstream programming.
I don't think there's any argument about a straight line, is there?
Well, no.
I'm not aware of anybody.
We would definitely say stuff just to make things a utility, but doesn't mean it's necessarily true. So we say straight lines for what we conceive as a straight line, which is to us is the perfect straight line, which is equal elevation, straight, whatever.
No, just parallel. The shortest distance between 2 points.
Oh, right.
That's a straight line in reality, right?
Yeah.
Measurable as such.
Measurable as such to how we can do that.
But there would be no shorter distance than the straight line, would there? It being the shortest distance between 2 points.
I don't know, man.
I know it gets complicated because some guy said earlier that level was a shorter distance than the horizontal, which will really do your head in trying to imagine that sort of stuff.
What did he say? He said the horizontal.
He said that level was a shorter distance than the horizontal.
Yeah, I don't see how that be possible.
It's not really worth even thinking about. Really. It's just because some guy who obviously a little bit crazy, said something that nobody can even comprehend. It's that ridiculous. Can't even imagine why he said it.
Well, it springs something out of it. I've got elusive elements that I have to read, and I'm now my head's fried thinking about.
Yeah, the elements isn't much of a read. It's more of a practical experience.
Trust me, dude. I need it. I already know I need it. I need to refresh on the basic fundamentals, I think.
Back to first principles, always the best place to go if you're feeling a little bit troubled. Steady your foundations.
But so, okay, this is going to be a little bit crazy because it is the flat Earth. But trust me, it'd be relevant. Do you believe in life after death, or do you care that there's life after death?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Epohe, my brother.
If you hypothetically did know that there was no life after death, would you still get yourself caught up in the truth and not delve in the sensation of ignorance? Like,
that's where epohe comes in to help, I think, because it's irrelevant because you cannot know those certain things. Once you know that you cannot know certain things, you can release dogma, and I would say that is some sort of a self-imposed dogma that you're putting your own mind through.
I guess
it depends whether you're willing to trust another, right? Whatever that other may be.
Yeah. It's sort of like when you start to unravel whatever perception of a worldview you have, and especially if you go down to something as crazy as thinking everything's a big fat lie. You'd have to think, oh no, maybe not. Maybe it's just the human utility of not knowing that actually makes you want to pursue such endeavors.
Well, there's a problem in your statement, right? Because if you think everything's a lie, then that statement that you've just made also has to be a lie, which means there's truth.
Well, yeah. But I over-exaggerated that, sorry. But, the main principles that you thought were real.
Why you focus on the lie, though, if you know that there's truth? Why focus on the lie?
That's true.
You want to focus on finding the truth? Surely that's where you gain.
I guess you have no option. Once you find, you naturally go towards it. But there's a lot of people who are just so ignorant, like such as myself, and I like the basic necessities compared to what our ancestors had, like whatever. But I know deep down that it's not going to turn out the consequences. Just even if I don't believe in, I can't help but believe in the bloody Western culture, Christianity, and all that sort of bled into my head. But if hypothetically there was, it makes me think like, fuck, maybe I should somehow walk on that thin line that I've just made up for myself. I don't know. Tricky one.
Well, like you were saying, you need the elements. I think it used to be taught in the schools years ago, and they used to teach it because it gave the students a sense that there is this other, right? There's another guide, because the proofs within this mathematics or geometry is so self-evident that you have to believe there's something there guiding, right? That's why they used to use it within the schools. Not only was it a system of finding proofs and teaching logic, but it was also giving you a sense of there's a higher power, right, that governs this sort of stuff. Yeah, you may find that in the book too.
Yeah, just by looking at the artwork alone, man. Like, never judge a book by its cover, but I can kind of see some depth there when it comes to purpose and stuff. But that's cool. I think that's really important, you know. I admit, like, I'm searching for that sort of energy.
And if you're after like a true one as well, don't get a modern version. Go back and get like a 1800s school textbook. Smell it, right? Go back to that time.
Yeah, well, it's important. I will if I can, but
yeah, there's not so many of them around.
Oh, I wouldn't expect that, but like that would be really cool. Oh, damn.
Something you should have in your book collection, right? Just to impress your friends, anyway.
Yeah, it would look nice, you know. I wear glasses too, so it was really deceiving. But definitely, I don't know. I have trust issues with later editions, so like, you reckon it's all sound from your end with the modern versus the 1840 one, whatever?
Yeah, I go for Todd Hunter. If you can get a Todd Hunter version, but there are, you know, there's old books. Some of them, if you go back and get the really old ones, they, you know, wrote in an oldie worldy type way, but because it's logic, it's not changed much.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Still kind of universal in a sense. So I was thinking, I don't want to get caught up in that shit, but depending on the way it's written, it might be an easier way to do it with the modern way.
That's why I say, if you go back and get the old, because they're school textbooks and they're wrote in a way to aid a student, right? And if you're coming into this, that's the best way for you to go into it.
Definitely cool.
I think I'm going to have to get going. I think she wants to go out. So, been nice chatting, Gus. It's been a good morning.
Yeah, thanks for coming around, Bev.
Thanks for your involvement. Catch you later.
Eggshells wants me to fuck off because he said gyros prove Earth spin, and I said, can I have the mechanical drawing of one so I can see how it works? And he told me to fuck off because he doesn't know who I am. That's what he said. So gyros prove Earth spin, but I can't have a drawing to see how one works so I can actually build one myself. And he's afraid of that because he knows I can do all that shit. So
you can build a mechanical gyro compass yourself. Press X. Where's my X button on my keyboard? I'm pressing X right now to doubt that you can build a mechanical gyro compass.
Why? What's so special about it?
It's not so much the gyro compass, it's more you. I just don't think you could do that. You don't seem like somebody who would be able to do that.
Wow.
Shots fired.
I could like, if I met somebody who absolutely bowled me over in terms of their ability to 3D print and machine metal and work on circuits and stuff like that, I would still be like, it's very unlikely you can build a mechanical gyro compass by yourself. But particularly somebody who thinks the best way to start is to get somebody else to get them the plans. Like, if they have so little drive to figure out how to build one that they won't even do the step one of Google for some plans, then they lack the fundamental skills that are going to be required for the far trickier steps of building a fucking mechanical gyro compass. I think you stumbled at the first. It was virtually a slippery slope. Like, it was just copy those words out of Discord and put them into YouTube, you know.
Yeah,
would
you believe him if he was a NASA employee?
Do you think I don't
believe him if he worked for NASA?
Well, about whether he could build a gyro compass, like, I think somebody at NASA, I might believe them if they.
Yeah, so you trust the authority. You don't trust him because you think he's a dirty flat earther. That's why.
No, it's just if somebody seems competent to build a mechanical gyro compass.
I don't own
the tools to do that? You think I don't own a lathe? Do you know what a lathe is?
Of course, I know what a lathe is.
Okay,
do
you know what a mill is? Do you know what a mill is? Do you know what a mill
Huh?
is? Do you know what a mill
means
is?
quite a few different things. Sometimes it usually means something that does some subtractive process to metal.
Okay, so you really don't know what these machines do. So anyway,
Well,
I have them.
I can build
I
a
have them, and I
mechanical
can
gyro
build
compass. I
that
also just don't
mechanical
think
gyro
you can.
compass. So you keep saying I can't. You won't post me a drawing to build one.
Exactly. This is the issue, right? You're like, when I give you these plans, you will have to do months of like sourcing and research.
No, I just go to work and grab the metal and some tools and start making the thing.
Is it going to be? You're going to build one.
That's a tiny device compared to some machines that I built in the past. So you think that is something special that only certain people can make?
Well, I just think that somebody who can't even Google for themselves has probably not got quite the right drive. It's not even about the skills. I just don't think you would do it.
I'm just proving you don't know what you're talking about when I'm asking for a mechanical drawing.
Well, I mean, I provided like a bunch of different things, including schematics,
videos, pictures of them. How am I going to build something from a picture?
Well, I mean, it sounds like what you're asking for, man. What do you want? What would it look like?
Specs for each little tiny part, all the dimensions of it, how it goes together, what screws you're using, etc., etc.
Okay, but you need somebody other than you to do that, to pick it, to do all that bit.
For me to make a copy of the one in the print, yeah, I need the print to make one that's in the print. I need the print.
So you basically do want me to like chew up your food for you and spit it into your mouth, but you're still going to actually have to build a gyro compass. So you're so bad at finding things that literally the easiest step in this whole process, this process ahead of you is going to take decades, man. And literally the easiest step has to be
what takes decades?
Plans. Well, this plan you're on that you're going to single-handed build a mechanical gyro.
Why do you think
it's epic? It's exciting.
Do you think it takes a team of people?
Well, I think that's how they've happened in the past. Yeah. Like, I'm sure the first ones were pretty basic, but I mean, I think.
Dude, I'm looking at a homemade one right now on YouTube by David Cambridge.
A mechanical gyro compass, not a mechanical gyroscope.
No, a gimbal lock and an irritable guidance gyroscope.
Right, so not a mechanical gyro compass. So it's not the right device. Yeah, I think you could maybe start there actually, mate. Get yourself a spinning, like a standard kid's toy gyro and see what you can do to get, because that's
draw it out for me. Draw it out for me and I'll make it.
I've got to draw it out for you, right? Do I have to send you the parts as well? Do you want me to make?
No, I'm going to make the parts. I want them to be correct.
Click together.
I will make the parts so that they are correct.
Do you want
I'll make the parts so they are correct.
Right, but don't you want me to make those for you too? If I'm going to be doing getting all of the plans for you, shouldn't I just actually just get the pieces, the bits as well, source the whole thing?
Can you tell me how come a ship's compass doesn't do a complete 360 and flip upside down when it's sitting in port?
That really debunked the person who you were talking to, whoever that was. You nailed them. Fucking their ass is to the wall.
That was your posting, and I read through your posting, and that was in it. So
what was in it? Did they
that
flip
question
upside down in the port?
Yeah.
So you like?
So are you saying?
Yeah. So ship's compass. Since when you're on the sea, go from side to side. The ship compass keeps itself upright. So if the Earth is spinning and you're sitting in port, eventually that thing you should be looking at the bottom of it at night, and then by morning it should come back to being flat again, right? Because it should flip upside down with the rotation of the Earth. Or does it only rotate one direction?
That is among the dumbest things I think I've heard in quite a while, and I come here often.
Dude, you act different here, though. I see that now. Very different here than anywhere else.
I know with idiots like him. Like we could have a nice chat, Shane, but why it would flip upside down? It's like a plate, right? You realize it's a plate.
Well, first, bro. With
north, south, east, west, and all degrees on it, with like a crosshair. What do you mean? Wouldn't it flip upside down? And it's in port. Like what you're saying is, I read your article which was a Britannica explaining how the gyro compass works.
Does this stay horizontal when it's in waves? When it's waves,
and I read the comments from the uneducated. And I read the comments from the uneducated people who didn't know how it worked.
Gyro.
Misunderstanding how it works.
Stay horizontal.
Jesus Christ.
I'll just mute him. Anyway, does the ship's compass, gyro compass, stay horizontal when the ship is rocking?
Huh? The whole thing usually sits on a gimbal.
Oh, all right, perfect. So if we go into port and then we wait 24, we'll wait 12 hours halfway around. It should be upside down. We should be looking at the bottom of it because it's still trying to keep that position. It's a gyroscope.
Can you wait till you're done eating to bring this topic up?
Sorry, I'll stop.
If you need to sober up, please do.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
It's because you tend to get kind of belligerent around this hour all the time when you're with us. You've been up a while. You've probably had a few drinks, and you end up usually getting banned.
Had some exercise. Just trying to make clear what the mechanical gyro compass is. He seems to think it would be hovering upside down like it's in.
My question makes perfect sense.
Well, so I've got a gyro compass manual from Northrop Grumman that they build for Navy ships and big merchant marine vessels. And the instruction manual says you have to manually enter your geographic position first, or use a GPS as a slave device, or get it initially set using a magnetic compass and correcting for declination.
No, that last bit.
So it doesn't really north seek on its own. That's the claim.
Yes, it does.
Many people claim this, and it's not reliably demonstrated.
Demonstrated? Well, I mean, that's what they are built for.
It's a big, tall, like a fish tail that sailors tell.
Multiple thousand, like tens of $1,000 bit of device on every
Thanks
ship.
for finding that, Amish, because that's what I was looking for. I wanted to see how they worked. I already said in the article that somebody asked, "What are the other devices?" And nobody would answer. Nobody would answer the question.
Yeah, and that's not the only thing I got. I got other manuals, and I got presentations from merchant marines, like the Norwegian Institute and Indonesian Institute, and all these presentations for navigators showing that you can't trust the gyro compass to seek north on its own. You need to manually enter the information in first. You need to calibrate it manually, or have the calibration fed electronically from slave devices.
It requires calibration if it's moving, if it's changing latitudes. It sometimes gets a little bit out of whack.
So once you program it to calibrate to north, then you can move all around with it.
Wait.
It stays fixed.
Not quite. No, it's not quite right.
Yeah, that's how it says it works. We can post a I don't know why you're in denial. This information's been posted in the gyro section of our home server.
Because I can explain to you what that's saying, because I've talked to a chap who has them out in his garage, and he's dealt with this one before.
Yeah, we have too, like dozens of these people.
Yeah, but
like Prototad and others, right? Yeah.
He usually talks about celestial navigation. IB Hunter's the one that's got these in his garage, and he'll show them to you.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, it's not reliable. He says it takes like 4 hours, and the oscillation produces an error rate that's greater than a possible north reading.
Got bad.
He shows the degree drift that's like 0.02 degree drift, and he's like, "Oh, see, it drifted north."
It's got bad bearings.
This is just a Gish Gallop. Can we take one of these points and we'll?
You brought up IB Hunter. I'm talking about his video. This is on point.
Somebody wants to talk about it, but it just seems like you want to make one point, and then I'm like, great, let's discuss.
Are you crying, dude?
I don't know, man. That sounded.
Discuss one of these points.
You just met some intelligence. Is that what happened?
That sounded like a lot.
Bring up IB Hunter's video. Let's talk about it and how the drift error is bigger than the magnitude of measurement you need.
Dude, Amish is a beast.
Is Shane?
I haven't heard Amish speak before, first of all. And Eggshells have been talking to me about this for 2 weeks, and you just went through like 7 things that I was like, oh, really? It changes at latitude. You have to be entered. Has to be GPS. Really? All that you already knew?
You don't have to GPS. There are things. So if it's on, can you get it to point north? Yes, you should sometimes be checking it to check that it points. It's pointing due north. And if you're changing latitudes, there's a thing where, like, you set it at the first one and you click as you go across latitudes, because the angular rotation is the same, but the amount, like the not the timing. What is it? Something about the rotation changes. Sure, it's a very precise device, but there is nothing in it. You can face the plate any direction and spin it up,
and it'll still be
calibrated. It'll point due north. It won't be within 2 degrees. If it's within 2 degrees, you'd be taking that one back to port, and you'd go.
It's like you've never seen this before. When a so-called gyro compass is north seeking on its own, it wobbles like 180 degrees left and right and left and right.
No, it doesn't. That's just
yeah, it does.
Well, Jesse's
they say it takes like 4 hours for it to settle, and it's corrected and pushed and nudged to north the entire way.
Right. I thought you meant when it was in normal operation. Sure. When you first spin it up, depending on the device, because there's damping and all sorts of stuff that can reduce this, because it kind of processes. Yeah, what you're saying is right. Where like if you don't already set it towards north anyway, which sometimes people will do, they'll just like already set it towards.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
there are about 13 errors in these things that we have listed out.
Right, but I'm happy to explain it to you.
All 13 errors.
If you're willing to listen. Well, I mean, one at a time, hopefully.
Yeah, let's go through all 13 of them and why you have to manually input north.
I'm really trying to. I'm working my best to try and explain it to you. So you can.
I've explained it to you. I mean, I don't think you understand our relationship here,
Tal. Do you want
Tal.
me to explain it? It sounds like you.
I educated you. You don't have to educate me on what I already told you about.
I can tell you what I already know.
I already told you all this stuff.
Google this. I can explain.
Steaming and drift. I know all about it. So why don't you talk?
It sounds like you don't. It sounds like you've just done a skim read of something, and I can tell you the truth.
No, it's research I contributed to the community.
Thank you for offering to let me talk.
No,
the device you will speed up its lock if you already point it north, or sometimes like there are dampers and things that you can.
Oh, you're doing a great job there, Eggs.
Yeah, nice excuse.
Can speed up how it finds north, but if you don't know which way north is, you can turn it on, and then yes, it will bounce back and forth for a while. But the core point is this: eventually, a properly calibrated device will find exactly due north.
Why do you have to calibrate
How
it?
does it do that?
Why do you have to calibrate it?
What? Tell me a precise device that doesn't need calibration.
I thought it was self-calibrating, ding dong. You said it was self-calibrating, ding dong.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So, okay. So it's not self-calibrating. Thanks. Next.
Well, I mean,
next.
No,
you conceded. Next.
Now, hold on. Yeah, he doesn't know how to stop. So, has he told you how his assumption is a proof of the evidence that the Earth is a globe? His assumption that the gyro. Ask him what the gyro compass has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. Ask him that, or rotation, because he likes to come in here and talk about his assumption. He's not talking about how it relates to the Earth. So he's just telling you about a gyro compass and how it works, and it's like that's his end point, is just to tell you about a gyro compass. But he doesn't tell you what relation to that and the Earth it has to do with. So watch.
Yeah, that's a higher level of abstraction, Miggy, and that's perfectly valid and really gets to the heart of the matter.
I mean, Amish got
go ahead, Eggshells.
But
no, we're not getting to the point. So just answer. What does your assumption about the gyro compass have to do with the Earth? We'll do this roundabout until you get tired.
Works is by aligning with the axis of the rotation of Earth.
There you go. Say it again, because you were muted.
The way it works is it aligns with the axis of rotation of Earth.
The rotation of the Earth. Right, yeah. So wait, GBG. So the rotation of the Earth, that's what you're saying it's aligning to, right?
Yeah, that's how it works. That's what it works
That's your claim. That's your claim. Now I need to know how you know that is true. Go ahead.
The reason I'm confident that it's true is because that's what the device says it does. It works on basic physics.
No. The device.
I'm still going, man. If that's a.
No, it's not okay. The device doesn't have lips. You just anthropomorphized a device. You can't do that. It don't have lips. It doesn't tell you anything. All right. So I need to know how you discovered that your gyro compass is reading anything about the Earth's rotation, and how you correlate and you know that the Earth's rotating underneath our feet. Go ahead.
Well, a simple place to start would just be to say, can gyros detect rotation? And I think the answer is yes. Do you think the answer is yes?
Can gyros detect rotation?
Yeah.
Yep, I would say that if you're in an airplane, let's just use the airplane example like you did before. if you're in an airplane and you're going to do a barrel roll, it keeps level so that if you know the airplane tilts one way or the other, it will be able to tell you to stay level. Correct?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, and really useful
All
for
right.
whiteout conditions or going up and coming back down through clouds. If
Yeah,
you can get turned around.
it's a useful device. Let's just agree on that. It's useful.
Yeah.
All right. Now that we agree on that, right? How do you know that the Earth's rotating underneath the gyro? Go.
It detects a rotation.
No,
Well, we just
no.
okay. So we did say that gyros
because-
detect rotation, didn't we?
Yeah, but we're talking about an airplane, and we know how an airplane works. So we're not talking about an airplane,
I'm not
though.
talking about an airplane.
See, the airplane when it does a barrel roll, we know that it's doing that. All of us do. We know because on the one hand, you're inside of the plane, and you know that you're doing a barrel roll as a pilot. On the other hand, you're on the outside of the plane, seeing the plane do a barrel roll. So you can do a lot of things to observe the plane in motion doing a barrel roll. Now, let's use the Earth in that example, right? Let's try to compare. Well, we're on the Earth, right? We don't know we're doing a barrel roll on the Earth. So that's number one. We don't know that. Number two, we don't observe that. Wow, shocker, eggshells. So now, how are we going to use that gyro compass to do what I just said that we could do with the plane? Can you explain, eggshells?
No, I've got no idea why we're still talking about the plane.
Ah,
I think
interesting.
gyroscopes measure rotation.
Yeah, you're feigning ignorance. I like it because it just shows that your argument is garbage, and you keep using this garbage argument.
It measures rotation. It detects rotation and
Yeah,
aligns with it.
but
It's
like
pretty
like
simple.
the airplane. Yeah, like the airplane, right? So
why are you talking about an airplane though? It seems
so
weird to keep
so
jumping
because
back
it
to
was
the
the
airplane.
example. It was the example. You agreed with me, did you not, eggshells? You agreed with me. All right, so we agreed that you can detect that if something's moving, like like an airplane, doing a barrel roll. We know that you're gonna hold the gyro's gonna hold level flight, or at least it'll tell you if you're spinning. Because you know.
Sure.
Okay.
And would you say?
So we're gonna move.
While
We're gonna
we're on
move.
this plane doing a barrel roll?
No.
I'm not allowed to talk, am I? Okay. Sorry.
No. We're gonna move from there. We're gonna move from the plane. We're gonna move from the plane to the Earth. Now we're on the Earth. So how do we know we're doing a barrel roll on the Earth, as in the Earth's rotating? Because we don't detect. We don't see it.
Same as on the.
We don't see it. We don't see it.
Yeah, we do.
So
Same as on the plane,
we don't see it. All right. So now, on top of we don't
Same
see
as on the
it,
plane.
right? We don't know. Where do we see the Earth rotating? Go ahead, tell me.
Thank you. I thought you might. Yeah, I just thought rather than going back and forth, we could do
Go
that.
ahead.
That's a good one.
Go ahead.
So what would the Earth look like? Let's say you're sitting in the passenger seat.
Where
got,
do
like,
we see the
co-pilot.
Earth
Yeah, I'm
rotation?
trying to get you there, man.
Where do we see it? No, you're not.
Sounds like
Get
you
there
don't want me
now.
to.
Where do we
Sure.
see the Earth rotation?
If you're
Where?
sitting in the plane, and the plane starts doing a barrel roll, what do you see out the front window? Describe it, please.
Everything's moving around. Everything's moving around.
Spinning around a central point, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So everything in the world is spinning around a central point, and depending on which way you're doing a barrel roll, that will be clockwise, let's say, or counterclockwise.
Okay.
But let's say it's clockwise. And if you look behind you, that will definitely be counterclockwise, directly that other way. So you would have one visual cue that maybe the Earth is spinning around the plane, or maybe the plane's spinning around in the Earth. in the air.
Right. But you won't know, right?
So
But you
visual.
Okay.
No, you won't know. You won't know. But
Okay,
but if you had a gyro on that plane,
No,
the gyro would
that
do
doesn't.
what? What do gyros
no,
do?
the
What are
gyro-
gyros' jobs? What
It
do they
holds
do?
level, so that it holds rigidity in space. We all know that. That's what a gyro does. So that if you do a barrel roll, it will keep you you'll be able to go back to level again because it holds that rigidity.
That's
So-
right. Yeah.
So we
Detects
know,
rotation.
so we know this. So that if you're doing a barrel roll, right, you'll know where to go back to level again.
Yep.
All right. So we understand that the gyro compass is understood. So
Well, no,
we are
that's just
on
a
the Earth,
gyroscope.
right? Listen, we're on the Earth, and you're saying you're using a gyro compass, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
don't have one.
So how do we know? How do we know on the Earth that we're in motion? Just by the gyro compass.
Well, like on the plane, you look and you go, do I see a central point of rotation that's going clockwise? And you do. And you go,
Where?
Interesting.
Hey, Alpha, yeah. Hold on 1 second. I got to tell you something. He just agreed to something he laughed at with me. I said if a ship is sitting in port, so technically it's doing a barrel roll every 24 hours. We should see the bottom of that compass at 12-hour mark. And he just said it works in a plane, but not on ships.
Yeah, because one's a gyro,
Really?
gyro compass. Yeah, because they're using gyroscopic forces to do different things. It's pretty obvious.
All right,
I feel like it's pretty simple.
Eggshells, go ahead. Continue with your observation of how the Earth, we're using a gyro compass, we're making our observation. Right. What are we looking at? Tell me what we're looking at.
What do you want to look at? Do you want to look at how the gyro
works?
Well,
you said you said we have a gyro compass. I'm going to tell you, Eggshells, we're inside of an airplane. We got a gyro compass, and we know that when we do a barrel roll,
on an airplane?
Dude, this is your example. No, you said you use a gyro compass on a plane. When you do a barrel roll, did you lose the plot?
No. You use a gyroscope to do a barrel roll. But gyroscope will maintain its orientation or tell you about changes to your orientation. And you have a gyroscope on a plane, which is like a heading indicator kind of thing, that will show you what straight and level is.
All right.
If you do a barrel roll, that's a gyro, but gyro compass isn't that thing. Gyro compass is to align with north and south.
Okay, so aligning with north and south. So how do we use that on an airplane?
I don't know why you would, but I mean, you could use it to find north.
Okay, so you're talking about a gyro compass, not a gyroscope? A mechanical. You were using a mechanical
compass the whole time.
Yeah, you were using a mechanical gyro as your example, right?
Yeah, I was using gyroscopic forces as a principle because it works off.
All right, so a mechanical gyro was your example, yes or no?
Yeah, that's what it's been from the start.
Okay, so then that's what I'm going off of. Your mechanical gyro. That's what we're talking about.
Mechanical gyro compass or mechanical gyro.
Oh, so it doesn't matter, right?
It does. Yeah, because they do different things.
So what are listen, machines. Man. All right, so which one are we using? Stop laughing. Just tell me which one we're using.
Mechanical gyro compass.
All right, mechanical gyro compass.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what example are we going to use? Are we going to be on some type of moving vehicle?
Boat, large. The most common.
Oh, we're going to a boat now, not a plane anymore. We're going to a boat.
You brought in the plane, man. I kept saying I don't know why we're talking about planes, but I mean I showed you how you do rotation.
So on a boat,
Right.
That's
so
fine. On a boat, what are we doing?
Navigating like it's merchant navy, right? You're shipping cargo ship or something, oil tank or something like that, driving tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons maybe across the earth, and you want to know at any point in time what is due north-south. You want a very, very precise compass because they've got a magnetic one as well, but they've got to keep up with the declination. Declination changes, and sometimes they might have ferrous, like magnetic kinds of loads, and Mechanical gyro compass is much more precise. So there's this device that uses this principle that does make sense to me. I can explain it to you if you want. That because gyros measure rotation, detect rotation.
No doubt, dude. Just get to point A to point B pretty quick, dude. Let's skip the commentary. Let's skip the cliff notes. Let's go right to the heart. Like, tell me what you want to tell me.
The axis of the rotation of Earth. That's how it works. That's how it points.
Okay, well that's a logical leap. That's a logical leap.
Sure. Where's the leap?
Well then,
help me see where I've gone wrong.
It's simple. You're telling me that the Earth is in motion because of the Earth in motion, this gyro compass is working the way it does, right?
I'm saying the Earth isn't stationary.
Now, did you hear what I said?
Like this if the Earth is, I'm correct.
Okay, so don't rearrange my words, eggshells.
No, but you're telling me what I'm saying, right? I'm not rearranging your words. If you start with so you're saying,
is the Earth moving?
I think this
is the Earth moving. Are you going to answer my question? Is the Earth moving?
It looks like the Earth's moving, yeah. It looks like this disproves.
It looks like it. What do you see? Okay, it looks like it. Where's your observation at? What are you in Italy, Mexico? Are we going to Canada? Where are we seeing?
I'm mostly looking at. I'm trying to get you to look at the mechanical gyro compass.
You're looking at a device. You're looking at a device and declaring that the Earth is doing something. Now that's wrong, isn't it?
No,
I
no,
look
that
at a
sounds
device
like
and
that sounds
automatically
like
declare the Earth is doing something.
sure. I mean,
Yeah,
isn't that
that's
how
what you're
you
doing.
measure virtually anything? You look at a theodolite, you look at a photo
No,
of the
no,
black
no, no, no,
swan,
no.
you look through a
Wrong. No.
sextant, and you
You
don't
want
use
to
a
do it louder?
device.
Wrong.
What's wrong with
No,
device?
that's wrong. That's wrong. That is
Okay.
just
Something wrong
wrong.
with using
No,
devices now.
no, nothing's wrong with using devices, but your premise is faulty. You can't
What's the
start off with
premise?
saying, "I looked at no." Listen, I looked at a device, therefore I know the concluding premise is true. So if I seen my device and I say, "Okay, all I gotta do is look at a device and then tell you that something's happening," why can't I just make the observation of something happening and then use a device to then establish a solidified point that the device is doing something that I see happening in nature? Why can't I do that?
It sounds like you're saying, why can't I look at something else? I mean, you can look at whatever you want.
No, I'm telling not something else. The Earth is doing something. Then I'm
Right.
looking at something that the Earth is doing, and then
Yeah,
I'm using a device to then test.
Well, I'm pointing at the device, and it sounds like you're being like, "Can I look anywhere but the device?" Sure, man. If you want to avoid looking at the device, you can
Yeah,
avoid
but
looking
we're
at the
not
device.
we're not talking. You're trying to establish your foundation for the premise of your argument from looking at a device, and we don't do that.
Well,
We
I'm just
actually
saying this
establish.
device works on really basic principles that make sense.
Yeah,
That
so
you can
what?
test yourself.
The observation.
That
The
okay. So
observation.
the
The
challenge on the table
observation.
is this. The challenge
Yeah,
on the
no,
table
it's
is
not a
this.
challenge. No,
How
it's
does
not.
it
No, it's not.
find?
We're not
You
looking at
don't want to
nature.
hear a
Nope,
challenge.
we're not looking at nature. I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
we're not looking at nature, Chills.
Run,
You're not going
run
to
hard.
continue because, and no, you're not going to
Getting some
continue.
cardio,
In the
man.
first
Running this
instance,
hard from
yeah,
discussing it.
because we're not looking at nature. You're trying to obfuscate from the point of having to look at something in nature and then going to the device and saying, because we see this in nature, we're going to use a device to try to find out if this thing is causing the effect. You're not doing that.
I don't know what
You're
you're
just
talking about,
looking
man. That's
at the
not what I'm
device.
doing.
You're looking at the device. You're looking at the device and then making a declaration of what's happening. We don't do that. You do.
That's a straw
That's
man of
you.
my argument. That's not my argument. Do you
I'm
want to try and
sorry, but
steel
okay,
man
so
my
tell me.
argument? Can you steel
Tell
man
me
it?
where I went wrong. You're looking at your device and then saying the Earth is moving.
No.
Oh, because of my device,
No,
the Earth is
wrong.
moving.
Wrong.
Well, then tell me how it works.
There is a device that, by detecting and aligning with the rotation of the Earth, disproves.
Yeah, your declaration.
Disproves.
Your declaration.
Disproves.
That's your declaration.
The possibility of a flat,
No,
stationary Earth.
no,
Says the Earth.
no,
It doesn't say anything
no.
about flat. Sorry.
No.
Says the Earth cannot be stationary.
No, sorry, no.
Okay.
You
It's a
made a
contrapositive.
declaration
It's
at
a
the very
contrapositive.
beginning. You're no,
So I made a
because the beginning
declaration.
of your
So
statement.
declaring what I
Yeah.
think is now immediately bunk. Now you cannot even listen to people
Yeah,
telling you what they think.
you just finished
make
saying you
a
just
declaration.
declared that the Earth is in motion. You just said that the Earth's in
That's-
motion. It's moving.
Sure, I can put it any way you want, man. You can do anything you want.
Yeah,
but
you can
running
do
from
it.
the
You can
just
do it any
discussing
way I
the
want.
physics of this.
But
How
you
does
can
the
do it
device?
any way I
How does
want. But I'm only
Here's the
telling you
problem
how
Flat
you
Earth has
said it.
got. Here's the
No,
problem
I don't
Flat
want to
Earthers
hear
got
what
with
flat
this
earthers
device.
got. No, we're not going to hear what
You
flat
don't wanna hear
earthers
about-
got. We're not going to hear what flat earthers got. We want to know how you looked at a device and just declared that the Earth is in motion, because that's what you said at the beginning of your argument. That's what you said. You said, I looked at my device because it's measuring the axis rotation. What? You don't even know that. You're just declaring that it's in axial rotation. You don't know that it's moving. How'd you establish that? You didn't do any naturally observed phenomena of the Earth spinning around. So how are you going to end up with the concluding idea that it is? Oh, I just started with that as an assumption. Then we're going to say, because of my assumption, I looked at a device, and yeah, voila, the Earth is in motion. There you go. That's how you find out. I just got to make an assumption. That's the first thing I got to do. And then use a device to then reify my assumption. That's pretty easy, huh? What do you think about that, Eggshells? Isn't that easy? All you got to do is declare
It
things
sounds
and then
to me-
reify it by a device.
It sounds to me like you want me to prove my case before I'm allowed to present my case. I need to show
No,
that the Earth is
I
in
want
motion
you to-
before I can present to you.
Yeah, I need you to make the observation of the Earth in motion and then use your device to then tell me if it is or not. That's what I want you to do. Observe the Earth doing something and then come back with your device and say, oh, I saw the Earth doing something, but I used my device to then solidify my point that I know that it's in motion. But you're not doing that. You're saying, I have a device and the Earth is in motion, therefore it's measuring the motion and therefore the Earth is in motion. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, Eggshells. You're begging the question. You're trying to use the gyro to prove the rotation of the Earth, and then and then to prove that the gyro works, you're saying that the Earth is already moving.
No,
thank you, Luke.
This means you could, in theory, be correct, but for the wrong reasons, and you haven't proven the cause.
But you're asking me to prove my case before I can even make it. Like
Yeah,
you're going,
you kind of need to do.
like here's the I've observed the world. I've observed the world. Here's the observation I made. The observation I made is that because I've now travelled from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere continuously by motorbike, there is a south celestial pole and there is a north celestial pole, right? So that gives me an indication that there is an axis of rotation, and it is either rotating around us or we within it. So now I want to test that proposition. Is it stars rotating or is it me? So we get a gyro.
What are you testing?
And then the gyro
here we go.
is 15 degrees per hour.
Oh, quiet, you.
Raging globe boner.
You don't even know what you're saying. I got on a motorbike. Dude, what are you doing, man? Your arguments are getting worse and worse by the day. Like, you used to have a little bit better stance on what you would say, but now you just... I got on my motorbike, and I traveled in a different direction, and then I use a gyro compass, and voila, the Earth's spinning underneath the gyro compass. Isn't that easy, guys? Yeah, if you declare it, you can declare anything you want, dude.
Every time I eat pizza, I get full. I'm full. I had a pizza.
That's ridiculous. No, I said I see two celestial
It's the same logical
poles.
structure that you presented.
No, it's not.
That's what you're doing.
I see two celestial
It's
poles.
affirming the consequence.
Okay, Amish, if you see two celestial poles, if you did.
No, if you did. Look at this guy. You see how he starts his arguments? If you did.
I haven't. Okay, suppose I did. So what? Those are celestial poles, not terrestrial poles.
Sure. So how would you test that? That's the question. How do you then test that?
I would watch them spin in the sky.
We've already observed them spinning. Now, how do we... Now, to me, I want to build a test that could go prove me wrong. Basically, a test...
Prove me wrong. No,
okay. Just show me the data for this 15 degree per hour drift of gyro compasses. Show me the data. I don't want to see a YouTube video of a guy like IB Hunter showing this wobbly oscillation. Show me like a meta study. I want to see like 5 gyro compasses tested like 30 times each. I want to see the drift data. Nobody has this that I can find.
So you're making up.
Hold on. This is the minutia of the point. I don't think it's more macro because he's trying to argue the minutia. He wants to get you in the weeds about like how the ins and outs of it. Where
I know, Mickey. I know. I'm going there with him. You want to pull me out? I'll stay out of it.
Yeah, dude. It's smoke and mirrors. Like this is he loves the tap dance, man. It's the globe tap dance. So it all boils down to I make him squirm when I'm in here because he never answers the question. Where do you go and make this observation of the Earth doing whatever you say it's doing? You can't just stare at a device and say, well, you know what? The Earth's running like a bull, like a buffalo or something. Like, how are you looking at a device and then declaring the Earth is doing something, man? What you need to go and see the Earth doing the thing that you're doing, and then use the device to say, hey, wait a minute, we got a device, right? Because we saw the Earth moving around. So now what we're going to do is use this device to then tell us if it actually is or not. It's going to solidify our point. That's what that device is going to do. It's not going to give us the concluding idea that it is moving around just because we stare at it. Are you nuts? And then he gets on his motorbike and travels to a different location and says, well, I'm using this compass to go in a different direction in my motorbike, and therefore now I know the Earth's spinning. What is going on?
So when you access see the Earth rotating.
Yeah, like if you see the stars turning around 2 central points, that's the first question. If you agree with that, then I think the obvious next question is that me or is that the stars? Does anybody have a third option?
Yeah, so, okay, let's go from that. Go right there.
So it's either me or
if, without that, yeah, let's go.
Do you agree there's no third option?
Dude,
I'm telling you. The first question is, what are the stars?
Yeah. Like
to me, that's the first question.
Without going to
points
without
of light.
going
I don't need
to
to know
another.
what they are.
Oh shit, dude. We just wait. Without going to another idea, right? Logical leap. start to tell me how you make the connection from either the stars are moving or we're moving. I need you to say that right now, Eggshells. How did you make the logical leap that we're actually the ones moving? Now go from there.
It's a 50-50 shot. It's pretty simple. Either us or them. There's no third option you can think of, right? It's either we're spinning or those points of light are spinning. Done.
Well, we never saw Earth spin, so we shouldn't even suppose it unless...
Well, why not? Shouldn't it be 50% of the possibility? It's either all of that stuff or just us.
All right, so we start with the
If you don't put those at 50-50, then I'm being pretty... I'm already
No,
pretty
the chance it could be explained one way or another, but all of our observations that we have show only one. So the burden of proof, if you want to claim it's the other, then you better prove that.
You test it.
Yeah, we got like a saucer of water or stacked rocks at the beach showing no acceleration.
So you test.
We don't have any accelerometer that can show Earth rotating.
We've got gyros.
Exactly.
You're pointing at all the places that don't work, and I'm saying there is one right here that does. Why aren't we talking about it?
Yeah, but we're not.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Prove it.
Mechanical gyro compass doesn't work because you have to calibrate it. We're going to go back to that.
Show me the calibration procedure. Oh, you have to affirm the consequent.
I don't know how to the calibration procedure.
You have to plug in north.
The principle's simple. No,
you have to plug in north. It won't find it on its own. I'll claim that.
It won't find it on its own. Show something that says it won't find it on its own. Because that's the claim.
Prove it.
Okay. Oh, sure.
Prove it.
Okay. Do mechanical. I'm just going to ask.
Prove it.
Okay. You're just going to have to accept whatever I get because I've asked you for what proof would look like. Okay. Can
you have to accept.
It's your claim, dude. I don't have to. You want me to do your claim for you? Fine. Here's my Northrop Grumman gyro compass manual that says don't let it seek north.
No, I'm quite confident.
Okay. Well, here's a presentation from the Norwegian Sailing Institute that says gyro compasses are bad. Program it. Don't let it drift and seek north on its own.
Show us the Northrop Grumman.
Because it doesn't.
We can go through that one. I think it'll disagree with you. Let's go for it. Give us the link. You've got it right there.
No, go for it. No, you didn't make your observation of the Earth doing anything, and so you're just gonna run off and talk about how a gyro compass operates, and then from that whole spiel that you're gonna make everybody like mesmerized from, you're gonna then say, "Well, shit! Since the gyro compass is moving like this, we can safely assume that the Earth is moving around." Right, guys? And then everybody's going to be like, well, that's not right. You know, because you're not saying anything, bro. You're in with the same song and dance. And you're not giving us anything of how we can, we see the stars moving around. Everybody agrees with that. 50-50, whatever. But then how are you going to make the logical leap that it actually is moving? You got to see the damn thing move, don't you? And then say, well, shit, I did see the Earth move, from this vantage point or whatever. But did you do that? And where can we see this?
Meanwhile, the Sagnac effect doesn't pick up Earth rotation, right? That was the whole point. And debunks the claim that mechanical gyroscopes do.
Sagnac does pick it up. That's how.
Then what's the point of a Lorentz contraction then? Ding dong. What's a Lorentz contraction?
There we go.
Oh.
You're mixing.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's why you have to have the Lorentz contraction.
No, that you're missing.
He's in trouble.
Well, there's a Sagnac.
Yeah, you just contradicted yourself with the claim.
Do you want?
Because I can show you two different gyro compasses. I can show you one based off of lasers, and I can show you one that's mechanical. And they both produce different values, don't they? Huh? You got two different competing claims, but they should be producing the same phenomenon, and they don't.
I don't think. I'm not sure there are optical gyro compasses. There probably are, actually. I don't see why not.
It's 50.
You've never heard of a ring laser or fiber optic gyro? Jeez, damn, dude, those are Sagnac effect devices. Those are Sagnac effect devices, and Sagnac effect doesn't produce any Earth rotation.
But
and Michelson-Morley, oh gosh, that hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Michelson-Morley. That's the point I'm making. You're now mixing
teeny tiny little friend shift. Teeny tiny little friend shift, not Earth rotation. Ouch.
You just don't want to speak, do you? I can explain.
Oh, you're done. That's why. That's why you're done speaking.
I doubt you can explain. Actually,
I'm out.
Okay, I can. I can explain exactly what's wrong with this. So he knows.
No, we don't listen, but I'm out.
Can I rebut? Only if you want me to. You don't want me to.
Yeah, go ahead and rebut. I'm out. I'm listening, but I'm out.
Okay, cool. Good to hear that you're out, so that I can rebut it fully without being interrupted. So Michelson-Morley is attempting to detect linear motion. There is no known current method for detecting linear motion. Why that is, I'm not quite willing to hazard a guess. But linear movement from A to B cannot be detected by any known method. You have to have a reference point. You have to know these two objects. Now I know how fast they're moving in relation to one another. Arrows in general do is not that. They measure angular velocity. They measure change in orientation. So you're talking two completely different things. One does take into account Lorentz contraction, all of this idea about, speed of light and relativity and all of that. It's very confusing. And that's a Michelson-Morley attempting to detect linear motion.
But eggshells. First of all, Michelson-Morley detected motion, just not the full about it. And then they definitely detect linear motion because Wang did the Sag9 effect that was generalized in 2004, then proved it in 2011, and then also we just did a whole presentation on it, man.
Sure. So I mean, like I said, I'm not bothered by that because it's completely.
I'm not bothered by
it. You don't find north. Okay. Can you find north? Can you find north? Can you find north with this device that you claim can measure complete displacement? Because I'm talking about a device that finds north. Does this find north? No. So can we go back to the thing that finds north? That is the thing that I said would align with the axis of the Earth. That doesn't rely on sagging effect.
That's your declaration.
Sure.
That's your
okay.
declaration.
What makes you... So where do we get lost? If we start with do gyros measure rotation, we say yes. Do you think they would be able to or wouldn't be able to measure the Earth's rotation?
You're making it... That's your logical leap right there. You're saying that it's measuring... Yeah, I know, but you're making it sound like there's a dichotomy there. It's false. It's not measuring Earth's rotation because the idea of Earth's rotation, first of all, you have to see the naturally observed phenomena. Number one, that's the start. You don't go to the device. You don't go to the device and then make your declaration. You go to the observed phenomena of the Earth actually doing something, the cause of an effect. So, sure.
I feel like you're not answering my question, man.
But I feel like we're not doing that. I feel like we're doing whatever you think is your declaration. And that's what you think that your starting premise should be, is where we're going to be looking at the device and seeing what the device does, and then saying, well, it measures rotation, therefore the Earth's rotating, duh. And we're not doing that. We're actually going to see where Earth is moving. And then we can maybe go back to the compass and say, hey, look, we got rotation, so it's lining up with it. But we don't see it. Where is our observation, eggshells? That's what we got to do. Don't talk about your bullshit.
Sounds like you're just avoiding talking about the mechanical gyro compass.
Yeah, because we don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it if you're not making your observation. So you need to start with the observation first. If you deflect or divert, then you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail if you deflect or divert. I want to take me to the observation right now.
The stars appear to be rotating. First. I made the case before.
Where?
So you asked me to speak. Do you want me to speak or not? Because it sounds like you're scared of me sharing what I think.
The observation is it's rotating? Really?
Let me know when you do want an answer.
You answer the question. Is the Earth rotating? The observation of it. Are we observing the Earth's rotating?
We're trying to test. Are we rotating or are the stars?
No, we're not doing a test. No, we're not doing a test. We're not doing a test. You need to answer the question you keep diverting from. Where are we making the observation that the Earth is rotating? Do you want me to spell it out for you or say it slower? I'm going to keep saying it until you answer the damn question. Where are we seeing it rotating? Now, go.
With the example in the plane and we see the star.
No, I'm sorry. That's not observing the Earth rotating. Remember, you even agreed 50-50. We're looking at the stars 50-50. So that's not observing the Earth rotating. That's seeing stars move around. That's the base axiom. We're looking at something and we're saying, it could be the Earth or it could be the stars. We don't know. So we're not looking at the Earth hypothesis. No, we're not going to make a hypothesis. We're going to go to the naturally observed phenomena, first of all, of what the Earth is doing. So let's go and make the observation. So I need you to tell me where we're making the observation. Yes? You can say where we're making the observation, eggshells, or run away and go eat breakfast or whatever it is you do when you don't have an answer. Go ahead, eggshells.
He's muted. It'll take him off mute.
You're taking a victory lap because I'm muted. I made it really clear. If everything's moving around us, including the moon and the star and the sun, then I think it's worse than 50-50 that we're the one that's not rotating, and this is a simple test between them.
Stop.
Here, let me try something.
So if hold on, Chris.
Okay.
So if we're saying the observation is king, that is paramount. It is the only thing that we need right now. We don't need anything else. We don't need to know what your vast knowledge on a gyro compass or a mechanical gyro. I don't care. We don't care. The only thing that's important right now is you making that damn observation of the Earth doing something. Point blank, that's the only thing everyone wants to know. If you're saying we're looking at stars, everybody agrees, yeah, it could be the Earth or it could be the stars. We don't know. There needs to be a logical leap in order for you to make the assumption that the Earth is moving. And we're not doing that because we're only concerned with looking at the Earth actually moving. So where can we make the observation from? I'm going to say this at least one more time. Go.
I think we can solve this if you let me say what I want, and I ask you some questions, and you ask me some questions. If that's not what's going to happen anymore, then this is just going to get a bit dull.
No, I'm sorry.
You just keep asking me to say something.
Yeah, I'm asking you for the observation of the Earth's rotating, and you keep diverting into this spiel that you want to get into, and it's not going to happen because you're not answering the question. Where are we making the naturally observed observation of the phenomena of Earth spin? Where are we seeing it? That's all I need to know, and you need to answer that. Don't tell me about a damn gyro.
So we spin around, we see the stars spin around, and the device spins, but we're not allowed to talk about that.
No, we're not allowed to talk about anything but the naturally observed phenomena, and this is the reason why I hold your feet to the fire, because you don't want to answer the question, because you know, number one, Eggshells, there isn't an answer to the question. It's a mic drop, sir. It's the thing that you run away from, which is the truth. Because if you had it, you'd come in here with fucking bells on. You'd be telling us till the cows come home that you made your observation over here. And guys, if you want to make the observation, you can go right here and go check it out. You would be telling us that. But instead, you're making logical leaps. Well, we see things rotating, and the moon's doing this, and the sun's doing that, and the stars are doing this. And therefore, we can safely assume that the Earth is in motion. Sorry, doesn't work that way. You need to tell us how we can make the observation of the Earth moving. It's annoying, but you're the one that got yourself into this mess.
So you want him to prove
like that every time.
You want him to prove that the Earth is moving in the first step. So what would be the point in proving that by testing in the second step if you already proved that in the first one?
Right? I need to prove my case before I even make it.
But you haven't proved shit.
I've heard in months.
You haven't proved shit.
You haven't proved anything. So once again, Embo, and for all the rest of you crayon munchers that think that the Earth is a globe, you need to tell me where we're going to make the observation. The observation, once again, I've been saying like 5 times, here comes time number 6, right? The observation of the Earth spinning. And we're not going to stare at a fucking device and then say, let me scratch my head here. I think the Earth is spinning. That's what's making the device hold its rigidity in space. Ha! Oh, who would have thunk it? Well, we don't care about that, because I don't care if you know the ins and outs of how that shit works. You need to tell me where are we watching the Earth do something. Embo? Huh?
The direct observation we make is the apparent motion of the celestial sphere around the Earth, and there are 2 possibilities that explain this observation. And
so
the thing we want
50,
to test, because the
we're
first
back
observation.
To 50-50. We're back
okay,
to 50-50,
so because the first observation doesn't make any difference between these 2 hypotheses, because they are equivalent if you only consider that one observation, we want to make a test that will make a difference between these 2 and prove one over another.
No, wrong. So we're not watching the Earth do anything in your supposed test. We need to see the Earth do something and then do our test. Well, what's causing the Earth to spin? I don't know. Let's do a test. Let's try to figure it out. We can do that now that we know we see the Earth spinning. That's crazy. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's so crazy it might work, Embo. If we start with actually making a naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth actually spinning, then we can say, wait a minute, is the Earth actually spinning like I see it? Or could it be something else? Then we can go from there. We're not doing that, are we?
But the thing you just mentioned,
Embo, answer my question. Embo, answer my question. Are we doing that?
No. You just mentioned something that isn't the actual hypothesis we're trying to discuss.
All right, so let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, no, we're not going to hear you. We're going to talk to Eggshells again. Let's see if he got it. So, now that Embo's answered the question, Eggshells, you're next. Are we making a naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spin to start up a hypothesis test?
We could start from the other end and we can go do gyros, measure rotation.
Nah, we don't want to start from the other end. We actually want to start from the end where we should actually start from. So that is making the observation. So, are we making an observation to have a hypothesis test, Eggshells?
Yeah, that gyros precess.
I need you to answer the question, sir. Are we making a naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin to create a hypothesis test? Yes or no?
Yeah, we observe gyros.
Yeah, we observe gyros what? We're not observing gyros, sir. We're observing the Earth. Let's get back to the Earth. Are we observing the Earth in motion to create a hypothesis test?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah? Where are we making this observation at?
Oh, thousands of different ways that you all throw out.
Where?
Like, you've got a neat little way to throw them all out.
We're not got neat little ways. This is your tap dance, Eggshells. I like when you tap dance. See, Embo was at least honest enough to say we can't see the Earth spinning. He said that. Now you need to at least concede the point that we don't see the Earth in motion. Go ahead and tell me, do we see the Earth in motion as an observation, or are we not seeing the Earth in motion? Go ahead. You can pick one of those two.
Yeah, it looks exactly like it's rotating around its north-south axis.
No. Where are we seeing the Earth move around? Go ahead and tell me, Eggshells, where are we seeing the Earth move around? We're looking at the Earth moving.
Sunrise, sunset.
The sunrise. So the sun moving around is telling us that the Earth is in motion. Dude, you're a funny guy. You see how you never answer? You just like tap dance? You guys, all of you are like that. You just tap dance. There's no direct observation of the Earth actually moving around, and you're not going to tell us how. You're just going to stare at compasses. You're going to stare at mechanical gyros. You're going to stare at the sun moving around, the stars, the moon, anything else but the actual Earth that you think is moving. How crazy is that? But, you know, I mean, you want to get lost in the weeds, go ahead. But I just showed that you're dishonest because you don't want to answer the question. You just want to say whatever you want.
Gyros measure rotation. That's what I want to discuss.
Are you just waiting for us to say from space, so you can talk about space?
Yeah, he just keeps on pushing you around to say a different thing, so he can go, "Oh, I don't agree."
Nah, I actually want you to tell me where we can make the observation of the Earth spinning around. For whoever chimed in, go ahead and tell me. Eggshells is always here, so he'll get him muted in just a moment. But you that chimed in, go ahead and give me the answer to where we can make the observation of the Earth spinning around. Go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
That was Duncan. He's going to explain if satellites have gyros in them, and if they do, how do they get calibrated? Who goes up there and calibrates them?
Well, I've been still trying to get a question in for Eggshells too, if I may.
Let me get this answer from the new guy. Let me get this answer from the new guy real quick. New guy that just spoke up. Can you tell me where we can make the observation of the Earth spinning, please? I don't know who the new guy is, what his name was, but...
Yeah, he's not new, it's Duncan Darth.
Oh, that's Darth.
Yeah, his whole thing is that the Earth, since there's no God, then the Earth must be a ball, because that's the only, it's all chaos. It's all, there's no supernatural forces. Everything is completely natural. And then when you bring him up that the heliocentric was invented by the Catholic Church, he just says, nah.
Where's Duncan? Is he still in the chat? I don't think it's... Oh, there he is.
Yeah, sometimes he'll squawk and leave right away.
Oh, he's a cheerleader then. Duncan Darth, I need you to chime in. Open up your mic. Tell me where we can make the observation of the Earth spinning around, please. Go ahead, Duncan. You wanted to cheerlead eggshells. I mean, you obviously have something to say. Where is it? Where are we going to make this observation? Silence, huh? All right, if you guys that are globers in here that think that the Earth is a globe and it's spinning around, can somebody open up their mic and tell me where we can make the observation? Anyone? Just open up your mic and tell me where we can make the observation. This will all be over. It would all be over with if you guys can tell me where we can make the observation. Yes? No? There's eggshells.
What was your question, Crit?
Okay, so when going back to the concept with Rigidian space or whatever, the gyro compass, and then being calibrated. So if I just point myself north,
yeah,
and then I don't move, and I just got like pointing north or looking north, how is it different?
In that you calibrate it, but you're calibrating it for finding north more efficiently or quickly. You're not calibrating it as in telling it where north is. There are gyroscopic devices that do that, but this is like, if you've got it calibrated, that's just like it's spinning, it knows the right amount of bias because it's running on bearings, right? So it might want to lean left or lean right, and then you have to, like, my understanding is fiddle with, I think it's weights or something inside to sort of try to even out that bias so it's still finding middle. And then sometimes it'll hunt back and forth where it'll sort of waggle past north and then bounce and come back and then bounce and come back and sort of be going 1 or 2 degrees either side before it needs a service, is my understanding. Probably not even that. But like the device just finds north and keeps finding north. So it doesn't, you can, once it's all calibrated and properly serviced and everything, you can switch it off. I've triple checked this with this guy who's got them in his garage. You can switch them off, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, not know where you are, and switch it on, and it will find true north and true south again.
So like you can point it south and it'll eventually go back to north.
Yeah, it'll swing all the way around and stop on north. And it's finding south as much as it is north, right? So there's no bias. It's just convention that north is the...
How do you know that, though?
Bias. It's just observable.
You're observing the inner mechanism of it detecting north and south simultaneously, or what?
No, it's just that what it's doing. The only way to do that is to align it with an axis of rotation, and that axis of rotation, definitionally on the globe, should be north-south. And what do you know when you do this with the device? It points north-south.
But you said north and south.
Yeah.
You meant the vector north-south, meaning only north then, right? Because then I'm fine.
No.
How about like
Vector
I got one more thing
has a
for you.
direction. This is a line. This is an infinite line that's goes through the Earth at the geographic north and south pole, and this points at at the end of that line. You could say, like, it's sort of pointing at where it comes out of the ground. So if you used it way down, down or up in the Arctic circles, it's still going to be pointing horizontally. There's still the idea is the device is always oriented so you can read it, right? It's a compass. But it'll be pointing at the bit of Earth that is directly under Sigma Octantis.
So just a minute ago, you were muted, right? And you're trying to get an answer from you?
Yeah.
Did I mute you or unmute you?
I think one of you, there was one time when two people meant to unmute me, and that got me muted again.
Okay, this is a person on YouTube spazzing out saying I'm muting eggshells for no reason. So I thought maybe if you were to tell the YouTube space to stop freaking out.
Crit's not being mean to me. It's okay. It's just Miggy had to mute me to manage his dissonance, but it sounds like we're okay now.
Nah, I let you speak because I was done shellacking you for the morning. I only pull you aside to kind of shellac you every now and again because you're my favorite deputy. So yeah.
Deputy of what? I like that.
It's a quote from Toy Story. Duh.
Oh.
You don't watch movies?
You're my favorite deputy.
Oh, that's when he gets a little redheaded. Yeah, I kind of maybe. I don't. I have this beautiful thing where I'll watch a film. I remember facts reasonably well, but I will watch a film. Like I watched Departed, and the whole film's about a mole, so I'm not ruining anything by telling anybody this. It's a fucking great film, though. Watch it. I watched it, and I got to the end of the first time. I was like, oh, "That's a mole." I watched it again. I got to the end. I was like, oh, "That's the mole." Seriously, like within 6 months of one another, I'd completely forgotten the entire storyline of who was the mole and got surprised again. That's how bad my brain is when it comes to remembering movies.
Oh, this is so great. Just farming rage, dude.
Dude,
they're doubling down.
That might
I'm still
explain why
muting
you
you.
come in every day with the same fucking arguments, like, and get surprised again.
Yeah, actually, that makes sense. Yeah.
Lou, now you connected the dots. Now you know why that happens.
So triggered out there.
Well,
They're
you know,
still thinking that I muted you. I'm dogpiling on eggshells. I'm muting eggshells. God, this is so glorious, man.
They're just taking a piss out of you. It's clear you're not dog.
Yeah, somebody don't like you out there, Crit.
Yeah.
That's clear.
Well, they're triggered. They're extremely triggered.
Yeah, they need to come in here and have a conversation with you.
Oh, they can't. This is right to hand. He's been melting down. His proof he wants to have a conversation with me is to ban me from his server and then tell me that I can't say anything now.
You know, like talking about him gives him what he doesn't have and what he wants, right?
Oh yeah, he loves the attention.
He was a very interesting chap, that right to hand.
Who is that guy?
I don't know anything about him or who he is, but I know what he wants. Right?
He's a Brenda. He's like a flat Earth Brenda. Like
yeah, there you go.
Brenda's a globe Earth Brenda. He's a flat Earth Brenda. Like nothing you say.
Weirdest stuff, man.
Nothing you say is understood. The more questions you ask you, his understanding drops. Like he gets more and more confused the more questions you answer.
Like he will misunderstand his own previous misunderstanding. He'll like ask you something that just doesn't make sense, and as you're trying to make sense of that, he will forget what he just asked you and sort of essentially strawman himself sometimes. It's bizarre.
Yeah, he's Brenda. I mean, it's really Brenda logic where he doesn't even understand. Like the other day, he tried to make a joke, or someone told a joke, and he didn't get it. And I was like, dude, like it's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard.
That is good. I like that. That's a solid joke.
Joking on dicks.
Yeah, he's really upset, man. And this all happened because old dude timed him out to the YouTube chat for like an hour. And then he thought I was old dude since I'm an old dude. And then old dude himself said, no, Crit and me are different accounts. And he still doesn't believe it.
I was going to say,
both of us talk at the same time, too. So at the very worst, at the very best, he's just being modded to his own standard, which he doesn't like because he's a hypocrite. He's a run-scared hypocrite who just bans and blocks people when he's got mod perms. Then when it happens to him, he gets upset, and then he retaliates against someone who thinks who did it. And at the very worst, he's just full Brenda. And you wind him out. Like I compare him to that. Those little teeth that you wind up, they got feet on them, and they hop around.
Yeah, chattering teeth.
Yeah, that's what he is. You wind him up a little bit, he chatters for a while, then he rests. He turns off, and you wind it up again, he chatters for a little while, then he rests. He's like in a cycle, like a little puppy. Like the puppy, you feed it, it plays for a while, then it sleeps.
Do you know the funniest thing that I found out about him? I mean, we shouldn't be talking about people, but anyway, he's in the chat, so he's not that far away. After the first time I talked to him, somebody was like, yeah, well, I would listen to somebody who lost a fight to a girl. And I was like, what the fuck did you say? And they were like, look at this. And they found me a video. I don't know where it is or how to find it, but he about 10 years ago or something, he challenged a girl being like, made a video being like, men are just better at fighting. And a girl's like, all right, let's do jiu-jitsu. And she fucking wrecked him. He tapped out, I think, almost every time.
Wait, who did that? I'm sorry.
Right the hand lost a fight with a girl. Like, there were so few wins available to him in that situation, though, right? Winning isn't that good either.
Barrel rolls.
What is that? How to get out of a jujitsu?
Who else is in here? Just eggshells? What the
Well,
fuck?
Embo, right? Oh,
Embo, I muted, but he's gone now. I was gonna mute him. At least he conceded, but eggshells he don't like to concede. I got eggshells to concede a couple of times the previous days, but today's the day he don't want to concede. That's fine. I'll get him some other day.
It'd be interesting. I mean, like eggshells where you got like Canadian geese and monarch butterflies and like all these things. Are they using the rotation of the Earth too, or are they just using magnetic lines and declinations and?
Say again, sorry.
Like bees, geese, butterflies.
I think most of those are using
migration patterns of birds and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, most of those are using moons and stuff like that. There is actually the dung beetle, which is an Australian one, which they did some studies on, and they think it actually aligns with.
Are you serious?
What we call the Milky Way, and they
get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
he thinks they're doing celestial navigation.
Basically, that's what they claimed. I'll find you the article. I'm not super confident about it. But,
hey, that's the new hotness, dude. It's gonna be coming to your nearest fucking flat Earth server. It's gonna be like, dude, the dung beetle. I'm telling you, man. It's 1 arc minute per 60 miles. Fucking there you go. It's
Not only
guaranteed. Fucking.
Not only is the dung beetle doing celestial navigation, it must understand that the Earth is a globe in order to do so.
Yeah,
hey, but you know how it does.
In his head.
No, listen.
Yeah,
you know
so
how it
uses
does.
the stars to navigate. Look, here's the thing. I'm not saying I think it's true. I'm just saying, like, I think that they probably use all sorts of.
No, eggshells. You got it wrong. See, because a dung beetle, he rolls that ball into a, because he knows it's a globe. That's the only shape that he can roll it. He can't do it into a flat. He can't do a flat pancake, dude.
Baby.
Yeah, he knows. Dude, you got to turn. Listen, maybe I'll lay off of you for like a couple of days if you actually turn the dung beetle into an argument, and I hear it actually used correctly. I would. If you fucking come in here with a dung beetle argument, I'll be like, dude, fucking.
You're a liar. You're lying right now. Why would you lay off of him for that?
No,
just to
dude,
get to do it.
If he did, I'll sweeten the pot, dude. Given is amazing. I'll just be like, dude, fucking, all right.
You're just gonna let it go for a week, and then on the eighth day,
I like when you get. I like when you get so upset by my strong arguments. It's how I know I'm winning. You stay all happy if I'm not winning.
Huh? Nah, dude.
Well,
like
you're only happy when you think I'm losing. You get all uptight when I'm winning. It's kind of fun.
No,
listen, Why would I want to deny myself that?
No, I'd say
on the mute button.
Oh, that's fun. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying like back in like 2017, we used to get in like these heavy arguments with guys. You know what I mean? So the flavor of that is like you don't get that anymore. Like we used to have like these really badass like arguments. Well, you weren't around during the arena times, but it was pretty cool.
Yeah, Eggshells was around for that. He was just he wasn't a gladiator or a Spartan. He just was he sat in the bleachers and stuff.
I was one of the temple prostitutes. No, I only got to Flat Earth at like 20, right at the start of the whole thing.
Oh yeah, so he was. I don't think he was.
Then. Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, no, that's the thing. We don't have that anymore. It used to be like we just.
Amish is starting to back up.
Well, shit,
Amish,
man.
Yeah, Amish is taking lead and getting it going again.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's all the people who are kind of like banned or like we're not going to hear from in just regular conversation anymore. They'll get a chance to do the arena role. It's Beemore wanted some sort of pathway to connect the two servers that's better than what we got going on right now, which is like they ask a question. They say, "Hey, we gather additional information. All the different sources, all cited, alphabetical order, A through
Yeah.
Z." He wants something more than that. So the people who are basically disqualified because they're constantly squawking, they say, "Here you go. You can talk here with an arena role, one-on-one, moderated debates."
Yep. Well, we had it with the objection rule. So if somebody was speaking like nonsense, you could object to their nonsense, but then you'd have to clarify as to what it was you're objecting to. So if you didn't have a right to object, then you would get taken. You had 3 objections, and you get one of them would get taken away until you had none. Then you couldn't object anymore. So and then you would have to listen to the other person, kind of like even talk through you or whatever, and you couldn't object to it. So it was kind of like a penalty. So you had to have an objection that was correct. Like if, for example, it was a logical fallacy or something, you have to name the logical fallacy that was committed and charge them with it. And then people, all of us know that it. I would just be like, dude, that wasn't. You couldn't charge somebody with a logical fallacy that wasn't true. So yeah, it like all of it was across the board, like something that everybody understood. So it wasn't just like only for flat Earth, but obviously we're not committing the begging the question fallacy on the rip, but for just the argument's sake, you couldn't like say something that was like illogical or something and then get away with it. You just couldn't do it. So I'm thinking that was like doubly hard, or even 10 times as hard for a Glober to be in that type of position. For me, it's just like, yeah, it was, because you can't. There's no explain how it's possible for somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe to just go based on truth and logic and like reason, and like it doesn't. There's some points I would say like that people could give you, but I don't know. For the majority of it, like the fundamentals, you wouldn't be able to stand in there as a Glober. There's no way. But I mean, prove me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like shit.
No,
Yeah, well, there's some of the guys who
I'll give it
like
a go.
the format. If the debate was something that you could come to some sort of agreement with, like the one I did was Kosho over maps, and he was really set on the Mercator projection being the map that demonstrates the Earth as a globe, and I had used a UTM as a counter, and we kind of went back and forth with different ideas to see which one would be the most useful. And so we came to a conclusion that locally the UTM is the best. That if you're going from state to state, or whatever, or inside your city, the intercontinental, the UTM is far superior. But he said if you're going to go from continent to continent, you're going to have to use the Mercator. And I'm like, well, I don't do that, so I don't really
But
care
you know
about
what's
Mercator.
crazy? What's crazy though is that even like if we would have like that type of debate style like arena, so to speak, you could even fall on like flat earthers making bad arguments. Like I'm not gonna. They're not immune to it. Like it does happen. So I don't know. It's like it doesn't always, and like I guess based on that, like they could fail. So
well, it was kind of like an open discussion, and then someone would hear something and then challenge that person. To
yeah,
what
and
they
it
just
was
said.
challenge. Yeah, it was like a challenge. Yep. You could just if you came in here and you're like, Eggshells, I challenge you to a debate, then it was like he threw down the gauntlet, and you could either accept or decline. Eggshells, like you would, yeah, let's go, and then it would be locked in. Remember that? That was pretty fun, bro. Like I thought it was.
Yeah, that was
the only bad part was at first the bot would kick people off the server instead of just mute them. I was like, what the hell?
I don't think it was set up that way. I think
it made a mistake. It was like auto kicking instead of like. And then it got fixed the first day, but at first it bugged me because I liked having I had joined the server like right at the very beginning, and I had to rejoin. It gave me like a new date, a new join date. I'm like, fuck,
I don't mind, dude. It's just like QE would want to annihilate them, like completely eviscerated out of the server. So, the content is where they're able to come in here and like actually do that. So I think that's more for me. I would like.
It was also good for the people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
I was it was also good because a lot of the ones that came in really hyperventilating, flat earthers are subhuman mongrels who need to be cleansed from the internet. Like, okay, well, let's debate.
Yeah, there was that. We used to have that. Like, there was a lot of people that had like
but I think over time it's just gotten to the what do you call it when it's already like reaching a certain like tipping point? There's a word that gets used.
Crescendo?
No, it's like we're actually like people. It's more common. Like people when you say flat Earth, it's not like oh shit. Like then they jump all crazy. Like they just like
Or
oh
like
really think that shit?
like that's streamline. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the right word for that. Like not popular. Yeah, but it's more people understand it more. It's gotten more popular because of all the suppression. You know, all the dirty
Oh yeah.
tactics have
It's
caused
like
people to look
keywords,
into
isn't
it.
it? I want to say critical is actually one of them. Critical mass.
Critical mass is that what I'm looking for? Maybe that could be it.
It's
But
like
it
it's like
reaches
mainstream, but not exactly mainstream. It's like common sort of
perhaps
vernacular. Like
it just makes it to where like it's not as like like people hear about flat earthers. Oh, you're like with that, like with that idea. It's not like oh shit, what? Like they're not pausing anymore like they used to. It's more I don't
I
know.
think critical mass is what you're thinking of. Like
just not
when a certain percentage of the masses accept it, and then it's reached critical mass, and then you're
Yeah.
kind of at the tipping point.
That's what I think. That's what it is. But I mean, for that to be the case,
Which crit, you should have thought of that, by the way.
yeah. Last Friday, Witsit had a debate, a modern day debate, and they had a poll running. And at the end of the night, at the end of the debate, it was like 55 flat Earth, 45 globe Earth. And one of the globe Earth debaters just couldn't contain themselves. It was like this Delco, just everything he said was a straight up insult. Like Witsit's retarded, Witsit's not, he can't listen because it's dumb. Flat Earthers don't understand the Earth or they don't understand anything. Why are even flat Earthers in this debate? The moderator kept saying, "Dude, you have got to stop, okay? Because you're making the whole channel." He's also like some sort of moderator on the Discord and stuff too. He goes, "You are making this place look like a shithole." Like, and eventually he disconnected. Like he just I lost internet connection. At the same time, he's chatting in the YouTube chat afterwards.
What did it mean more? What did he? Why are you guys deciding on something? Because I think that's.
Oh, for the arena with Amish.
Well, no, I mean like, because you have to. It needs to be open up to the Duggins, like eggshells and all them. I actually want them to go to a place like that. Like go in there. You bring your, and then we can bring in the the YouTube and the Rumble and shit.
Yeah, I'm not sure all the details. Amish did do an advent for it where he can message him, and I guess they've got something set up with the bot that gives him the role, the gladiator role, or whatever they're calling it now. I'm not sure if they changed the name.
Well, I mean, those were placeholder names. I just did that because it was
Yeah. Great. Do you have me on some like automatic message thing that like bot that sends me those messages?
Oh, who's this?
What?
This is Cooper, the guy you keep DMing.
Oh, yeah. What's up, dude?
Do you have me on some list? Is that automatic? Or are you doing that on? Is that?
No.
Can you stop that?
It can't be automatic, dude. It's a TOS violation. You can't stop bot.
Unless you can tell me the point of that message, I'm just going to block you. Stop messaging me. When I want to fight with you guys, I will come in here and fight with you guys.
Well, I did.
You send me the pointless shit,
a second here. Let me
and you don't elaborate. You just send me a GIF and a photo of a headline. What am I supposed to do with that?
So the main idea is twofold. The claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment, yet the globalists have seen the same episode for years and years. So let's change it up and present the globe model and see what happens to their idea of entertainment. Or B, offer the globalists something other than flat earth to think about in hopes of breaking the downward spiral they have about flat earth. A topic they can't even tell you what it is from a starting point.
Do not think about flat
Does
Earth.
something other than the flat Earth have an effect on them?
Completely irrelevant outside of this room.
So it's twofold there. So is flat Earth nothing but entertainment?
Yes.
True. Okay, so let's change. So what we're going to do here is we're going to change it up, okay? Because you've seen this episode before. You know what flat Earth is. You've seen the
This is my first time interacting with the flat Earth community, so it's been an interesting experience for me personally.
So let's look at some of the stuff going on in the globe and see if you're entertained by that. because the scientific communicators are trying their damnedest to get your attention. They try all kinds of things. They try clickbaity headlines. They try stories. They try to add something
Do you think
new, something
scientists
new and
write those
exciting.
articles, or do you think maybe journalists who report on science stuff write on those? You think who
Yeah,
do you
these
think
are the
writes those
scientific
articles?
communicators write a press release, and then the journalist publishes it on certain platforms. And the best part is it's not given a link because I use a program called Ground News that reports on which news stories are reported
Which
by
allows you
left.
to only read the headlines. Sounds like really good fucking media.
No, what it does is it reports on the same story and then filters through the slant that each right wing or left wing are doing. How do they change the words?
That's not
to
what
fit?
you're sending me. You're sending me a photo of a headline followed by a
Well, yeah,
GIF.
because what I do then, after I find a good story that's been reported on by multiple sources that say different things, then I find either I make it or I find like a clip where it shows a headline with with an image, and then I
Why
pair
don't you
it.
send me the article
Then
instead
I
of a
pair it
photo?
because that way you can choose a news source you want.
I'm not gonna.
bro.
You're asking me to do a lot of work for.
Yeah, just relax, brother. Relax. Hey, Crit, who's this guy, man? Who's this clown?
I don't know. Normally, if people get on, like they come in here and say flat earthers need to be cleansed from the gene pool, flat earthers are Darwin awards, flat earthers are they say if they come in here, flat earthers are X, and they just squawk. I generally put them on like a mailing list where I send them the science and space news and see what's going on with them. Right? Can they talk about something other than how much they hate flat earthers and give them like a news story that they should care about?
That's your way of poking the bear, right? You like to agitate them.
Well, no, it's not agitating because it works. Like sometimes the guy Omicron is very angry about flat earthers, but after we switched to the news in the globe model, we've had some really powerful conversations like over the last 3 months and never gone back to talking about flat earth. Other than once in a while he gets mad and says, "Shut up, you fucker," and then they we talk again the next day and it resets. So my take is if you can get them out of this paradigm, flat versus globe, sometimes they can unfuck themselves.
No,
Sometimes
you really
they
mess
can't.
with it. Listen, man, like one of the things about Crit, and he did Rob Noxious, he did his head in, man. Because Rob Noxious was like, he would always come in and try to fight against us and, do all kinds of shit with his arguments. And Crit, I don't know, like befriended him or some shit. And he fucking, he was like all over that guy. And that guy was just like, every time Crit would come in, I was like, oh, it's your buddy Crit. Dude, I don't want to talk to this guy, man. Like, he was like totally fucking turned off about it. Like, he did not want to talk to Crit, not even a little. And I mean, Crit was like, dude, why are you avoiding me? Dude, like, I just want to, I look, they kick you around over there on Gem Panda server. Like, I'm there to, I'm your friend, man. I'm just trying to help you out. And he's like, dude, shut up. Like, he didn't even want to talk to, it was just amazing. Like, Crit gets in people's head. That's what I know.
You see, like this Cooper guy, so he sent me a DM. Let me make my position clear. I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. You are my entertainment. Flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. So I said, sure. So let me send you something that you should be entertained by if you think the Earth is a globe. You should be entertained by semi-autonomous robotic camera drones being dropped off on the lunar surface. This is something you should be thinking. This would be interesting. Like, how many drones? What are their purpose? How are they going to move about? What's the purpose of using a camera? What type of camera is on them? How are they going to deploy these semi-autonomous drones across the lunar surface? Lots of things that should be entertaining for them. I mean, this is like the first time ever they're going to use a cluster bomb and just bombard the lunar surface with these semi-autonomous drones. But yet they don't care. Okay, they'll tell you no fucks given. And I'm like, okay, well, what do you care about? They care about laughing at people online that they think are stupid. Okay, well, no problem. So now let me offer you something other than that to see if you can break that downward spiral about people you think are stupid and see if it has any effect on you. Can you change your worldview if given a larger worldview, a globalist worldview, if you will?
Yo, you know who we got in there, Crit? We got a mask, though. AK.
Oh, yeah. He's been jumping back and forth.
Yo, I just unmuted him. I don't know if you guys had to mute him for any reason, but I got Ambo unmuted and Admasto unmuted. Dude, Admasto's been on this, love-hate relationship with Flat Earth for like, what, 2 years?
What I do too is like with these, it's interesting that the feedback I get. Like some people love it. They say, "Dude, Chris, thank you for sending me these stories. I've always wanted to get into science and space news. There's just too many articles. There's too much content out there. So by you giving me a starting point, sometimes I got like 10 minutes to read about something." And it said sometimes the gifts are funny. Sometimes the gifts give me an idea of where you're coming from. It adds a layer there, a layer of human interaction. But see, that's the main problem, that some of these globalists fail to identify flat earthers as human. They are subhuman mongrels. So they're afraid of that human connection because that will challenge your globalist worldview. That people are people. They can dehumanize someone based off a thing that they've identified as wrong think. If you got wrong think, you're no longer human. Well, here's my read of a story you should care about, and you demonstrate you don't care about it. So if you don't care about science and space news, why would a flat earther? Why would any flat earther? Because I'm offering you a chance to talk about science and space news, and you don't want to.
See, with all these clickbaity space news articles, I wish people would. Well, I wish they had a longer memory instead of like being like guppies and just forgetting. Like, just take note, remember the stuff that you read years ago, and see how many of them came to fruition. Like, even if it we as flat earthers like bullshit that didn't happen. Like which ones of these things do they claim came true? Because most of them, it's just a clickbait article that gets forgotten in a few weeks.
Yeah, people just kind of say, "Oh, that's cool."
Yeah. Like Analema Tower, like they're supposed to have already wrangled a freaking asteroid and brought it into low Earth orbit as a test for building this freaking skyscraper that's supposed to hang from a freaking asteroid and make a Analema shape over the freaking Earth. Okay, like it was all over the place like 6 years ago. Like a whole bunch of sources did came up with articles out of this. Of course, it's never going to happen. Of course, nothing came out of it.
One of the funny, sometimes like the science and space news is so zany and so ridiculous that the globalists get triggered by it. Like the one the episode or edition 10 May last year, it had to do with how scientists are going to farm dark matter from black holes to create warp drives. And people read that, they're like, "What the fuck?" Like, you're like, "Are you kidding me?" And then you read the story, and it's got some sort of peer-reviewed paper attached to it, and they're like, "Dude, this is they can't handle it because that's abject retarded level of sci-fi." Okay, like even Star Trek and Star Wars didn't say such retarded shit.
I mean, these are articles that almost, it might even get reported on your local news, like scientists are going to be doing this, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, that's so cool! Wow, science!" Like science is so great. Man, are we lucky to live in these times? And then they forget, like in 10 minutes.
Real bangers sometimes are just like hilarious. Like here, just a couple days ago, Mars in helicopter, the Ingenuity, or how do you say that word?
Ingenuity.
Ingenuity, yeah. With the spot where it crashed, they're calling it after the Lord of the Rings, Land of the Undying, like Valinor or whatever. Oh god. Here, this one. They just discovered a secret ocean beneath one of Saturn's smallest moons. Ghostly plasma loops around the sun after massive solar explosion. Photographs. Traveling the Drake Passage is even more dangerous than going to the moon. The Drake Passage is the southern tip of South Africa that connects to Antarctica. New study shows plants can talk. We should rethink how we treat them. And I got the GIF is like Swamp Thing giving a big old thumbs up. Elon Musk is suing the government from stop the government enforcing labor laws. There's trying to think of a new plan to keep the ISS in orbit after 2030. They think they can sell it off to the highest bidder. Lockheed Martin just delayed America's chance to return to the moon. The Orion capsule problems have not been fixed and will not be available for Artemis 2. Professor Phil, just come into the VC, dude. It's been a while. I haven't talked to you. It's like, let me see if I still got that image. There's two big Professor Phil conversations I had. But number one was I had asked him, like, so he is a professor and he asks you questions and everything you say is wrong, but he never gives you the answer. I'm like, is that a professional educator? Is that what you do? Or do you offer answers? You give a lesson and then a test. So he's like, well, sure. Well, what questions do you have? I go, well, how can you see Venus at night? He said, you can't see Venus at night. It's not possible because his understanding of the heliocentric model was correct. You wouldn't be able to see Venus at night. So I said, well, why can't you see Venus at night? He goes, you can't see Venus at night. You can only see it during the day. Then he links me an article that says how to spot Venus in the night sky. And then for here atmosphere one, let me see if I got that saved somewhere. For the gas pressure gradient, he says heat. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Got saved in my Golden Globies folder. There you go, Professor Phil. I'll send you that one. Check this out. Enjoy. Apparently, Professor Phil's globe, it gets colder the higher you get. That's why gas slows down and creates a pressure gradient. Wow. See if I can find this night sky one. Okay, I found this other one. Professor Phil will only join VC if he's discussing anyone who says the Earth is flat and how it fits with reality. I am no longer interested in discussing the globe. You must defend your assertion that the Earth is flat. You explain the day and night. Explain how seasons work. Explain how I can see the same stars from Australia and South Africa. Explain how I can see stars in the same direction and the sun went, but I can't see the sun. Explain the container, the dome. Where is the sun, inside or outside of container? What objects that travel from Australia to United Kingdom in 40 minutes and get back? I think he's talking about the ISS there. Where does the ISS get? Yeah, okay. Where does the ISS get its fuel from? How does it not need any aerodynamic features? Get ready to answer all my questions. Wow. That's
So
a
he wants to
professional.
dictate how the conversation goes, and we're just going to have to miss out on his presence unless
Yeah.
we're going to do it the way he wants.
Yeah, so that's a professional educator for you. Like he's going to educate you on the globe by the more questions he asks, the less understanding he'll get. Like he's never heard any answers to those questions before, not one.
It sounds good though. I mean, I don't care to hear from him. He can just
Yeah.
lurk in the shadows all he fucking wants.
I'm looking for this Venus thing though. It's hilarious too. Like he's like, you can't see Venus from the night sky, dumbass. Venus is towards the sun. I go, yeah, dude, that's my point. My point is you can't see Venus. You shouldn't be able to see Venus at night. He's like, here's how you do it, and he links me an article how to see Venus in the night sky. Well, here I got oh no, this is the wrong person.
Did you see what Embo Gaming just posted?
Oh, is it fan art?
Did I understand? Good.
Yeah.
Did I understand you correctly that you're saying you, according to what they're saying with the globe, the heliocentric model, you shouldn't be able to see the
Waffle
Venus
time.
in the night sky.
Yeah, Funk. If you want to talk to me, unblock. Okay. If you want to talk to somebody else, talk to somebody else. Remember we talked about baselines and boundaries and stuff. Like it's cringe as fuck to block me, then talk shit, or unblock me, talk shit, and then block me again, so I can't even respond. Okay. Okay. So if you let me see here, I can test that. Okay. All right, go ahead, Imbo. What are you talking about then? Or not Imbo, Pickle Rick.
I asked you a question.
I'll try again. Ask me again.
Right. So, did I understand you correctly that you're stating, according to the heliocentric model, that Venus should be seen in the night sky?
It can't be seen in the night sky. To see Venus at nighttime.
Okay. Well, you're incorrect about that, but okay, I was just making sure that I understood you correctly.
Okay, well, if you're looking towards Venus, what direction is that? Towards the sun or away from the sun?
That depends.
Okay, is Venus in between Earth and the sun? Is there a planet that you'd identify as Venus? Somewhere
According
between.
to the heliocentric model, Venus is not always between Earth and Sun, because the time Venus takes to make one round trip, one orbit, is different from the time that Earth takes to make one orbit.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter though,
around the
because
sun.
Venus will always
It doesn't
be
matter.
in between you and the sun. It's in between.
No.
You'd have to fly past Venus to get to the sun. There's no point in which you would go towards the
You
sun
would have to
and
fly
not
past
have to.
You're incorrect.
Or
Would
Venus,
have to
or
play.
Venus could be farther, like behind the sun, but it can't be.
Yes.
You can't be between.
Well, they could
Venus
also
and
be
the
next. Like, they could also be like next to each other, right? And the angular separation of that we can also determine, right? So the Sun and Venus can set at different times, just like zodiac that you see in the direction of east can set at a different time from the Sun.
Okay, but you'd be
Though
looking towards
it
the
would
sun.
be
You'd be looking
behind, in
towards
quote
the sun
unquote,
to
the
see it,
Sun.
which would make it daytime. You would be looking towards the sun to see it, which would make it
When the Sun
daytime.
has set, but Venus has not set, then it's not daytime, and Venus is in the night sky. And that should be possible according to geometry that they are claiming. Like, your ignorance towards that doesn't change geometry.
You know, this is why they call it the morning star, right?
Yes, because it appears over vast and the morning star, because it often when it is visible close to sunrise, then it is visible east.
Yeah, they claim that it can only be seen just before sunrise or just before sunset or just after sunset.
After,
but not
yeah, that would be night sky though.
During the night, the actual night.
Not in the middle of the night. Yes, nobody's claiming in the middle of the night, but after sunset is night sky, and before sunrise is also night sky. Right? It's not just the middle of the night that has night sky. It's all the time around the middle of the night, before sunrise, before sunrise, and after sunset that has night sky. Make sense?
So
So
now, what's the latest into the night that it's been seen? Closest to midnight.
Wait a second. I guess 3 hours after sunset. So I'd say like.
Okay, take a look at the text chat. I just found an image that can be helpful in visualizing that visually.
So you're showing that with that you're showing that during it would have to be during our day to see it. That's what that's showing, and then you'd be looking at the dark side of Venus, unless you're talking about the ones on the sides, and then you're only getting it as a half Venus phase.
Yes, exactly. At the sides, you can see that it's not perfectly aligned with the axis you're looking at the sun. So you will see it shortly before the sunrise, or shortly before the sunset, or shortly before the sunrise.
In all three cases, it's during the Earth day.
No, it isn't, because if the sun
Take a look
already
at your
set, then
diagram.
it's already night.
Take a look at your diagram.
So, because your line of sight to Venus isn't at the same axis as the line of sight to the Sun, if the Earth rotates and the Sun is already behind the horizon, then you will see Venus for some time, even though the Sun already set.
Here's the mentality of Professor Phil. This is really good. I gotta make sure I save this someplace where I remember now. Notice the all caps. You're completely stupid for thinking you can see that night. Links the article. How to locate Venus in the night sky. I need to prove to him that you can see, that the people claim that they can see Venus at night. And then his own citation cites Venus at night. Wow.
Again, nobody is contesting that you're suggesting that you see
Venus during the middle of the night. It's always close to sunrise or sunset. It's still in the night sky, though.
Yes, because night
No,
is
it's
simply
not
the
night.
term when the
You
sun
cannot
is
see
behind
Venus
the
at night.
horizon.
That's the idea. It's always in between you and the
Okay.
sun.
Night is after sunset and before sunrise, not just the middle of the night, like around the time when the datum changes, when the date changes, but also the couple of hours past that, closer to sunrise and sunset, are night.
Yeah, so you
You
can
understand
see
that, Crit?
Yeah, so night is night. Yeah, and day is day.
Yeah, and you can see Venus during the night. Nobody's contesting that either, right? What you're claiming is it shouldn't be visible according to what is claimed in the heliocentric model.
No, that's
But you're
Professor
wrong
Phil.
about that.
Professor Phil said that.
Well, then he's
I
being
had
inaccurate
said,
or
I
wrong.
said it's not possible to see Venus at night. It wouldn't be possible because you'd have to be looking towards the sun. Professor Phil said, I lied about that. No one has ever claimed you can see Venus at night. It's not someone with a heliocentric model would ever claim. They know they're not that stupid. Only flat earthers are that stupid. And
Right.
then he
Well,
links me an article showing how to find Venus at night.
That
You know,
claim is exactly what
I've
Embo's
seen it.
freaking is exactly what Embo's diagram depicts. Also,
See, it's always going to be right there. You can see it, Dembo. In your own graph, you always have to be looking at the sun to see either Mercury or Venus. You could never see either one of those
Yeah.
at daytime.
I think the reason why he said that is if you take a look at that message, he mentioned dusk and dawn. So he separated these two periods as something separate from the night while we were discussing it as a part
Yeah,
of the
it
night.
then links the article that says sciencing.com, locate Venus at night.
Yes, it
Alright,
really
so-
depends if you consider the dusk and dawn as already a part of night or separate entities. It's a matter of semantics.
I think I can help out with sorting this out. I've witnessed conversations like this before, and what I've seen happening is that at night, in the context of the conversation, was more closely interpreted to, or more accurately understood to be mean during the middle of the night. So saying at night in general obviously is inaccurate, right? But within the context of the conversations had about this topic. I think if one is trying to make sense of what everyone is saying in good faith, you could make the argument that sometimes at night, with at night, you might mean during the middle of the night and not closer around sunset and sunrise.
so I mean,
Right? But good
somebody
faith is often
somebody
missing
said
from
that
those
it was like
conversations.
3
So
hours. Like I asked how close to midnight it's been seen. Somebody said 3 hours. So what would that be? 3 hours plus or minus, giving like a 6-hour window of the night where it can't be seen, has never been seen.
I mean, I said 3 hours because I know that the biggest separation between Venus and Sun is about 45 degrees, and then I just assumed that given a suitable location, you would have all of that angle separate. You could have all of that angle separation transferred in our angles in separation of our angle, but I'm not exactly sure if that is true.
It would be probably visible the best at the equator, I think. Because when the Earth rotates, you're at the equator, the sun would like set in a straight line. It was simply descend below the horizon in a straight line, apparently for you. So you will see all of that separation without any like angle of tilt. I don't know how to explain that in better way. But it's simply a confusion about dusk or dawn, because dusk is really a period of night where the sun already set, but there is still some light scattered in the atmosphere. So someone can consider that already a part of night because the sun is below the horizon. Someone can say that it's a separate thing because there's still light. In astronomy, it's theoretically a separate thing. So if he is talking more scientifically, then he's technically right that you can see Venus at night. But assuming that colloquial, that normal definition that is usually used, then yes, it can be visible at night. In astronomical terms, the sun has to be like 18 degrees below the horizon for actual night to begin, because in that moment...
Who are you talking to?
About dusk and dawn. In astronomical terms, the real night begins when the sun is already 18 degrees below the horizon. And before that, it's just dusk or dawn, depending on if you're talking about like the beginning of the night or the end of the night. So at higher latitudes, in certain periods of the year, there is no astronomical night at all. It's just dusk and dawn, but it's enough dark in the last stage of it that the astronomical how do you call that, astronomical twilight, that normal person wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the night where there is no light scattered at all, that astronomical twilight. So yes, according to the graph I just posted, then Venus indeed can't be seen visible at night. Even though that the period you see it at can already look at night for someone who isn't interested much in astronomy.
This is what the best part is. Just this one topic
night.
should keep globalists entertained for the rest of their life. All the different phases of Venus, how Venus works, how you can see it, when you can see it, why you can see it. These topics should be more important than flat Earth. But they don't care. They really don't care. The only reason why they care is that someone said, how can you see Venus at night? And then they just burg out.
All right, so
That's number two then, right? Offer the globalists something other than flat Earth to think about in hoping of breaking their downward spiral. You're triggered over flat Earth, a topic you can't even say what it is, and a topic you think you've debunked.
We don't seem to care about that because you require us to not do so, because you don't fear like astronomy and using.
Well, the thing is, you wouldn't give a shit about any of this if it wasn't for flat Earth. You wouldn't give a fuck about Venus.
You would.
Yeah, because they did that. So Jay Leno, Man on the Street, they asked, what's the planets in the solar system? I'd be surprised if either of you could name them in order or even spell them, let alone how big they are, who discovered it, any information about it. You guys don't give two fucks. No fucks given.
I'm really interested in astronomy besides the flat Earth. I'm simply deliberately not speaking about this because flat Earthers don't like astronomy.
Yeah, astronomy would be a topic that would keep you entertained for the rest of your life. just scratching the surface, just a surface level understanding, you would spend the rest of your life. But yet you're here, day in, day out, nothing new under the sun. You've seen the same episode. You call it entertainment. Then my feedback's simple. You are a very simple person, entertained by very simple things. You're barely paying attention. To begin with, so you don't even know what you're entertained by.
So here's something funny. I did a little research.
No, go ahead.
I just did a little research to try to answer my own question since you guys didn't really have one. I was asking, how far into the night, Venus could be seen. And according to this, on astronomy.stackexchange.com, that your best chances of seeing it like further into the night are during the summer solstice. That's when it's going to have its highest angle of that 47.8 degrees. And in which case it can be seen 3 hours after sunset and 3 hours before sunrise. Well, what's funny about that is during the summer solstice, at least around here, we have very short nights. It doesn't get dark until after 9 o'clock, and it gets light. It starts getting light at about 4 in the morning, meaning that you would be able to see Venus at really fucking close to midnight.
It's almost all night, bro.
That would make sense, I guess.
But also close to twilight. Relatively.
So if sun sets at 9 p.m. and you can see it for 3 hours after, and sun rises at 6 a.m. You can see it for 3 hours before 6 a.m.
Can you link the source you found from Astronomy Stack Exchange?
Yeah, sure.
Here's a better image. I think this image will drive the point home beyond all doubt. Fire up here the solar system inside the heliocentric model.
But addressing the previous point of Crate, so firstly, we hear from Flatterers all the time that the shape of the sky, the things that the sky is doing, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So we said...
No, this is Professor Phil's claim. Professor Phil said that no one has ever said in the history of humanity that you can see Venus at night. No one's ever said that. No one would be so stupid to say such a thing. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm telling you that my understanding of heliocentric is that way would be daytime. The other way would be nighttime. Venus can never be the other way. It would always be in the daytime.
My point is that you said kind of
Phil,
regulations.
Professor Phil.
Yes, Professor Phil, but I'm not talking about him right now.
Here we go. This should break it down to your education level. Towards the sun, daytime. Away from the sun, nighttime. Do you grasp this concept or not? The part of the Earth facing the sun, okay, is facing the sun, means you're also facing Venus. You're also facing Mercury. The part of the Earth facing away from the sun is not facing towards the sun. It's facing away from the sun.
Oh, God.
Isn't your drawing only in 2 dimensions? Where is the third one? Why isn't Venus or Mercury to the left or the right to the sun, which happens in most cases in reality?
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you move it, it'll always be towards the sun. There isn't any framework in which you could put Venus behind the Earth. Like if you want to, like my driveway will always be in front of my house. There's no way of tilting and spinning any observation to get the driveway in the back of the house. Every time I look out,
you really ought to learn about 3-dimensional thinking. You really should practice that a little bit more.
Yeah, ditto.
Because you're
Especially
just
three-dimensional
sounding
thinking
stupid, right?
for your
You're
concept
just
of
exposing yourself
day and
right
night.
now, and it's not a good look for you.
Yeah,
That's all
because
I'm
this is
saying. You know,
daytime. That's nighttime.
oh god, yeah. Again, you should practice the fact that there's 3 spatial dimensions, and you should practice visualizing things in it and the consequences, analyzing the consequences of different cases in it. Because
Yeah, and you
right
should think
now
about
you're just
that
exposing
on your
the
way
fact
to the
that
sun,
you
you would
can't
pass Venus.
conceptualize it, and it is hard to listen to. Okay, you're embarrassing yourself in public. I'm just trying to help you out here.
Wow, so complete meltdown.
I'm afraid
No,
you
not a meltdown.
get so
Just a
upset.
friendly reminder for you. Just a friendly pointer.
Yeah, my friend reminder to you would be that if you're facing towards the sun, that
Yeah.
would be the same direction Venus would be, towards the sun, not away from the sun.
So Venus is
That is
always
only the
perfectly
case
between the
if
sun and the Earth.
yeah, that is
So
only the
Venus
case
is
when
always
Venus is
in
between the sun and
transit.
Earth.
So Venus is always in transit. When you take the solar filter and look at the sun, you can see the Venus before the sun, according to Creed.
No, according to you. You said that, not me.
No, I'm
Well,
simply trying to
except for the
explain
times
that.
when Venus is on the other side of the sun.
Yes, that will be the second case of that. But in every single other position, Venus wouldn't be perfectly in the line between the sun and the Earth.
In any case, it's like that diagram you guys posted.
Yes,
Right,
it
with
will be either to the left or to the right.
At least Professor Phil shut off the DMs. Yeah, you've talked to me before, dumbass. Like, make it seem like you never knew who I was. What's funny too about Professor Phil is like you see him type in response to you, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes go by, and he's typing the whole time, mind you. You still see Professor Phil.
And it'll
type,
be
type,
like
type.
3 sentences.
Yeah, I know. It's so glorious. It's like, not what I said. Ask a different question. I go, dude, that took you 20 minutes to type that. What the fuck? You know?
So Creed, because the chat already died, so maybe finally I will be able to speak. Why firstly you set us given regulations about the topics we shall discuss or not, in this case that we shouldn't astronomy because it isn't the topic of the channel, and when we adhere to these laws because we are good people, then you get mad at us because we don't discuss astronomy, which has to mean that we aren't interested in it. Maybe we are privately, but
because he's a mod and you're
not.
not, dude. It's simple to figure out. I don't know why you got a 10-minute conversation here about it.
Well, no, maybe he's asking clarifying questions because the issue is if you're using here. Let me bring up Copernicus. He said it more eloquent than I did. If you want to call it astrology, go right ahead. You can bring up astrology all you want because now the topic is Earth. If the topic is not Earth, the topic is the sky, then let's invoke Copernicus. Okay, and here's what Copernicus said.
Astrology.
Copernicus, so far as the hypotheses are concerned, it let no one expect anything certain from astronomy which cannot furnish it. Least he accept as a truth ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart from the study a greater fool than when he entered. So if you are looking at Venus and you think Venus is divining you information about the Earth, you've now exited this process a greater fool than you've entered. Unless you're honest about it and call it astrology. You're using astrology, not astronomy. Astrology is different. It talks about using the sky to divine information about the ground. Astronomy makes no claims about Earth whatsoever. Unless you're outside of Earth viewing, like if you're from Venus and you looked at Earth from Venus, then you could use astronomy. I mean, I could bring up citations for astronomy too, but I mean, if Copernicus isn't enough, then it kind of proves my point to begin with, that you guys really don't give a shit. The founders of the study of the branch of science, you guys don't even care what they had to say. Just completely ignored it. But here's astronomy. Ask an expert. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. That includes objects we can see with our naked eyes, like the sun, the moon, the planets, and stars. So the question would be, how the fuck did you put Earth inside and outside of Earth's atmosphere at the same time? How did you observe Earth from Earth by looking up into the sky and observing Earth from outside of Earth?
It's complicated.
Yeah. So you're not using astronomy. You pretend to because you think it's big brain shit that you don't understand. But what you're really doing is astrology.
Don't be telling me what I'm doing.
Well, I mean you. I meant you as a...
you, and then you present it, and if it makes sense, people will agree.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Till then, just sit here and
just be happy and play video games.
Stay mad.
Star Trail, stay mad.
The only real, I mean, the one thing Copernicus maybe got wrong here is that there is one hypothesis in astronomy. It's called the rare Earth hypothesis. It's a paradox. They say they observe the universe and nothing is significant about Earth. It is unremarkable. The sun is unremarkable. The solar system is unremarkable. So there should be billions of Earths out there. Like tons of planets. Tons, they call it Goldilocks zones or whatever it is. But yet there should be life that's teeming with life. So it creates a paradox. So they take Earth out. The Earth in the heliocentric model is one body. Just the moon and the Earth are one body. There's no life. It's just a lava ball, a crusted over lava ball. And they have to do that. Otherwise, Earth itself shatters every model of astronomy. Completely shatters it. Because unique is not that good. Unique is a very bad thing in science. Repeatable, observable, and measurable. If you take all the conditions here on Earth, there should be many Earths out there. And they said that in astronomy. Give peace a try. Because the model's so big, there's another Earth out there that's just like us, or similar enough, that you should be able to. So I challenge you to use your model and understand, because there's a version of you out there, if you believe this to be true, who understood what flat Earth is. You're able to grasp the concepts. You're able to put down the video game. You're able to put down the video game, get on the healthy diet, start exercising, get your mind, body, and spirit right with the world, and understand that if someone disagrees with you, that doesn't make them a subhuman mongrel. Even more so if you can't even explain your point of view to begin with.
Just go to school and hope for the best.
Just roll the dice, right?
I don't know if I'm the only one, but sometimes if I browse social media like Facebook or YouTube and watch these videos, I find some random comments that don't talk about the subject of the video at all and just are some random bubble.
Okay, so your case right now, hey, Embo, so your case is, okay, you're not listening. Okay, so your case is I'm the one who's off topic and I should be muted? Is that what your case is?
Yeah.
Is that the case you're making?
Yeah.
You are rambling.
You remind me of these comments.
Okay, so what? How do we adjudicate this? Who's right, me or you?
By the majority.
By a popular opinion?
Democracy. Yeah.
How about I just kick you out and now there's no one else? Like, make it easy. I'll see you later, Embo. Come back when you subjectively change your own subjective worldview to something more subjectively workable in your own subjective wants and needs.
But he's the only one talking to you. Why would you kick him?
Because he has to learn that if he doesn't care about his opinion, I wouldn't care either. Because if he really feels like I'm off topic and I'm ruining the channel, I should be muted, he could just make another channel to get away from me. But he doesn't want to do that. What he wants to do is flex some kind of control over the space.
I was personally joking.
Yeah, the globalist worldview is always about control. You got when you boil down their motivations, they're trying to control something inside the model that says they can't control it. It's all completely random and chaos. So they're already in a very deeply logically contradictory worldview because they didn't add
so
in.
Are you, Mister? You sit here and you kick people out. Like one could say that you're trying to control things too.
Yeah, because on the flat Earth, that's explainable. You got a small, sad world with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons. You can control a small, sad world. When the world gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, the space is just too great. It's too vast to control.
So you're saying you don't want to get bigger?
No, I'm saying you can't. The Earth is small and stationary. And you just got the parts that you're involved with and what... See, the heliocentric model, you'd be able to understand the vastness of space and the vastness of the globe means you can't control anything but yourself, which is why I try to offer the globalists, you do you. That way you know why. If you can't control yourself, how the fuck are you going to control a Discord space or a county or a city or a state or a nation or a continent or a planet or a solar system or a galaxy or a universe? If you can't even start with controlling yourself.
Your space is very small. Like most people come here just to have a chat, not to control things.
No, he wants to dominate. He wants to come in here and dominate shit.
No, but that's what you say about everyone who comes in.
Well, no, he told so. He said so. He said, "Hey, I'm gluten force free number 6, and our job is to conquer and destroy the flat Earth." He said so. They made a little
what?
gang.
Like he's an individual. Like that's not why most people come here.
He just got booted for it.
I know.
Maybe next time he can subjectively change that bullshit to something less bullshittery.
You're forcing people to filter themselves, and
no, I said he could. I said you do you. He can join now. He can make another channel and call it Flat Earthers Hate Astronomy or whatever, and see if anyone else cares what he has to say. I predict, using the Flat Earth model, that now he's going to... I didn't ban him. I just DC'd him. So he's not going to be able to come back for like 30 minutes. And watch this. Like clockwork, he'll be right back in here. He's not even convinced of his own shit. Because I'll still be here too. I've got nothing but... I got no money, no place to go. But he'll have... Apparently in his worldview, he's some sort of advanced human being with expertise and knowledge that surpasses us mere mortals. But yet he'll be right back here, same time, same bat channel, right all over again, and still presenting the same level of bullshit that even he's not convinced by.
Are you expecting the bullshit to change?
No change. Nothing new under the sun.
Of course not, because it works as it is.
Settled science, no debate. That's the best part, where they tell you they got settled science, no debate. If you've got settled science for the first time in the history of science, that would be the time you would throw down the gauntlet and say, debate me, bro. Because you'd be holding a royal flush, and I'd be holding a draw 4 Uno card, or a draw 2 Uno card.
Bro, the entire science is not even looking at you.
Or you either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so exactly. So you're a flat earther by your own definition.
What do you mean?
Anyone that science isn't looking...
paid for religion, dude.
That's such a silly thing to say.
No, because you said anyone that science isn't looking for is a flat earther.
No, I mean like they're not paying attention to what you're saying.
Or you either. They're not paying attention to what you're saying either.
Why would it? Yeah, but like I wouldn't either.
Okay, so you won't even pay attention to what you say.
Right, like I'm not asking for them to pay attention to what I'm saying.
Yeah, even if you did, they wouldn't pay attention.
Even if I did, I don't think.
Yeah, that's what the Sabine Holzfeller. There's a scientific communicator on YouTube, which is hilarious. She made a video, said she would rather talk to a flat earther than some of these people that she talks to. Like she's constantly having to block a bunch of weird, cringe dudes on the internet trying to hit on her. But every conversation she's had with flat earthers has been like, engaging and thought provoking, and seeing someone come from a different point of view. She said, I am fascinated by flat earthers. All you neckbeard atheists out there are just, I'm going to keep blocking you. And then eventually she did a diss track, which is really hilarious. She like made a song, like a diss track about how like all these these manlets have to grow up and get off the internet and get a real job.
I know, but most of us would just like, when it comes to her, we would just say good riddance.
Oh yeah, you'd say there's plenty of efficiency, right? You just move on.
Yeah, well, you can't help those who can't help themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's not looking for some emo, kid on the internet who's all worked up by flat earthers. She's looking for someone who can have a conversation, who can articulate their ideas with logic, reason, and science.
I mean,
and so
later,
when they tell her, "Hey,
it,
I don't like the way you are platforming flat earthers," she's like, "I don't give a fuck what you like or don't like. Get the fuck out of here, loser."
God damn, man! Like you're turning into a Hitler.
Uh-oh. Vector, are you sure about that? Am I really? What would happen if I turned into a Hitler?
I mean, like you're very power hungry.
Why? Because he opposes your view?
Yeah. So I muted him. He's like, watch how power hungry Crit is. Am I really power hungry? Because what would happen if I was power hungry? Would you be muted or not muted? He's like, well, I guess I'd be muted. Okay, let's follow your worldview until you don't like it. Okay. I'm fine with whatever crit you want. Okay, let me know what crit you want for your worldview. If I'm some power hungry mod that just mutes you, just let me know and I'll play along. I'll follow your fantasy to its full logical conclusion. And then when you don't like the result, and then when you're upset by the result because you actually want to talk, you don't want some power hungry mod, then just tell me that and I'll do that too, and we'll talk all day until you're out of breath and you realize it changed nothing at all. You couldn't even change your own concepts. Subjectively, mind you, your own subjective shit you couldn't change. That goes back to my point where if you can't even control yourself, how the fuck are you going to control what flat earthers think or do or say?
What?
Duh.
I don't think that's the point. You're not supposed to control what flat earthers think or do or say, are you? Is that what you're supposed to do?
No, you're supposed to control yourself.
Yeah. Is no one arguing for the flat earth in here?
What's that?
Is no one arguing for the flat earth in here?
What
I don't
is
know.
that? What is that? What is a flat earth? What is that?
Oh, I don't know. I've heard a couple of definitions. Like some people say
What do you think it is? You think that what's flat? How about that? Let's start. What's the word flat mean?
that's a good point, actually. I don't even know what they believe. I actually don't even know what they believe. I've seen some diagrams, but I don't actually know what it is.
How about, is the word flat, is that a noun, a verb, an adjective, an adverb?
An adjective.
There you go. How about earth? What's earth? Is that a noun, a verb, adjective, adverb?
That's a noun, clearly.
That's a noun, yeah. So you have a describing a noun, a flat noun.
No, I get the language thing. I'm talking about how they visualize it. Like,
yeah, here. Are you looking at text chat?
I'm not. But I mean, does it have a thickness beneath?
Well, no, right here. Just look at text chat.
Okay. What about it?
There you go. Flat Earth.
No. Yeah. Okay. So I'm talking about like does it have a thickness? I've never actually thought about what flat earthers believe. Like, does it have a thickness beneath the disk, I guess.
The disk. Look. Okay, go back to the GIF. This is what flat Earth is. Where do you see disk here?
No, think bigger. I don't know if this chap is messing with me or not.
No, I think what he's saying, mate, is like, like what we could say is we don't believe we live on a spherical Earth, which is apparently
That I understand. That I understand very clearly. Yeah.
So can you understand why that is difficult to believe, given the lack of or non-evidence to support it?
I personally can't, but I'm not thinking about that right now. I'm thinking about like if you do consider a flat Earth, like what is the?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you me personally.
Please, that would help. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So I don't really have, and I know it's not going to be very helpful to you. I don't really have like what you'd call a model in my head, like like it's a disc, like you just said, with a glass dome over it and all this palaver. I don't have any of that. All I know is that
palaver.
Yeah, all this palaver. I just know that there's no evidence of a globe, and all the observations and
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Man.
measurements
I hear you.
point towards a non-globe Earth, non-rotating globe Earth. So,
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not there will be some people who will state that there's a dome over a disc, and that there's an ice wall around the disc, which is quite high, which is containing the waters within that area.
I've heard that. I've heard that as well. I've
Now,
also
there's
seen
there's no evidence for this. There's no evidence for this whatsoever.
Okay.
But this is all speculation. Now, some people will jump on this and say, "Well, I think it is that." I can understand that is how it would be, but it's difficult to say that is it, because on one hand you can't sort of put a case forward to say, well, you don't live on a globe because there's lack of evidence to support it, and then give some sort of speculation to flat Earth and also have no evidence to support that.
Well, yeah, sure, but evidence aside, just just to just evidence aside, are you saying that well, I don't know how many people would say that they don't have a model like yourself?
I'd well ask, is anybody else in here? There must be other flat earthers in here.
Just as a gut feeling. Like, I'm not trying to catch you out. Like, I'm.
Oh no, it's fine, mate.
Look, we try to pretty much keep it. We're not making any positive claims for really, other than, I mean, our positive claim is one. Our claim is one, mostly debunking the positive claim of the globe. Like, we measure the Earth and utilize the Earth as flat. To live on a globe, it would require curvature.
I get it. I've heard all of this.
We don't want to. We're not presenting a model. We're not presenting a model without the information, to back it up. Like we don't want to just give you some replacement story.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not asking you to. I'm just.
No, that's fine, mate.
I guess I've never.
That is difficult. That just let me say. I know that's difficult for some people who are coming in and saying, "Well, it's just easy for you to say, well, there's no evidence of the globe, and it's not a globe."
It's not difficult. It's not difficult for me. Like, I understand that some people could take that kind of, just a, kind of neutral stance, and they don't have a model, whatever. I have no problem with that. The thing that I guess I'm just only now realizing is that maybe the term flat Earth isn't actually properly representative.
I would agree. I mean, it's a bit of a misnomer. It's not really like we didn't name ourselves that. I mean, it's like Anybody who
You're subscribing to it. You're
anybody who
subscribing to
disagrees
it,
with
though,
the
aren't you?
globe model, right, gets labeled a flat earther. You know, like it doesn't matter what we call ourselves. Your people will frickin' point their finger and say, "Oh, what are you, a flat earther?" and try to use it as a way to write you off.
Am I doing that? I'm not
We've just
doing that, am I?
we've mostly just I guess embraced it. Like fuck it, they're gonna call us that anyway. It seems to be a trigger word. It grabs people's attention. Like let's
Well,
just
what are you?
might
What are
as well
you
just
then?
freaking
What would
embrace it.
you call yourself? What would you call yourself then?
I just embrace it. I'll go with the flat Earth. It doesn't bother me, but it's not. It doesn't accurately describe what my stance is on it either. I'm not I'm just saying that the globe is
Yeah,
the globe
it doesn't.
model,
It
the
just doesn't
heliocentric
work.
model
Yeah,
is
it just
full
doesn't
of
work.
holes.
I
It
got it. I
doesn't
got it. I
work.
got it. I got it.
I mean, I
Yeah.
sort of say if I was going to call myself, if I was going to give myself I'd call myself like a globe unbeliever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, but it's not what they're telling us, dude.
Non-glober. Like that would make more sense, right?
And not concave either, right?
Why do you have to call yourself anything? When you found out Santa
don't.
wasn't real, it didn't come with a label. When you learnt about the globe, you didn't get a label with that either. Why do you have to call yourself something?
But and like I said, it's not that you don't have to,
room.
but people will call you something anyway. They're gonna throw you in a basket.
I know. I think why that came up, mate. Sorry, was because the gentleman was saying like maybe the word flat Earth isn't the correct terminology. You know what else? Because we've just discussed about obviously there is this talk about the flatness in the arena. We don't need to go into that, but yeah, the Earth isn't flat, is it? Totally. I mean, we've got sea level and we've got mountains and valleys. So yeah, we've been tagged with the flat Earth name. So I think the gentleman was just saying, well, what would be a better thing to name ourselves if rather than a flat earther? I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna respect
Yeah.
what you want to call yourself. They're just gonna label you.
Yeah.
Not a globe.
Well, I mean,
and it does also come down to this. Like, I mean, we're looking for positive evidence, like proof of curvature. If we don't find any, if the Earth isn't curving, then what is it?
yeah, so you reject
By
it.
default,
Oh,
by
you
default,
reject it.
it's
I
flat.
understand. I
Yeah.
understand.
How are
I
you
understand.
looking?
I understand. No.
Back to your original question, though, mate. Back to your original question. There will be people who will, if you were talking to somebody else, they might say, "Well, yeah, there's a firmament dome over us." and that's the
Yes, I
containment.
agree. But
That's
it
what
doesn't sound
people
like
will
any
tell
of you subscribe to that.
I personally don't.
Don't either. Like this idea of having a dome. The only reason people say that, I think that's basically in my opinion, the only reason why they say they need a dome is to separate our gas pressure from the vacuum of space, which
Probably,
I
yeah.
don't think exists. I don't think there is a vacuum of space. Okay,
Yeah.
so there is no necessity for a dome to separate you from anything. This comes down to like it's analogous to the same question of in the heliocentric model or in the like Big Bang theory or this like the expansion of the universe. What is the universe expanding into? What separates the universe
Yeah,
from
but
whatever that is?
I know what you're
Like,
saying, mate, but I think obviously there's no mention of a dome in the Bible. It's firmament. Now people pick up on this. I think the dome comes from how when you look into the heavens and you view the luminaries,
the celestial
depending on
sphere.
it looks it's perceived as a dome because the luminaries that are further far away are hitting the apparent horizon, and it appears like a celestial sphere over your head. It's not,
Right.
but it appears that way from a perspective. So it's perceived as a dome, but it's not a dome. It's just perspective.
Yeah. Now, even the word firmament, though, is basically biblical roots. Like, it's so people who typically argue for some kind of glass or crystalline dome are typically coming from a biblical perspective as well. And I don't try to use the Bible for my proofs.
No, like you said earlier, I think a lot of us in here will stick to, we know gas pressure needs containment. Therefore, we must have containment. Then the rebuttal we'll get is, well, what is it and where is it? And the answer we'll give is, we don't know. But we do know gas pressure requires containment. And we have
Oh
gas
yeah,
pressure
containment is present, but it doesn't need an object that provides the containment. Anything that does containment can provide it. It doesn't have to be an object, right?
Well, it just needs, that's what gas pressure is, and it's the gas pressing on the walls of a container.
Anyway,
no, the pressure is also created by in the middle of the container by just the parts of the gas.
Yeah, so you've still got a container, haven't you?
Pumping into each other.
Yeah, you just said you've got a container, so yeah, well done.
Now, another analogy, like if you did
when you have a gas pressure in the container, then you have a container that provides the containment. Yes, but around us, we do not have a container that provides the containment. It's quite obvious that gas has weight.
Well, we must have containment for the gas pressure because gas pressure requires that containment.
Yeah, containment, but it doesn't need to be a container that provides the containment.
I'm not sure what we're arguing
about. A container is a hollow object. Okay,
I mean, a container is a container,
anything that provides containment.
Yeah. So it's not we can't have the pressure in an open system, can we?
What are we arguing about? What's the contention?
No, there's pressures in open systems.
The contention is
one deck. Can you seem like a fairly reasonable chap? Could you just like outline what the issue is, if you wouldn't mind?
We're talking. Well, I think you were talking about what some people perceive and what people might say when we're talking about firmament, and people say there's a dome over us, and that's the containment. What most of us in here will say is that we don't know what the containment is.
What's the thing about gas pressure?
We do know.
Can we start there? Can we start there?
To have gas pressure, you must have a container for the pressure.
No,
it's the requirement.
Containment, not a container.
Yeah, containment and container are the same damn thing. Like you could anything that contains is a container. It doesn't mean that it has to be a solid glass or crystalline.
Well, when you look at the definition of pressure, so the gas needs to be pressing on the walls of something.
The gas needs to be pressing on the walls of something.
We can always
wait. Hang on.
Let's look at the definition together.
Please, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure what the thing we're arguing about is. Like,
here's another analogy that could be made. Like, okay, so some people, again, biblically, like, will talk about the waters above and the waters below. Well, like, okay, imagine a bubble in the water. Imagine a bubble in the water. There's gas pressure inside of the bubble. The water would be the container.
Okay. We're about to read the definition.
Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by the gas particles colliding with the wall of their container. So to have the pressure, the gas particles need to collide with the wall of their container.
Does it? Wait, where does it say? I've not heard that definition. Where is that?
Do you want me to get it for you? No problem. I'll
please,
go and get it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Hi, Jedi.
Appreciate it.
It's always good to do this rather than it's good to just get it up. We'll read through it and then we can.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree. As opposed to speaking past each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like
it makes more sense for us, and it makes more sense for the listeners to see what we're saying.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So hang on. So gas pressure is defined as. Where are we looking?
Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
But where's that definite? I just want to have a look at where that is.
I'm just getting it. You just started saying it, so I just started saying it as well. I'm just getting it for
sorry,
you.
mate.
What we're going to be dealing with is the ideal gas laws. So Dalton's law, Bohr's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law.
I just, we all have to be singing from the same hymn book, right? I mean,
Yeah, just natural law and what gas does.
Why would we be working with those laws?
Can someone paste it in the chat, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just
Or...
about to, mate. Yeah.
Thank you.
AK wants to know why we're going to be dealing with the ideal gas laws, because because gases are not ideal.
Well,
The reason why gases are
step
not
at a
ideal.
time.
It's like I can't finish the sentence. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll shut up. I'll go and get you this stuff. I'll post it. I'll shut the fuck up. No worries, dude.
No. Sorry, that was
Here's my
fault.
contention
That was my fault.
with going to be dealing with the ideal gas laws. When I'm at sea level and I have a normal room at, let's say, 18 degrees centigrade, right? Or 19 degrees centigrade, right? Normal room temperature. Then I'm gonna have like around 1 bar of pressure in there, right? Around 1,000 hectopascal. Pascal. Now I go up a mountain, also in a room, same size, right? Also have it at like 19 degrees centigrade again, same temperature. The pressure in that room is gonna be lower by a few tens of bars. So few tenths of bars, so 0.23 bars, I guess. So the ideal gas laws, it don't seem to work simplistically with the air around us.
Is it Jedi? Thank you for posting, because I don't see anything about walls here.
Yeah, it's because I've got 100 things to post, mate, and I'm just getting through them. So if you give me another 2 minutes,
the thing about walls. Just the thing about walls.
Okay.
All I want. Thank you.
So the relationship between pressure and volume does not seem to be.
Oh yeah, it does.
Like Boyle's law doesn't seem to uphold in the case that I laid out. Jar's law doesn't seem to be holding up.
Here it is. Gas pressure of the gas. When I click on it, 404 not found, I'm afraid.
Sorry, dude. Let me find you another one. You can also put that into.
Regardless, law could still hold up.
Who am I talking to, AK? Because me and you still need to have a conversation about fucking height of eye correction, and I've got you 20 citations for that. So you sit down. I'll get back to you in a minute, mate.
What do we need a conversation about?
Me and you still need to have a conversation about height of eye and dip correction.
What about it?
The fact that you say that it's not a correction to sea level.
Yes, it is, isn't? It's an angle.
It's a correction to sea level. I've got 20 citations for this. No.
Maybe
None
I
of the
caught you at a bad
citations you
time.
name say that it is correcting the height of the observer down to sea level. All of them say it's correcting the angle that you measure to the elevation in between horizon and sight that you measure to the angle between the whole.
You just keep fucking talking, don't you? You don't shut up.
Jedi,
It is annoying. It is annoying.
I must have caught you at a bad time. I'm sorry.
So you're all right, mate. It's the other guy. Jedi.
No,
the other guy
I know, but I'm asking him to send me stuff, and he's got full plate. So,
2 seconds.
you don't have to, Jedi. You don't have to. Honestly, you don't have to.
Look, man. When you ask questions, wait for a response before you go again. You were doing this to me too in the middle of my sentence. And it's not like I've been talking that much.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
It's quite easy to figure out.
But Jedi, I mean, where is this from, though? That's what I need.
You know what? Google it yourself, Sunshine. If you don't understand that volume and gas pressure are highly related, then we're going to have an issue. All right, I'm trying to dig you out all of the stuff that I can find in gas pressure that's in additional information right at the bottom of this server. I'm just trying to find you the relevant stuff. Here you go. Here's another 12 fucking things.
It's simple like a tyre, like a car tyre. You won't be able to have You wouldn't be
Sounds
able to
like
have pressure in your car tire without the tire, would you? You need that tire for the
okay.
pressure. Yeah, I mean,
Let's read these out.
it's
Sorry,
as simple as that, really, mate.
There you go. Here's another 4 or 5. Pressure of gas is a force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. The molecules are in constant random motion and freely colliding with each other and the walls of a container. There you go. You can read all of those. If you want to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, be my guest.
I mean, you need a container for deodorant, you need a container for hairspray, you need a container for your tyres in your car and your bike. Oxygen. I'm sure when they apparently went to the moon, they needed a container for the oxygen. They didn't just take it in the hand. You know, so gas pressure does require a containment. But what they tell you about this globe model is that we live on an open system ball with pressure, and there's no containment. It's a side to a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17. So why isn't the pressure filling that space? Because that's what it would do. That's what entropy is. I think Jedi's posted one on entropy there. So it's quite basic stuff, really.
Cool. Okay. Well, thank you
You'll,
for.
you'll also find it within all of the ideal gas laws that I pointed out earlier, Boyle's law, Dalton's law. All of these are within a fixed volume because the amount of gas inside any amount of space, there's going to be a different relationship. It's like pressure. It's reliant on the amount of space and the amount of gas, isn't it? If you have a bigger volume, a bigger container, and a small amount of gas, you're going to have a low gas pressure. You pump as much gas as you can into that fixed volume, the container, you're going to have a higher gas pressure. And then you're going to start playing around with your temperatures and stuff like that as well, which AK was trying to talk about earlier. So this is all that we're talking about. The only way that you can keep gas from dispersing into another volume is to fix it within a volume. You uncontain it from that and it disperses, fills the next available space. By consequent of it being contained, it is under pressure.
Cool. Okay. Appreciate it.
But you will get people like one gentleman was on will not, because they're adamant that that can't be the case because their globe model is correct. That when we start talking about these things, they get high rate and overtalk you and don't like you pointing out the truth and the facts of the matters, and it becomes a little bit annoying.
Cool.
And that's what just happened there. But now we seem like we've calmed down again, and it's a nice conversation.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think I would ever be able to convince you of the away from the container thing anyway. So,
But
understood.
what you'd have to say is that gravity's doing it. You'd have to say gravity is the container, and then you'd have to demonstrate how that would be.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter because I don't think anything I said wouldn't convince you, would it? Really, would it?
Well, something would if it made sense and you could demonstrate something. Yes, it would make sense. I'm not just I'm not one-eyed on this, but everything that I listen to regarding the gas pressure and my observations of a level horizontal plane that I live on with not in motion.
Oh, that's not gas though. Forget that.
No, that's not gas. No, that's something else. But I'm open to anything, mate. But I mean, except for just repeating garbage that we can sort of, I'll debunk basically.
Refute.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's why I say. I mean, if anybody can offer evidence of gas pressure without containment, that would be great.
Cool.
We've been asking. I think we've been asking for a while now.
What are the worst explanations you've got? Just just to humour me.
Where's gravity? Gravity is the one.
But I know, other than gravity.
I'm trying to think of another one. Gas pressure without containment. Gas pressure is the containment. And then you get gradients. Well, have you not heard of gradients? We've got a gradient.
Hello, everybody. How are we all doing here tonight?
We're good, thanks.
And that,
we're just talking about gas pressure and containers and the excuses.
Carry on
the
with the
global.
garbage. Carry on with the garbage. Sorry. Carry on with what you've heard. If you don't
Sorry, I
mind.
don't come in here very often, but I came in here tonight to see if anyone can explain to me why the Earth is flat and how that happened.
How that happened? Someone dropped it.
And it squished?
Yeah.
Well, how do we make it spherical again? How do we
Pump it up. Pump it up.
Well, let's pump it up. Pump it up. Whoop whoop. So yeah, flat Earth, round Earth. Which is it, and why?
It's flat.
You said flat.
Like flat, horizontal, level, whichever word you want to use.
Okay. How has it been this way since the beginning?
Since forever.
Okay. Why is that line of thinking in the minority? The majority of folks probably, well, they do actually think that it's round. And
Okay.
why is this?
Because they've been told it's been round.
Well, what were you told?
They also think they came from monkeys, bro.
Some of them probably did. Speaking of that, my Chinese New Year symbol, my sign, my animal, I'm a monkey. So you know, like George of the Jungle. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So they've been told it's round, but you've been told that it's flat. Or did you come to that conclusion through some sort of research?
Basic observations, a good one, mate. Just your general observations. You know,
Okay,
when you
and
walk.
don't you think the other side has observed that the Earth is spherical?
Well, we don't.
round?
If it was spherical, we would all observe that.
Okay. And if it was flat, they would observe it. Look, I don't want to go back and forth with the same counter argument, but I mean, why is it that so few people think that it's flat, but the vast majority think that it's round? Where did that line of thinking come from?
Jedi, as you told you, he's learnt from an early age. You know, from nursery school, basically, which is
No, I'm sorry. The other way around. Where did the line of thinking of that the Earth that we live on is in fact flat come from? Where did this come from?
Well, I think you'd have to speak to people, and I don't think everybody's the same. Mine just came from a realization of I don't actually observe or feel that the Earth's a globe or in movement. To me, it just appears level, horizontal, and stationary, and that's what got me thinking about it.
Okay. All right. Any person who thinks that it's flat, does any person to whom thinks that it's flat also think that if you traveled far enough, you would eventually reach some sort of an edge and potentially fall off or go under?
Well, it comes back to the other gentleman was asking about what the model is and what people perceive as the model. You know, people will talk about ice walls containing the oceans. People talk about domes containing the pressure that we breathe. I personally don't, because I don't know. All I know is that it doesn't, to me, appear to be spherical or spinning or moving. And the evidence that I've looked at to support that claim can be rebutted quite easily.
Okay. All right. Well, I myself am not a scientist, and that's not my strong suit. So I'm not going to come in here spitting the facts, because I don't have all that on both sides. But I've grown up learning, like most people have learned, that the Earth is a globe, round ball, and every other body, every other planet is as well. Do you think we're the only one that's flat, the rest are not, or do you think they're all flat, or what do you think about other planets?
Just while you were on there, though, I mean, it's like you say, yeah, you believe you live on a globe, obviously, because that's what you've been told. That's what we was all told. Now, what you'll get is we're talking about things like Jedi's just posted loads of stuff on the gas pressure and the gas laws. We've spoke about different things which make total sense. These are laws of nature. which sort of correspond to what we're saying is that this can't be with the globe model speculations. Now, if anybody's got is willing to be truthful and maybe just take a few new things on board and try and think about this, you should be able to understand what we're saying and what we're showing you and saying, well, you know what, they've got a point, these guys. For whatever, but you do get a lot of people come in and they're adamant that they won't listen to it. We're all flat earthers are pathetic. None of this makes sense. We obviously live on a globe because that's the consensus that we should be believing in.
Well, I don't think it was just made up. I don't think they just think that just because. I'm sure that real life scientists did real life work, real life evidence to prove, to prove that.
I don't think it's a scientific thing, the shape of the Earth. It's
I mean,
not
you believe
really...
that we've been to space. We have been to space, right? And if we have been to space, we must be able to
No
tell.
one's been to space. You can't
No
go
one's been
to
to
space. It doesn't exist. You can't
Space
have
does
gas
not exist?
pressure. Yeah, the vacuum of space can't exist because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Okay, what is above? What is around our planet? I mean, if I were to jump up super high,
I don't know what's around our quote unquote planet, but you said we've been to space, the vacuum of. No, we haven't. That place can't exist. What replaces that idea of a fantasy vacuum? I've got no clue. But the fantasy vacuum can't exist.
So every video ever of astronauts in space, what is that? Just made up?
Yes, that's like a movie that you've seen on TV, like with Thor swinging his fucking hammer.
Why
right?
would they do that? Why would these people fake being in space? What is
Because they want
the
you.
advantage?
Because they want you to believe that you're on a ball that's orbited by the moon and we orbit the sun for some reason.
See, just not rudely interrupting. This is what it boils down to. You see, mate. So you can be presented with gas laws, right, and it can be explained to somebody that this gas pressure requires containment, but and that's a law. It's a law of nature. It must have containment. But then we've got the globe model, right, which everybody's been taught and what most people believe, and because of that, the true facts of the matter are swept under the carpet. So you're in a position where you will no longer accept truth that's being presented of evidence to you. You will sooner stay with what you've been taught as a child and, excuse the term, but, sort of brainwashed with. That's what it comes to. That's where humanity is at the moment. They'd sooner go with consensus, the majority of consensus, rather than the truth. Even when you're shown the truth, you'll dismiss it. That's where we are.
Well, it appears nonsensical, so people probably would dismiss it.
Well, gas pressure and containment is not nonsensical. Now, the globe model says that we live in an open system with pressure, which doesn't have containment. But gas pressure must have containment. So,
what do you think about the atmosphere? Do we have one? Where is it?
We're breathing it. That's oxygen and nitrogen. That's gas. Do you think that the word atmosphere, atmo meaning gas, doesn't mean gas?
So we have an atmosphere.
Stupid and not thinking about what's being said to you. Does the atmosphere exist? Of course it does.
Janice, their position, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, is that the gas itself cannot just be like its own. You keep using the word container. It cannot just be there because it would float away. Is that so? Therefore, it can't be. It's not correct. Am I correct in that?
You're asking me the question.
The particle requires a wall of a container to create pressure. If a particle came out the ground and say there was no containment and it was just floating and floating and floating, you wouldn't be able to gauge a pressure from that until it collided with the wall of the container.
So, Janice, their belief is that there is there must be a wall, because
this guy
there's
needs
no
to be
other.
more.
Well, there must be
Hold on,
something for
let's
the
need to start
particle.
more
There must be
basic with this
something.
guy.
There's something for the particle to press upon.
You need to start more basic with this guy. He still thinks he observes a globe in reality, and that people have proven a globe in reality. Like, they've told you it's based on the stories, the images, and the videos that you're shown, none of which you can verify. And when you're thinking about, well, how do I know it's a globe? You're just saying, well, the images, the videos, the stories, going to space. So you need to start thinking about what evidence you've actually got in reality that the ground is spinning and curved. Because you
Well,
don't
I'm sorry.
observe or experience any of that.
To that, I will say this: any of the people in here who thinks it's flat, have you guys definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, proven that it is in fact flat, and gone to the
Yes.
edge, or done anything?
No, not edge. Demonstrated that the surface of water, when contained, lays horizontal. The surface of the earth is water. It's horizontal. It's not curving. I don't need to go to the edge of the earth to figure out that the water's not curving.
Okay, so on the spherical model of the planet, the surface of the water would still appear horizontal.
No. On the surface of a ball, by consequence, by necessity, that surface is curving. So the water is curving. It will obstruct your view of things at 1.2 times the square root of the observer site in feet, and will descend from point A to point B on the surface of the Earth at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. It won't look flat because it's so big. It will measure to have curvature over distances of water. The water does not measure to have any curvature. Mean sea level is level, not curved.
Okay, all right. Let's say you're right and that the Earth is flat. A couple things. Number one, why has no one been to the corner, the edge, the end? And if they have tried,
How do you know that they haven't? Hypothetically,
I was getting to that. Yeah, getting to that part. If they have, why is it such a hush hush kept secret? Like, why can't we know about it? Who is stopping us from
the end of reality? The people that want to tell us that the Earth's a ball with finite land masses are going to declare on the 6 o'clock news that they went for a walk and hit a wall in Antarctica and can get through it. Why would they do that?
I mean, on the other hand as well, Jedi. I mean,
assuming that the Earth is flat, why are there human beings?
But this is what you've got to ask yourself. This is the question you're asking yourself. Now, once you've learned about the globe claims being absolute lies with no evidence, and you look into the gas pressure and sea level and navigation and how things are actually measured on the Earth and how we use the Earth horizontal and flat, and then you realize that this Earth is not actually a spinning globe, then you've got to ask yourself, why are they lying? Because if they're lying about this must be a big deal.
I am asking myself. I'm asking myself, why are there human beings on this planet that are trying to withhold the fact that the Earth is flat by pretending that it's a globe and keeping it a secret? What is to be gained? What is this about?
You would have to ask them. Why do you think that we here in the Discord server can define the motives of people we've never met? Do you think we've got some privy information where we've gone and spoken to these people and figured out why they're lying because they were honest in that answer when they told us?
I think something must have happened somewhere in order for you to come to this conclusion.
Yeah, we measured the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth does not curve.
Yeah.
What do you mean you measured it?
Do you know what water is?
Yes.
Good. So you understand it's an axiom that when contained and at rest, the surface of water is level. Right? It's a self-evident truth.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So do you know how mean sea level was established? And the surveying that took 19 years to establish mean sea level as a level not curved.
All right.
Okay, so mean sea level is measured and used as a horizontal 0 point datum. You have elevation above sea level and you have declination below sea level. 50 meters below sea level, for example, 50 meters above sea level, but it all comes from sea level. Sea level's level, not curved. It's observed as such. It's measured as such with high-powered laser targeting devices, infrared cameras, radar, sonar, all of those types of things. And it's practically used as a horizontal baseline for navigation, terrestrial and celestial.
So Janice, if I may, yes, you are approaching this completely the wrong way because you're asking things that they've heard 100 times before, and have whether or not you deem them to be good or not answered for. That I guarantee no one in this room has done any independent measurements. There are
Yes, I have.
There are some pictures.
Yes, I have.
You've independently measured the length of the flat Earth.
No,
The water?
not the entirety of the Earth, but a stretch of land or water that, according to the model, should show curvature at distances from 24 miles from Dover to Calais and distances from 40 miles across the south coast of England from Brighton to Worthington and beyond.
And if you ask him for pictures or any data about this, he won't give them to you. I guarantee you that. But anyway, you're approaching this completely the wrong way.
My friend, me and you are going to get off on the wrong foot.
I mean,
you're going to guarantee to this man that I can't provide any information about the distance observations that I've done. Have we met before?
I don't
Am
know.
I wrong?
Have we met before?
No, we haven't. Am I wrong?
Right. And so why the fuck are you making shit up? We've never met before, so how the fuck do you know? I want to know how you know.
Because I have intuition.
Otherwise, I'm going to start declaring that you're a cunt.
Intuition. Because I have intuition.
You're a cunt.
Okay. That doesn't provide me any actual data.
What information?
That's intuition too.
What information do you want?
All of the measurements that you made, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. So
maybe some photos. Is that okay?
Sorry.
Maybe some some of the photos, the methods that you used. Is that okay?
You said photos weren't good enough.
No,
all
just
the photos I have
the whole experiment that you did, all of the documentation that you have, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, sure, no worries. I'll go and get it for you.
Sorry?
He said he's getting it for you.
Oh, okay. This would be interesting.
Not really.
Out of mere
Pretty straightforward.
curiosity, does it aggravate you that this politics server, the profile picture, the letter O next to the P, they use a spherical globe to represent that letter?
Holy shit.
Yeah, we're all deeply offended.
How old are you, dude?
That reminds me of that Billy Madison quote. Like, what you just said was so entirely stupid. God have mercy on your soul.
The flat earthers are dumb. They can't know anything, right?
Like, somehow the letter O means, because there's a letter O or 0 or whatever, that means earth ball. And flat earthers should be upset by this because...
Oh, someone muted him.
Dude, that type of stupidity is beyond insufferable. Okay?
I get it. No, I get it.
You need to fucking sit down, mate.
That type of stupidity needs to be this is sometimes I think about there should be a license to use the internet. Like, someone would clip that and be like, you are fined 1 month, no internet.
I understand.
I mean, you'd like to have a free speech, a free open platform, but jeez,
Well, yeah, I mean, being able to speak is an important thing, I would say. But
Does the flat Earth being number 1 on the politics server bug you?
And also, too, he can talk still. He's not muted. He's not banned. he can type all the dumb shit he wants in text chat. That way, it's easy to clip. Okay, if we do it just voice and his little random squawks, you have to go in, you have to open up Audacity and OBS, you have to like find the timestamp, you have to clip it, you have to make sure that his voice was showing when the sound was being made. But if he types the dumb shit, it's just gold because you can screen cap it, and the next time he comes back, you're like, remember when you said the letter O proved the Earth was a globe?
Okay. I mean, I don't think that silencing people is the right thing, but it's hell. You're
He's
the guy.
not silenced, homie. He can talk in the text chat. Okay.
Okay. You're the guy with the button, so you know I can't argue against it.
I don't like this guy. He seems passively aggressive, like a female when he talks.
Are you going to send me the data? Or
I've already shown you the ideal gas laws, didn't I? I already went and did that before. Do you remember that? I did that for you. No, I don't feel like I should do anything for you anymore. I don't like your attitude. Why should I waste my time on you?
Cool. Don't waste your time. I agree.
Yeah, I've already done that twice, and like I said, I don't like your attitude. Seems really weird. You seem slimy.
And you said you were going to provide evidence that you performed some measurements, and you aren't doing it. So
I've refused to do so now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know you're refusing to do so. I knew that was going to be the case. So never mind.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely fine. You take your little victory. You go nosh yourself
Before you
off.
go, incidentally,
It's not a victory at
before
all.
you go, could I just ask you, were you this demanding of evidence when they told you Earth was a spinning ball? Like, did you ask them to provide you the measurements of the curvature?
Yes.
Okay, what measurements did they provide you?
They actually provided me evidence. So that's one up.
So, what measurement? Which measurement did they provide?
Well, they actually provided me something. I didn't get anything.
What was it?
It was something. It wasn't nothing.
Yeah, what was it?
It was something.
What?
So you don't know.
Last chance. Last chance, sunshine.
See, there you go.
Like I said, you seem really slimy. So this
And
is
you're
your
a liar. And you're a liar. You're a liar.
Don't spiral out now. Don't spiral out now. Listen, just answer the question, right? You're like, oh, show me the measurements. Okay. Did you ask for the measurements for the globe? Yes, I did. And they showed me. Okay. What measurements did they show you?
Sir, you're a liar. And I.
Oh my God. This is what you get.
There you go. Exposed.
This is what you get.
Easy. Why the double standard? He's all of a sudden, he needs the proof. We didn't get any for the globe. But that's all right.
Yeah.
The space cartoons.
Yeah, that's all the proof you need. Cartoons.
Another globe L. Try that Janus guy again if he's calm. Maybe he can hold a reasonable conversation.
It's been a while since I heard Jedi call somebody a cunt.
Sorry about that.
That's all right, Jedi. I love it.
That's the thing. What I was saying, though, you get some guys coming in and they do want to asking questions and they want to try and get some information. It's a little bit reluctancy, but they're being okay and they're talking to. But then you just get these people in who are just here for one thing, which is disturbance, to aggravate the conversation, to cause disturbance. And Jedi does a lot in here as well as the other guys, and it gets to that stage sometimes where it's just these people need to be told. I mean, I don't know why they're coming in. I mean, you should be coming in to get some really good information and facts about why the Earth isn't a spinning sphere, because that's what we've got here. So you could learn a lot if you just open your mind and be willing to absorb some truth
It just reminds me of how disgusting some of these people on social media and like YouTube platforms and whatnot, TikTok, how they have these people that are in the position of the globe heliocentric model, and they're spewing out these that flat earthers are dumb and they're stupid and they're this and that and they have no evidence. Then they're going to say this and that. They have all these rebuttals and arguments that they tell these people. Then these people come into the groups and they act like they know something. But because they've
stop
been
crying,
fed,
old man.
so much misinformation and disinformation that they come in thinking like they have a leg up on people, but then they get proved to be idiots and they don't even know their own model and they just saw someone online. But it's funny though how arrogantly they come in, like the audacity they have to come in and just interrupt the conversation and throw some stupid shit out there.
Most
Really
of them don't
interesting
even
though.
know the size, man.
You just
Here-
make weak moves. I'm sorry.
Hey, Apocryphon, check out this link right here. Physics in a Minute did a thing about how the internet is worse than you think it is. They really take a very damning view of humanity. They talk about how science, engineering came together in this perfect swan dance to bring you a device you can hold in the palm of your hand to access a full breadth and worth and totality of human knowledge and information. And what do people do with it? They share cat videos. They spaz out at ideas they don't understand.
Well,
It's basically,
this is what I was
they
saying
make
before about the other guy. He was like, he's come to a point where, to try and just, boil it down to its roots, is that people are being in evidence. We can present evidence. Oh, we'll just mention gas pressure and containment, which we did before. And
Oh my god, it's so annoying.
But it's come down to people would sooner believe the minority rather than the truth.
Hey, Vector, if you think someone's lying to you, hey, hold on, Leah, listen. If you think someone's lying to you, do you ask them questions or you don't ask them questions?
I tried to ask you questions because I think you're lying.
Yeah, but
and
you
you
already
muted
know
me.
I'm lying. There's a really good
What?
episode of
Say that
Doctor
again.
Who. If you already know that I'm going to tell you a lie, why would you ask?
So why are you asking Globers?
Because they said that it's not a lie. They think it's true. They believe their information is correct. So let's evaluate it. I don't think they're
Yeah, but
lying.
you
They're just
think
they're
think
incorrect.
Globers are liars.
No, I never said that. When did I
Yeah,
say
you
that?
did. So
No,
what
I
are you
didn't.
saying? Why are you
Citation.
muting them?
When did I say it?
Why are you muting?
No, because
Why are you
if
muting?
you would, okay, how about this? If you called me a power tripping Nazi moderator,
I will.
that if that's true, you would be muted. If that's a lie,
I am muted.
You are right now. You're muted.
No, not right now.
Okay, yep, you are right now. There you go. See, I have to hold you to your worldview because you can't be a liar. Okay, so let's say that's exactly what I am for you right now, subjectively. That I am a power tripping moderator, and that's proof of this is you can't talk. So when you want to talk, you say, "Hey, Crit's actually kind of a cool moderator who can go back and forth." Okay, let's do that then. Because yeah, I don't want to call you a liar. I just want to see what your worldview looks like and hold you to it. Hold your feet to the fire. Janice. Okay, let's see here. I know you had to mute me because you are mad. Okay, sure. Well, he's deafened. So I'm mad, so you're muted. Okay, so when you think I'm not mad, or maybe let's give him a shot. Let's see if he can follow the concept. Oh, he's gonna deafen himself then. Okay, fuck off then.
He dares you to mute him and then cries in chat, right?
Yeah. It's glorious.
And
This
then
is
says, says you don't control me.
The brain of a Glober.
Yeah, and it's so interesting too. I told him exactly why I muted him. There was a middle of a conversation. You squawked about the letter O, so I muted you, and then you would then say, "You know what? That's not what happened. You actually
guys,
muted
I'm
me
back.
because you're angry." Okay,
I'm
sure.
back.
Let's do that then. Am I angry, Janice? Am I angry right now?
Are you angry? Yes.
Okay, there. I'm angry. There you go. I'll hold you to your worldview, okay?
They
Because I
don't get
don't
it.
want
They
you to
don't
be a
get it.
liar. So right now you can pretend. Let's play dress up, freak show. Okay? I'm angry. And what happens if I'm angry? You're muted. Okay? So let's change. When you're ready to subjectively change your subjective bullshit to something more subjectively workable for what you subjectively need and want, do that. And then tell me, hey, Crit, you're not angry. You actually muted me because I was squawking my ass off about the letter O in the middle of a conversation about people providing evidence. We'll do that. Okay? So as soon as you get there, let me know. And then you'll say, hey, I won't blurt random nonsense in the middle of conversations anymore. Roger, boss, I'll take you off mute. It's like there's people come in here and cry, I don't like this space. I go, why don't you like it? It's an echo chamber. I go, are you sure it's an echo chamber? Yeah. You guys silence all dissenting opinions. So you're dissenting right now? Yep. Are you silenced right now? No. Okay, so how did you get to all dissenting opinions are silenced? If you're talking using a dissenting opinion, head explodes. The
And
weight
then
of
reset.
then right again. Come back the next day, full reset.
The issue is that you allow them to speak for 10 seconds and then you mute them and like inevitably because you're retarded and you think the earth is a disc. Oh no, it's tipping! It's tipping! The earth is tipping! My side is tipping, guys! It's tipping!
You can't help yourself but self-destruct within 10
That's
seconds.
the same
So
thing.
what the fuck?
It's the same thing he says every day. The guy,
I went
same
ahead and just
exact
started
guy.
yelling in the mic because I expect to be muted like within
Dude, how about
minutes of
this? You
speaking.
could spaz out until you're out of breath, and then we'll just laugh, and you can reset again.
Everyone calls you like a retard because you like
Okay,
yeah
you're
you
retarded too.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny because he's talking about tipping, but he's the one that believes the Earth is tilted.
He's already tilted.
Yeah, there's
So,
another word for tilted too.
You're the tilted
He's
Earther
flipping
here.
and spinning.
So settle down, bruh. Calm yourself. Don't spaz out and embarrass yourself in the first 10 seconds.
How about
Give it a
come when
minute
there's
at
not a
least.
lot of people here? There's only a few people,
I mean, you
and
just
I'll just
my
let you
point.
spaz out.
I got muted within 30 seconds because
Because you're just
can't
insulting
help yourself.
people.
You can't help yourself. You just can't help.
Bruh,
You
you're the
can't
one
help
who
it.
believes
You
the Earth
literally
is
can't help it.
tilted,
You have
right?
no arguments. You're all
You
retarded.
believe the
so
Earth
you
is
mute people.
tilted.
No, I don't. I didn't say that. You do. You believe we're
What
on a
argument do
disc.
you
You
have?
don't believe
We're on a
the Earth
pizza
is
crust,
tilted.
and
You don't
Is that
believe the
what you
Earth is
believe?
you
tilted?
think
That's
that
what you
we're on a.
believe.
Bruh.
Wait. That's what
Chill.
you believe, bro.
Hold
That's not
on,
what
hold
we
on.
believe.
Let's
Go
just
ahead.
let's just understand. Bruh, are you saying that the Earth is not tilted?
Wait, hold on. I got muted. So that's the second mute, and I've been in here for a minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah, because you
We're
can't
breaking
answer the
records, boys.
question.
Breaking
Because you
records.
can't answer the question. Bruh, is the Earth
I don't
tilted?
have to answer your question.
Is
Then
the Earth
fuck off.
tilted? Is
Yep.
the Earth
Here
tilted,
comes the
bruh?
third mute. Here comes the third mute. Get ready, guys.
Bruh.
Here comes
Is
number
the,
3. Let's
is
get
the
it.
Earth tilted, bruh? Come
Are
on.
you going to
Huh?
answer the question or not?
I don't have to answer his question.
Then you will get muted.
Oh,
Okay.
why not, bruh?
You're
Here's the third
wasting
mute.
time.
Why are you scared of
Yeah,
your own
control
belief?
that conversation. Control that
So
conversation.
here's
Well,
what's
you're not
funny.
having one because you
Yeah.
refuse to answer the question. So not a conversation then.
Yeah,
That's
we're
amazing.
just
Put the
going
gun to
to
your head and you're complaining that you've shot yourself in the fucking face. You're an
yeah,
idiot.
we're just gonna expose your own fear of your own belief, bruh. Because like you can't agree that you think the Earth is tilted, a tilted spinning ball, right? Because you came in saying, "Oh, it's tipping, it's tipping." You're the one who believes the Earth is tilted, right? Being a globehead.
And spinning.
Oh, you're muting me. You're muting me.
You
I'm
know
not going to
bruh.
answer the question. I
Dance
don't have to
for
answer
us.
the dickhead.
Oh, I'm unmuted again. All right,
You're
let's go for number
unmuted, bro.
4.
Time to spiral. Spiral. Now's your time.
Let's go for number
Let's put
4.
it like this.
Let's see here.
Dance, monkey. Dance. Entertain us. That's why
Yeah.
you're fucking here.
So here's my question: with this whole like pizza.
Shut up.
Hold on. Sorry, bro. You got muted there. What was your question?
What?
Dance.
Bro, what was your
What'd you say?
question? What was your question,
Sorry,
bro?
what'd you say? What'd you say?
You had a
What was that?
question? You got muted.
What was that?
Like that.
You said what?
You had a question?
One more time.
Homo says what?
Oh man, this is what it's come to, Globers. This is your level.
Because your position is.
Shut up.
Sorry, bro. You cut out again there, bro. Could you repeat that?
You said
Come
what?
on. Good times, good times.
All right.
Yeah, let's
That's
just
enough.
mute him.
That's enough, bro.
See, look at exactly what I said earlier. Remember, I said I want to keep Janice on mute because he'll say some dumb shit in text chat. And look what we got. Look at this gold nugget here. Crit, you think the Earth is flat, like your brain. That's why I'm here to discuss with you whether or not the Earth is flat, like your ass, or round, like it's always been, like all the planets are.
That is a good one.
Yeah, these guys are ridiculous.
Yeah, when they blurt in the middle of a conversation, you put them on mute, they'll say some dumb ass shit, and you can screen cap it and put it in your trophy case.
And that's what makes you evil, Mr. Crit.
How? How is that evil? Like, Leia, seriously, it's mutually accepted. I'm okay. Whatever version of me you want to add to your worldview, go right ahead, okay?
Crit,
Go
you
right
are
ahead.
evil. You are evil for making the Globers embarrass themselves repeatedly. That's your fault.
I like evil crit. Evil crit's funny.
That's what, look at my profile. It's like negative field crit. See, good crit believes Earth is a globe. Evil crit's a flat earther.
Yeah, the Globers call the flat earthers evil when the globe earthers embarrass themselves. Makes sense.
Never happened, literally.
Yeah, we've just been listening to it.
I'm sorry, you just make weak moves.
It's weak moves.
If you
Quiet,
had good
Vector.
arguments,
You're already
you wouldn't need to
embarrassing
mute
yourself.
anyone.
You're already embarrassing yourself. You sound like you've got the energy of an 80-year-old woman.
I know, dude. You gotta
Thank you for
gotta
the
step up your game when it comes to talking, man.
No, I don't. I think it's.
It
just
sounds
an-
like you're at least 45 degrees tilted.
Hey, man, how
No,
you
you're
guys
so
doing?
intelligent.
Anyways, it's all good.
Hey,
Don't
hey.
worry, Crit's
So
evil.
smart.
You guys better back. All right, Vector, you got anything for the globe today or not?
What would you like?
Some evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball.
What's fun about Leah is Leah like really doesn't like atheists either. Like Leah, which one's more? Who's dumber, flat earthers or atheists?
What do you mean? Have you even looked at my profile? I'm not associated with any religions.
Except the globe religion.
How can I be anti-atheist if I believe in God, but I think atheist position is more reasonable?
What?
What?
Wow. This is why you're such a broken individual, Vector.
What? Oh, that's
You're so
mean.
confused. You're so
You're gonna
confused
make
in
me
your own
cry,
worldview.
old man. Stop.
You guys are just weird, man.
You're just mad because you can't troll me, bro.
No, we don't need to. You troll yourself. We just let you open your... If we want to
Then
troll
let me
you,
have
we open
fun.
your
Why
mic.
you gotta mute me?
Why do you think your mic's open? We let you troll yourself.
Because I put you on the spot and you had
Dance
to do it.
monkey. This is dance monkey. Dance.
Come on, say something else funny, Vector. Try and prove the globe or
I'm
something.
not funny. You're way smarter than me, so you should be talking.
All right. Well, is there anyone that wants to try and prove the globe today, or are you all just going to be like this?
Please, somebody else have more enthusiasm than a fucking wet towel. That'd be awesome.
I just say star trails from time to time. Why do you hate me?
So you agree the stars move?
Yeah, of course. That's how we know.
All right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's how we know the Earth's moving. He was just about to say it. The stars are moving. Yeah, of course the stars are moving. That's how we know something else is moving.
Yeah, but we're looking for some globe proof, not flat Earth proof, Vector. So what else you got?
How do stars prove that Earth is flat?
Well, you just agreed the stars are moving.
I did.
Yeah.
So we off the
I didn't-
stars.
So, there you go.
And then I asked, how does it prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, it's talking about the grade of the Earth if you're talking about star trails, but you're just saying the stars move. Yeah.
I don't know what moves. Maybe we are moving. I don't
You don't know
Oh, well, you just said the stars were moving. You said star trails,
Yeah, like it could be either one.
not Earth trails, right?
It's star trails.
Yeah, so the stars move. Okay, very good. Now what?
I didn't say that the stars move. I said
All right, so the
there's a
stars don't
difference.
move.
There's a movement.
So the stars not moving now.
Something is happening.
What's happening?
It's
Is it the
nothing's
stars are moving? What's happening
Bro,
up there?
why do you have to
The
slam
stars are
your
moving.
IQ down to 0 when you talk to me?
Well, I like to adjust to my audience.
Adjust to my audience.
So you look up at the stars moving and you say, "What's happening there?" And you kind of just
So what do
freak
you
out.
say?
I agree with you. The stars are moving.
I didn't say that the stars are moving.
You did.
Yes, you did. That was the
I
very
said
first.
we are
First thing you
observing
said.
some sort of a motion. It could
Yeah,
be
the
the
stars.
Earth spinning or the stars
Wait,
moving.
what?
I
No,
don't
you
know.
didn't say you see the Earth spinning. You said
I
you see
never
the stars
said it
moving.
was needed
It's
to
the
know
old globe Earth backstep.
to
Here we
determine
go.
the shape of the Earth.
Oh, it's too easy. It's too easy.
It's too easy.
The
Yeah.
globe Earth
Okay.
backstep.
Damn.
I didn't say that. That thing that I just said 2 minutes ago. I definitely didn't say that. Globe
He-
Earth backstep.
He already
Okay.
admitted he wants to join our side.
Okay. So now
I
back to the
really
flat
do.
earther. Are there any other actual globers in here?
You're all globers. Stop lying, old man.
What are you talking about? You're a flat earther.
You're a
You just said
glober.
the stars are moving.
You have to know everything about the globe to be saying what you're saying.
Yeah, we do know a lot about the globe religion.
You know everything, not a
That's
lot.
true.
You know everything. You know a lot more than I do.
No, I wouldn't claim to know everything about your religion. It's very vast. The lore is deep.
No, you know everything about it.
No.
You could be a professor
dear.
if you wanted to.
Dear
It's
me.
weird.
At this point, anyway. All of you
Is it
are certified professors by now.
So is
I
this all
did
we got?
learn a lot.
More enthusiasm in a wet tissue.
Just making fun of you, I learned so much.
Mm.
We all feel very made fun of, Vector. Thank you.
I didn't mean it that way. I'm
You've
sorry.
really made us reconsider
You
our
can't
position
make
here
fun
with your
of a
well
troll.
thought out
The troll knows
arguments.
exactly what they're doing.
Is that what you tell yourself? Is it?
It's an expected reaction for you.
Well, at least we agree the stars are moving, eh?
No, we don't agree.
What do you mean? You just said it.
I mean, you're a grown-ass man, but you have so little to say. That's weird.
You just agreed the stars are moving.
I never said that.
You
Yeah, you
did,
did.
right at the
Recorded.
beginning of what you said.
I said the movement of the stars.
Yeah, the
Of the
movement of the
stars.
stars. Yeah, the stars are moving.
I mean, any
Very good.
intelligent person would know that it could be either or.
Any intelligent person knows that the movement of the stars is not the stars moving. 200 IQ,
Right. Like, they could be moving.
like you observe.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
always the same, though. Like,
Cool. Yeah, the
it
stars
doesn't
move.
change. It's always the same. Just like on
Yeah,
the
it's
globe.
always. Yeah, the stars have always moved.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep.
So how was
God
that your
damn,
globe
you're
trip?
grown-ass man, and this as far as you go. It's embarrassing.
Well, I mean, if you can't take it any further than agreeing with us that the stars move, that's your problem.
I never agreed with you.
You did. We all heard it. Do you want to take it
No.
any further? So we
I
agree
mean,
we see the stars move. Then what? What do you then propose?
So when a person makes a mistake and corrects themselves, you
Oh,
don't
so it's a
accept the
mistake.
correction.
Oh, so it's a mistake.
You
Okay,
don't
so it was a
accept the
mistake.
correction now, huh?
Okay, so you're correcting yourself. The stars don't move. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was correcting you for
Oh,
not
but I was
hearing
just
well,
saying what
old
you
man.
said, which was that the stars are moving. So are you saying that's no longer that the stars aren't moving?
I don't know what's moving. Maybe the Earth
Oh.
is turning or the
Well, what do
stars
you
are moving.
observe? What do you
No, it
observe?
doesn't.
I
No, it
mean, I'm
doesn't.
giving you credit at this point.
You
I'm
guys.
sorry, you're just not
It's
smart enough
Brilliant.
to troll me. Eventually, you
I just
will
let you
have to
troll
do it to
yourself.
me.
What do you think you're in the process of doing?
How can I troll me? I haven't even
by
claimed
saying
anything.
yes, the stars are moving. No, the stars might not be moving. I made a mistake. Yes, but they are moving. That's you trolling yourself.
I never said that.
You did though. That's the thing.
Clean your ears, old man.
We all heard it. It's recorded.
Yeah, but you're all trolls. Of course you're gonna type each other's ass.
Yeah, we're trolls, so we make you say things that you then regret. Okay.
No, it's just you just claim things that never happened.
Okay, so just be clear. Are the stars moving or not?
I don't know. I told you. At the
Okay,
beginning,
so you
I
don't know anymore. So when you say
Something's
star
moving.
trails, what that means is I don't know.
It's either the Earth spins or the star moves.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
But
Right, so
you
not
don't
much
know
of a globe
either.
proof
Like
then.
that's all you know too.
So it's not much of a globe proof then
Have
to
you
say
been
star
to
trails.
space?
Because you just said it could either be that the stars are moving, like you observe, or the Earth is moving.
Thank you.
Right. So that's not much of a globe proof then, is it?
No, it's not.
So why'd you keep saying star trails?
Well, because I didn't expect you hanging up on that middle of the sentence like you did.
So your whole catchphrase, you admit, is
No, well,
nothing.
there's more.
There's
Oh, there's
more. What
more.
other catchphrases have you got?
But wait, there's more.
What's your other catchphrases?
It's the motion of the stars. Like it always turns in one way.
Oh, so the stars are moving again.
So your second bit is
When I
exactly
say
the
this,
same as the first bit.
okay, stop trolling me. It's not gonna work. When I say the stars move, I mean like I don't know if they.
What do you mean? When you say the stars move, you mean I don't know.
I have to protect myself from your trolls.
Yes, you do have to protect
Be
yourself.
coherent.
It's difficult. It's
You are
not
a danger
easy.
to yourself, Vector.
Especially if you can mute, but like you haven't muted yet because you're trying to prove a point.
No,
just
I'm
like
just
me.
listening to you.
Sweet.
I'm just letting you go.
Good. You do this like annually. Then immediately.
Yeah, I do enjoy it. It's true.
You feeling brave today, old man?
Oh boy, you kids crack me up.
Aw.
These vectors made me laugh.
Yeah, thanks for the laugh, Vector.
We appreciate you.
That's something.
So instead, in the future, instead of now saying star trails, maybe you could say I don't know.
No, I do know.
That's what you just said.
No, star trails is very important. It's
Right.
very important.
But you just said you don't know
Every-
what that means.
I didn't say that.
You said, yeah, they look like they're moving, but I don't know.
What I said was, as I was saying words, I realized you're not understanding them.
What words do you think I'm not understanding?
All of them.
Like which
I mean,
one?
like I know you do, but like you're pretending like you don't.
No, well, we're just trying to get it clear with you because you don't seem to know what you mean because you said the stars are moving and then you kind of said, no, I don't know
never
anymore.
did. I just said
Well,
the
you
stars
did.
do move.
Okay, so the stars
they
do
appear
move.
to move. They appear to move.
Oh, so they
Okay.
appear to me.
But
I'm
it
getting
could be the
confused
Earth
again.
spinning.
Are they actually moving or are they just appearing to move?
They're just, I don't know. They appear to move. So I guess I can't really say with certainty that they are moving.
Can't
Yeah,
really
that's why
say
your
they
catchphrase
appear
can
to
now
move.
be, I don't know.
They appear to
That's
move.
what
I
I
can't
said.
really
I
say
said
with
I don't know, but
certainty.
it has to be
But it
one
has
or
to.
the other.
Oh, it has to be.
And fortunately for the globe, it doesn't matter which.
Fortunately,
Well,
the
it
globe
does,
doesn't matter
'cause-
which. So the Earth
yeah,
would be stationary then.
So
he's a geocentric stationary glober.
Yes.
I wish I was smarter because this would be so much easier.
So do we.
Yeah, that would be nice for all of us, Vector. You should work on that.
On what?
Getting smarter.
I am. That's why I'm here.
Oh yeah, that's why you come here to get smarter. Okay, good. So you don't know what the star trails mean, and you come here to get smarter. Welcome to Flat Earth, Vector.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. I come in here and I listen to what you're saying and just do the opposite.
Gotta give you that credit, back. You were smart enough to see the stars.
Louder, closer to your mic.
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Anyway, I'm going to have to jump off for a meeting, but that was fun. Thanks, Vector. Keep
You're
up the good
welcome.
work.
Thank you.
See that, Wolfgang?
Well, that was fun until Heretic comes here and bans me.
Do you prefer it if I just banned you now, so you don't have to go through the anxiety of waiting?
No,
Okay then.
I don't want to be banned.
Okay, thanks.
But unless you want to, like.
No, not at all.
Cool.
The guy Janus is like completely melting down in DMs now.
Hello?
What up?
Yo, do you think the stars are below the firmament, embedded within the firmament, or beyond the firmament and water?
Rockets.
What do you think, though, if you had to think?
Volcanoes.
I think they might be beyond it in water.
Yeah, I mean that's more for a speculation topic for Sunday.
Yeah, because you know how they got that water vibration looks in all those photos? Maybe
Yeah.
they're beyond it in the water and we're seeing through and beyond the firmament.
Like suspended stuff inside water. Yeah, I've seen it before. The same thing with comets. You know, like where the tail behind the comet looks like it's streaming through water.
Oh, yeah.
This is a really good topic for Sunday, though.
Yeah, because some people think they're embedded within the firmament because of the crater marks or something.
No, I meant you see how not meteors, like a comet that's got the tail behind it.
Like a shooting star?
Yeah, that tail looks very similar to a boat moving through water. Have you ever seen like the wake that goes off a boat?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen video.
Graham, quit being weird, dude. Grim, quit being weird. Oh God.
Hello? How's it going?
Hello?
What's up?
Just chilling. Gonna probably call into work sick so I could chill.
I don't know, I always go to work when I'm sick because I'd rather take my PTO when I'm healthy.
Yeah. I got a case of sick of this. Sick of this bullshit. Oh shit.
Anybody on here talking?
No.
What's up? How's your day going?
Sick of this.
Sick of what?
All these atheists who can't follow their own logic to understand what flat Earth is.
Lay it on me.
I do not believe in heliocentric model or models presented by state sponsors of religion. Even more so that they refuse to show any proof they can even evaluate or evidence.
Do you think there's no evidence?
What evidence do you got?
Or just bad evidence?
Tell you the Earth is too big so it looks flat, but it's not flat, so contradiction. The Earth moves too slowly so you can't detect the movement, but it's moving really fast that it's going to deflect bullets and footballs and whatnot. But like hot air balloons and helicopters and all that's completely butterflies unaffected. They tell you you can tell everything's moving because it's not moving and everything's relative. And then the crescendo on top is you ask them how did everything get here? And they tell you God did it through a big bang. Big old bang did it. And you're like, well, what's your proof of that? It'd be a way of divorcing or having some sort of secular flat earth model that doesn't have Bibles on the moon and the current director of NASA talking to God and God telling him to come out of retirement. Where's all this kind of secular, if space travel is something that's possible and humans can do it, let's keep some of the worst baggage that humanity has come up with, religion and government, and leave that here. Government and religion can't pass a Kármán line. But none of the atheists are willing to do so because they just fundamentally lack education. It takes a lot of education and effort to make these things possible, and atheists don't seem to want to even try to learn.
I don't even know I'm sure there's some atheists that want to get rid of all religions, but I'm not even sure if all atheists really want to get rid of all religions or just, it's fine, if you want to, believe what you believe, just don't make laws based on your beliefs, I think is more of the point. But I think, it's funny that you say you want to get rid of all religions,
No, I said leave that here. Leave that baggage. That's not a carry-on baggage that you can bring out to the cosmos. Use an agnostic sort of view when you go into space. Use a world view that's generally based on the physical natural world, not the metaphysical world. So when they come and tell you, hey, check this out, space is really powerful. It's a very spiritual, deep, like space Jesus. Go out to space, they fly around in space for a little bit and tell you they found space Jesus. How about no space Jesus? How about just what is it physically, naturally? What are the measurements? How did you determine this stuff? Oh, they can't tell you that. That's classified. All that information is top secret. Well, why? Why would that be top secret? Oh, it's geopolitical positioning is more important. Since these advanced first world countries can map out the ball, they can flex their superiority against third world countries who can't.
But you want to try to keep it simple then?
Yeah, the Earth is just as it appears to be, flat and stationary.
Well, so do you agree the Earth has a magnetic field? Like whatever we're standing on, it has a magnetic field to it?
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with there. I'm just describing the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Keeping it real simple. Is there curvature anywhere or not?
I don't know. Let's just use like some evidence that we can figure out, to help with that. Like, would you agree? Like, the Earth has a magnetic field.
Let's talk about the surface. Is the surface curved or flat?
I don't know. I'm trying to gather some evidence.
Okay, I know. It's flat.
Yeah, like naturally observed phenomena. You know. Right? Like there is a magnetic field. Like that's how compasses work. Right? You with me?
No, dude. This is your choose your own adventure. You're like not talking about something I was talking about. Sick of this.
Well, yeah, I was changing the subject. I asked you. I was like, all right, so let's keep it simple.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth is flat. The motion of the Earth is stationary. In sick of this, I understand someone who's deeply religious coming in here and being very pissed off that there's flat earthers because they've used this sort of make America great again, this massive American jingoism that America is so powerful because God picked it. One nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. So they could be like, hey, flat earthers, you're full of shit that you're talking to me that my God, didn't make America the most powerful nation on the pair. And you're like, well, I don't really believe
that.
Yeah. I would say I kind of like show proof, right? If you really think that your God made the Earth a ball, can you show proof of your God? Let's start there. Show me that.
No, like I don't have a God. I don't have a God.
Oh, okay. Well, use that proof to understand flat Earth.
No, I don't need to reference God in order to talk about the Earth. Do you?
No, the anti-flat earthers do. Yeah. They go right into the Catholic Church.
I don't believe in the flat Earth, and I don't believe in God.
It seems contradictory in a way. How are you using? How did you divorce? How did you divorce Catholic Church doctrine from Catholic Church?
Well, considering the Catholic Church, up until the 90s, said that it was doctrine that the Earth was the center of the solar system. I don't really trust it based off the Catholic doctrine. They've been proven
you might want to look that up again.
Over and over again.
That's quite the opposite.
Catholic Church has done some horrible things. I don't even really need to explain what bad things they've done.
Yeah, it seems like an atheist tries to level that up. It's like, hold my beer. Wow, dude. All right. Well,
the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with my lack
environmental conditioning.
God.
Yeah, environmental conditioning is
No,
what they call it. Yeah, actually, the
no,
guy wrote a paper about it.
no, it's not that. Do you want to talk about like, some of the things that we naturally observe on the Earth, and then we can use that information to maybe figure out what the shape of the Earth is?
Yeah, not good.
The shape is not good.
It's very out of shape. Talk about migration, species dying out at record rates, global climate warming.
Huh?
You got like
Yeah, global
limited
climate
wars in
warming
third
doesn't have
world
to do with the
countries.
shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it's not in good shape. It's very out of
I
shape.
mean, not directly anyway.
Yeah, it's directly out of shape.
Directly out of shape. Out of shape from what?
From healthy conditions. You got Lake Erie catching on fire.
Oh, so you're not talking about shape as in like the physical description of like what an object looks like. You're talking about. So, would you agree that there's a magnetic field on whatever we're standing on? There is a
Yeah,
magnetic
I don't know
field.
what you're talking about. I was just talking about the surface of
You
the Earth
don't
here.
know what I'm talking about? Do you
No.
know what like magnetism is and magnets are?
Yeah, I would say like in this conversation that we're talking about the surface of the Earth would be
Right. The surface of whatever we're standing on has a magnetic field to it. Correct.
yeah the surface. Isn't that curved or is that flat surface?
Well, most like magnetic fields have curvature to them. I mean, you can visualize that pretty easily.
Okay, so magnetic field is actually a surface. Huh, this is an interesting take you have.
No, I didn't say that. I said magnetic fields have curvature to them.
Which is a surface. Okay.
I didn't say anything about a surface.
Oh, you're not talking about surface anymore?
I didn't.
Okay, so no
I
surface.
was talking about magnetic fields. You said,
Which is a
"Are they
surface or
curved?"
not?
And I said,
Is that a
and I said,
surface
yes,
or
magnetic
is
fields
that
are
a
curved.
surface? Is that not a surface?
Is what a surface?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth.
Yes, the surface of the Earth is a surface. Yes.
And it's a magnetic field.
Yeah. I mean, that's how
Okay.
compasses work.
And that surface is curved.
Well, I mean, we can sort of like figure out some things. Like, so would you agree compasses work? Like they detect that magnetic field, and that's how they work.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Dude.
So like,
So the
one of the
compass is a
things we can
surface.
do is like we can use
The compass is a
a
surface.
compass,
Then?
and we can like go do let's say we go due east or whatever. Let's call it United States.
So that's a surface.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look, he must have went over the curve.
We'll go
The satellite must have gone out of reach.
and if we keep going to east,
Yeah,
we'll end up. Why not?
You'll go back and listen to the live stream, see what your sounds like.
I have a bad connection.
Hello, guys. Hello, Crit. Are you there? Anyone?
What's up? Hey, Crit, why did you ban me for flexing my forearm?
What's going on?
I got banned. Mr. Crit banned me because I was flexing my forearm on cam. What's wrong with that, bro? I wasn't flexing my
Weird.
Yeah.
Very quiet today on here.
Yeah. You want to talk about something?
Well, I'm just I try to talk about different things. I was trying to talk to Crit before, like whether or not we observe a magnetic field, whatever this is. Didn't really go anywhere.
Magnetic field. Are you on the flat Earth side?
No.
Oh. First, you have to unlearn what you have learned. You have to empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like the Earth. Well, that's like the first step.
Yeah, that's.
Are you doing it right now?
Okay. Huh?
Are you doing it right now?
Yeah, sure. Not really, because I don't know how to empty your mind, but
You have to unlearn what you have learned, man.
yeah, I get what you're saying. Start with a blank slate. Fine with that.
No, you have to make it blank first.
Huh?
So, grab a bottle of vodka, drink the whole thing, and then come back and then we'll have a chat.
Nah, I like tequila. Not really a big fan of vodka.
I don't know if tequila will work, man, but you could try. Maybe it will turn you into a Mexican, You don't want to risk it.
Tequila will turn me into a Mexican? Weird.
So I'm a stand-up comedy artist. Did you know that?
No. No, I did not. So, It's rough, man. Any flat earthers want to talk?
So you know the you know the flat earther, right? What would the consequences be for you if you were in your social life? Would people
If
still hang
what?
with you? Would your mother still love you?
If I believed in the flat Earth?
Yes. You know,
I
son,
would
I
think
love you,
so.
but the flat earth thing.
Yeah, I think she
I
would
think
still
so.
love me.
Okay. Fine.
She might, you know, start questioning like what drugs I've been taking, but other than that, yeah.
Why don't you question her? Ask her, what is her evidence? When did she the last time see like the curve, you know? And she'll be like, oh, fuck, yeah, you're right, son. You're right, son. There
She'd
is
be
no
like,
curve.
"What are you talking about? We see this from space. There's satellites. There's all these things. Like, why are you being so silly?" That's
Yeah,
what she
yeah.
would probably say.
She'd probably, but she'd also confess that she has never been to space, right? Or that's like another thing.
Not a really big confession.
No? You know.
Yeah, yeah. My mom would just be like, "You're being really silly."
Yeah, but she would be angry about it probably, but
She wouldn't be angry with me now. You're just
so let's say you're dating a girl, right? What's the right time to tell her that you're a flat earther? Just up front or
yeah. I don't know. I can't really say I'm not a flat earther. I mean, I don't know. Depends. Would you be mad if she didn't believe you?
would I be mad?
Like,
No.
would you want to keep dating her if she didn't believe you?
Mic check.
I mean, if she didn't believe me that I believe it, this would be a problem. But if she has a different opinion, that's okay, I guess.
Oh yeah, then I guess just tell her whenever you want to. It's not that important.
You guys can hear me. Okay, now it's coming through. Thanks.
No, it's
Yeah,
not
we
about
can
me.
hear.
It's about her.
Okay.
She would be like, "Oh, fuck this guy. I'm out."
Well, yeah, I mean that's completely up to her. But like, as far as I mean, I guess you should tell her as much as you feel the need to talk about it with her. If you're going to start talking to her about it, then yeah, obviously you need to tell her. But if you're just never going to like bring it up and talk about it, just then yeah, I don't see the reason to bring it up. Just
Grim, are you talking about your Mormon girlfriend and you have to tell her you're not Mormon?
Moron, she's moron. Not Mormon. No, I'm joking. But she will be like, oh man, why don't you have a globe in your house? This is weird. Where are the globes?
Grim, you're a flat earther?
Well, I'm a concaver.
He's questioning Earth shape.
I'm a concaver. No, I'm
a hollow
I'm a
earther.
non-believing, I'm a non-resisting non-believer. That's what I am.
You don't exist. He said non-resistant non-believer.
Yeah. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Good to see you.
Yeah. Are you still running your arguments on the flat earthers, man?
Non-resistant, non-believer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't believe in the flat earth, but I'm not resisting. I'm like, no, I'll never believe this shit. I'm like, okay, present some arguments. Maybe I'll take it, if they're convincing.
Alright, so like, what do you think about, just the celestial poles, the seasons, time zones, northern and southern hemisphere having opposite seasons and whatnot?
Well, I mean, if I believe in hemispheres having opposite seasons, I would believe in hemispheres, right? But I don't. I'm agnostic. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Grim sometimes says hemis flats.
Hemis flats. That's right.
I mean, you would agree, like right now I'm in New York, winter. If I go south of the equator, keeping the same like east and west, like it's going to be summer. Like you accept that as fact, right?
Well, I believe sometimes it's hotter, sometimes it's colder, but I don't believe in seasons,
You don't.
This is too far for me, Grim.
Last week it was very cold in Germany, now it's hot, right? Was it winter and summer now?
So you don't believe in winter, spring, summer, and autumn? You don't think those are actual things?
Actual things? No. That's not not a thing, not a physical thing, It's a concept. It is ultimately a concept. There is no.
It's a concept.
Corresponding to it. Like magic.
I'm like,
Flat earthers. Star Trail. Wow, there's no one in here to prove me wrong.
Hello.
Hello.
So, I don't know, something was going on with my mic. I had to switch to my AirPods. I'm trying to remember where we left off.
Then you have to unlearn what you have learned.
Right. Okay. So, Rem, what do you think the sun is? Do you believe in space?
What is it? I think it's irrelevant what I believe what it is, you know? I try not to speculate on things.
Well,
I don't like speculation, you know? I don't know.
you don't know.
I should believe in what I know, right? What I'm justified in believing in.
Why not just assume that it's flat?
Why would you? I mean, that's what I said, right? You should believe in what you know. Or what you should only believe what you're justified in believing in.
I mean, you can assume and then research.
Yeah, but I'm not doing the research.
Why?
And I'm not taking anyone's word for it.
Are you a Glober?
I am a non-resisting non-believer.
Glober, huh?
Uh-huh.
Are you a
No,
pancake earther?
What?
Are you a pancake earther?
No.
I'm a concaver.
Not a pancake earther?
Nope.
You're a Glober. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Just like you and everyone else in this call.
People in their right mind.
No, I think everyone here is in their right mind. There's
Not if
some
you're a
trolls
pancake
on
earther,
there.
surely, right?
No, they're just trolling. They're just
Yeah,
making fun of those who take them seriously, you know. You have to be
Think
a
so?
little bit slow to like consider it.
Or not in your right mind, right? Which is what I said.
I mean, to consider like believing flat earthers, yeah.
To consider believing in flat earth, not flat
The
earthers.
only
They
slow
exist.
people here are Globers.
You seem kind of slow, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, what about that, man? Why you cut the bullshit, man? Oh.
What bullshit?
You being an asshole.
Is being an asshole bullshit?
Yes. And
Why?
you're calling this guy slow, man. The fuck?
It's an observation.
Did you grow up in the streets of Philadelphia?
No, I didn't. I'm glad I didn't.
Okay. Stop with that bullshit, man.
How are they related, though? Can only people that grew up in Philadelphia in the streets, can only those people be assholes?
But there's a very big likelihood, you know.
I seem
If you're born
confused.
there, then you're probably an asshole. That's like the inference.
Oh, so you're excused then. If you grew
It's
up
not
like that.
necessarily true. Yeah.
I get it.
Right.
It's kind of racist to Philadelphians, but
You're calling this guy slow, man. Come on. Yeah. Trying to weasel out of that, you know?
I think he is slow. It sounds like it.
Nice.
You better not be talking about me.
I most definitely was.
I say that to my face.
You are slow.
Say it to my face. Come to my house.
I don't want to come over.
I know you do. I would give you the biggest hug you ever got.
I'll pass.
Oh. There's actually no flat earthers in here, and that's crazy.
Well, there aren't any flat earthers, period. They just take a position on the shape of the surface, not on Earth. So it's kind of pathetic room anyways.
I guess.
None that are talking anyway.
They're all alt accounts.
Bro, they're all NPCs. Believe Flat Earth genuinely, you're an NPC.
That's why no one does. No one in here believes in Flat Earth.
Yeah, this room is dying. It's seen better days. That's a damn show.
It's 'cause Flat Earthers are not from US. They're talking shit from different countries, you know. They're all sleeping now.
They're from all over the globe. Yeah.
Mainly UK, I noticed.
That is true. A lot of UK Flat
Yeah.
Earthers for some reason.
It's just generally like all the people who hate the Americans, you know. They're trying to turn Americans against each other, you know.
Does the
against-
UK have a space agency or no?
I don't know. Probably.
Okay. Where's the European one? ESA.
Yeah, maybe.
But they left the European Union, so they have to get the fuck out of our program.
I don't know, they're all trolls to me. I'd challenge any one of them. That's why I'm banned all the time. They just can't handle this.
It's alright, we all get banned, man.
Yeah. Why you get banned? It's hard to believe.
Oh yeah, for good reason.
I got banned for flexing my forearm earlier.
What?
On
In
cam.
this room or the whole
Yeah,
server?
in this room. I was just flexing my forearm, not even my dick. Just my forearm, and then I got banned.
Then why not go all the way, right? Next time? The outcome
Why
is
don't
the
want to
same.
get banned?
I mean, if your argument's better than theirs, yeah, that's
That's the whole premise. Like if you have a good argument, you have sound logic, then you're banned.
because they don't want you looking better than them, you know.
Do you guys know Professor Dave? You know him?
No, but I do know Professor X.
Professor X, oh yeah, he's strong, man.
He's really good mentally.
He's a good dancer.
You think so?
Maybe.
He's kind of limited in that department, but
But he can make other people dance for him.
that's
Well,
true.
that's
He can
nice
make the
skill.
whole room dance.
I think as a, we should, what's it called, a reconciliation or something. As a gesture of friendship, I think AT should marry this girl, Sydney, She's a flat earther.
I have a
you're
girlfriend
global.
already. I don't think she would be happy, but
Well, maybe you can turn to, what's it called, Moronism, the Morons, and you can have like multiple wives.
oh,
Gross.
that's true.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are nicer ways to get her attention.
No sound-minded woman would ever want to share anyway, but that was funny.
Sharing is
True.
caring.
I had a threesome with my girl one time. It was epic.
Back on topic.
What was the topic?
The topic is a gesture of friendship, a gesture of coming closer to each other. Not that close, but So you're not
Grim,
going
I
to marry
gotta
the girl.
say, your picture actually scares me, just on a side note, but it's good to hear from you.
I'm a good-looking man. I really am. I'm a very good-looking man. I'm strong. I'm powerful. I'm rich. And I have a girlfriend. She can do like
No, Grim, it reminds me of like some weird music video that I can't place that might maybe Dead Mouse or something, I don't know. It's like Scary Nightmare, but I mean it's I mean not you saying you look like I didn't mean it like that. It's just the visual is like just
think you took
terrifying. I'm like
offense.
no, I meant it like that's a video game I'd probably want to play.
Yeah, it's gothic. Yeah, it's a Gothic game from early 2000s. I'll send you a picture of me. Give me a second.
Are you German?
No, sir.
Dutch?
No. I'm Flanders. I'm from Belgium.
Right on, man.
How much is NASA getting every day? 30 million or something?
Like double that.
Is that not too much? What the fuck?
Crit would know.
Yeah, great. Why don't they build like houses, you know? I mean, 30 million a day. You can take care of homelessness in a year, probably.
A
I
lot
mean,
of it is
to be
probably
fair though, a lot of it
wages.
you can't even trust with like what they put out and you know what I'm saying? It's so easy to fake any sort of thing like that. I'm just like, I really don't know. I mean, I don't even think anybody could say that they actually know how much money, but they claim it's a shit ton of money. But I can't verify that for real.
How much are they paying the guy for photoshopping the globe? You know, the Blue Marble guy. He's making a shitload, probably.
What do they call that? You know, it's like the equivalent of like a music payout what do you call it? When you get paid from us, like when you get
Royalties?
but thank you, that's the word.
That's too much. But is Space Force a real thing? Or is it also fake?
I have no idea. Sounds gay though.
Yeah. I know that there was like during the Obama administration there was a petition asking to build the Death Star, right? And they had like enough petitioners, so they had to address it officially, you know, and they did. But I said no, it's not going to happen. Let's see if I can find it. Death Star petition.
Day I learned.
It's the best goal any day. Learn something.
Or make money.
Gross.
Okay, so that's the response. Let's see. Creating the Death Star would create a lot of jobs, you know. Yeah, there is a petition. It's from 2012. Like the administration
Like
shares your
what
desire
kind
for
of like how does
transformation of a strong national
that
defense.
petition look? A petition? Like what?
It's a real petition. They're like, okay, build the Death Star. It will create a lot of jobs and help us to defend our country. So the response was, and they had to officially address it. So they said the construction of the Death Star has been estimated to cost more than, I don't know what this number is, right? 9, 12, 15, 850 plus 15 zeros. The administration does not support blowing up planets.
15 zeros. Oh my goodness.
850 plus 15 zeros, yes.
I know Crit mentioned yesterday or the day before that yesterday they were doing some sort of televised psyop launching of something, and I did never hear back about it. I wanted to hear about that.
So, Sydney, when do you think is the right time to tell your date that you are a flat earther?
Oh goodness, hypotheticals right from the get-go. Otherwise, you'll just get carried away and other attractions. Speaking from my own experience in the past, right away. There's no fucking sense. Sorry, there's no freaking sense in wasting anybody's time if you can if they're smart in all areas, yet they have cog dis about this huge ass issue of the realm that we're on. Yeah, it just wastes to a year and a half or more wasted time. So yeah, right away.
Right away. So you will address it. Is it like, yo, there was something I have to tell you, you know?
No, like for
Like,
real, like real true story, bro. Yeah, like distracted for a year and a half or almost 2 years just because. But I should have known right from our first interaction in person that when he laughed at my idea that the Earth was not a fucking globe. So yeah, it's all good. We live and we learn. But right away, what's the point?
but it didn't make you angry?
No, not at all.
Did
At
you
the
tell him
time,
to fuck himself?
no, because I'm not. I've never said that to anybody and meant to ever. So
Why is every room about masturbation right now?
Wait, who's that?
oh you, Rich Evans.
Oh, you, Sydney.
I
How's
think
the
I
mic
think
sound, by the way?
although I think that insult is like super harmful. To go fuck yourself one. Oh, it's just like there's a couple ones that are like that in my opinion, but that's just me.
If anyone ever tells me to fuck off, I love to go fuck on.
Wonderful.
Yes, yes. And in answer to your question, it is wonderful.
Okay, as long as you're happy.
And I am. I appreciate that, Sydney.
Knew you would, Rich Evans.
Oh, please, just call me Rich.
He's really rich.
I will not call you that, but
Richard.
It's just less work for you.
yeah,
You can call me
see,
Dick if you want.
more work is generally better for all people, not just females. So I'll take
Whoa, I did not. That's not where I was going.
I'm just saying, just that was hilarious of a sentence. I'm like, I'm not that lazy. No.
Never said you were.
I'm just messing with you, Rich.
Why would you do that? Grim, by the way, how does my new microphone sound?
That's good, but your profile picture, there is a dude, and I can see his nipples. You know, that's against terms of service, actually. So I have to report your ass.
No. If you read the TOS, it says all nipples but Rich Evans's.
Oh yeah.
It's actually only one and a half nipples visible, so I don't know where that fits. So
Yeah, but it's like if a woman has a picture with cleavage, it's like banner.
Cleavage is okay, but nipples.
Like if the profile picture was just a nipple, I think they'd have a problem.
I would
You can't
ease
tell
off.
who
I
it's
would
on.
ease off on your audio output by like 5 or 10%, Rich. But sounds good.
I appreciate that. That really
sounds good. Otherwise,
check.
I changed the voice, man, but the mic quality is good.
Well, sure. You know I can do voices.
Good.
Nice.
Wow.
Nobody can do Eeyore though. Nobody.
That's a trap. Be careful.
Ha. Nice.
Hey, subdued. If I said I have this person on record stating X, Y, and Z, is that a character attack?
Could be a fact. No one knows.
Because I was merely pointing out that Gregory doesn't substantiate his. Subdued thought the best response to that was to say, character attacks are cringe.
Yeah.
Like, sure, that's all you're saying. They are pretty cringe. You're just if I literally just came in the room, said Grim is stinky, left, of course. It might be.
It is
statement
a
of fact,
rhetorical. It's a strategy you can use. You know, if you're talking to someone and then they're going to refute your position or whatever, you can start to personally attack them to get a rope out of the discussion. You know.
How old are you? I could be your grandfather.
Yeah, something like that.
15-year-old.
Like, man, you're a smelly N-word. I'm not going to talk to you, or something like that. I don't know. Yep.
Oh, I've seen this happen quite a bit in the side chat, so I'm gonna have a little bit of a tutorial here today. I'd like to thank everyone for coming to the Rich Evans tutorial. And today's topic is going to be ad hom. What's an ad hom? Now, some people think that an ad hom is just an insult. If I were to say Grim is dumb, they would call that an ad hom, but that is not an ad hom. If I were to say Grim is wrong because he is dumb, that would be an ad hom. But just
that's not an
stating
ad
that
hom.
he's
It's a genetic fallacy.
No, like
Yes,
if
sir.
I were to say because you look like you are a part of the PS2, like from a PS2 game, therefore your argument is incorrect.
It's a genetic fallacy, yes.
No, it's not. That's talking about where a source comes from. That's not talking about
That's right.
the argumentation. Like
It's
I
coming
understand
from
the genetic
someone.
fallacy. No, but like if you were to say this book was written by someone who is not in this field, therefore it is wrong, is a genetic fallacy. But to say that that guy is wrong because he is not in this field is an ad hom.
No, that's not true. So there are
It's
two
true.
ways. There are two ways you can refute someone's position. One is like ad rem, and the other one is ad hom. So you refute someone's position using an ad hominem when you take what this person said earlier and use it against him to show that there is a contradiction. That's an ad hom. You know, you're like, wait, you're saying X, but earlier you said Y. How does that work, right?
I'm
This
not
is an
talking
ad hom
about the
attack.
frame of debate, though. I'm talking about the fallacy.
Yeah. Well, no, ad hominem is not a fallacy.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's not a fallacy. Ad hominem just means
It might
to the
not be.
person,
It might
right?
not be a.
You're
It might be
refuting someone's position by virtue of what they said earlier.
It might be a non. It's not non-standard. Oh,
You're talking about
probably
ad
an informal
personam.
fallacy.
You're talking about ad personam. Ad hominem is a way of refutation. It's an indirect refutation. Someone is wrong because his statement is inconsistent. Well, let me show you a graph. Give me a second. No, this is turning to the Grim show, right? Come on, bro. Give me a second.
We don't have any Flurfs talking, so.
Give me a second, bro. I know because I've read this book, The Art of Being Right, by Arthur Schopenhauer. He talked about this.
No, but his last name's Schopenhauer, so he's wrong.
Just a second. So,
Dude, I'm
look at
looking at Stanford right now.
No, fuck
And it
Stanford.
says the
Stanford
ad
is-
hominem fallacy involves bringing negative aspects of an arguer or their situation to bear on the view they are advancing. There are three commonly recognized versions of the fallacy. The abusive ad hominem fallacy involves saying that someone's view should not be accepted because they have some unfavorable property.
Now look inside chat. Look inside chat. You're talking about ad personam, probably. Yeah.
Well, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy begs to differ.
Well, I mean, the author is just wrong if he's saying that. Give me a second. Art of Being Right PDF. Or maybe we are in disagreement. That's also okay.
No, obviously it's not okay if we disagree.
So let's see. Can I
We have to have a
find it?
fist fight to see.
Okay. First of all, you must consider the essential nature of every dispute, what it is that really takes place in it. Your opponent has stated a thesis, or we ourselves. It's all one. There are two modes of refuting it and two courses that we may pursue. The modes are first ad rem, second ad hominem or ex
Yeah, so we're just
concessus.
talking about different things. You're talking about
We
a
may
mode of argumentation. An ad hominem can be a mode of argumentation as well as a fallacy. We're just talking about different things.
it's not okay. So that is to say, we may show either that the proposition is not in accordance with the nature of things, an example with absolute objective truth, or that it is inconsistent with other statements or admissions of your opponent, an example with truth as it appears to him. The later mode of arguing with other the later mode of arguing a question produces only a relative conviction and makes no difference whether the objective truth to the objective truth of the nature. Give me a sec. Well, I'll send you the whole thing, man. So Aristotle was the first one to talk about this, and then Schopenhauer kind of finalize it. So this is like the whole
barring the difference in spelling, like it seems akin to you being like last night, and I don't understand what you're saying because I think of night with a K, right? That it just seems like the same word with different usages, or same phrase with a different usage, because it makes sense to me to say that there's an ad hominem fallacy as well as an ad hominem mode of an argumentation. But like, you can't, like, ad hom doesn't mean one or the other. But I do appreciate you bringing it up because I haven't heard of this mode before.
So the Wikipedia article on it is just wrong, right? It's not.
I wasn't
it's
looking
not,
at Wikipedia.
Not correct. Well, whatever you're looking at. So okay,
I would not say that the
Argumentum.
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy is wrong on this.
Why not?
Because it's an encyclopedia. They are
So what?
notating the usage of the word, right?
So it's right by virtue where it
categorizing all
came
of
from.
these different
It's a
things.
genetic fallacy again. You're engaging in the genetic fallacy. You're saying it's right because it's on the Stanford Encyclopedia, right? Okay,
It's right
listen to this,
because
man.
It's a usage of a word being listed in the encyclopedia. Words are circular, words are circular in that they are what they are. They're tautological, right? A word has a definition, and it only means that it's being used in the way that the author says it. To say that that word doesn't have that definition is just asinine.
And you're using it wrong. I mean, you're misapplying the term.
No,
but
I'm using
that's
it in
okay.
the same way as the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy uses
And
it. It's not wrong.
they're misapplying it, right? They're not using the word the
take
way
it up
it's
with
meant to
them.
be used. I take it up with you because you rely on their authority. You take their word for it.
Yeah, because it's a usage of a word. This is the way that the word has been used. They have then categorized that in the encyclopedia, and you're saying that's not the way this has been used, and that's just evidently false. Like, we could show that this is how the word's been used.
Make your opponent angry. This trick consists in making your opponent angry. For when he is angry, he is incapable of judging aright and perceiving where his advantage lies. You can make him angry by doing him repeated injustice or practicing some kind of chicanery and being generally insolent. You have to be careful, right? Not to be angry, Rich, right? Because it will.
Why the fuck do I have to be careful of being angry, Grim?
That's right. Because you cannot judge right, when you're angry. Okay, let me read this to you. Argumentum ad hominem.
I have the thing here that you sent, but I don't.
Can you
see
go
how
to
you,
page?
How you can't just
can you go to
agree
page 8?
That there is a usage of ad hominem fallacy in which this is correct. Like, I don't understand.
I don't even know what the ad